next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, we'll see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented, and we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
को लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना, तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो, फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023, 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, but if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding ki we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
Mega face-off over Mahua expulsion. India Alliance defense. BJP says probe a must. CBI begins preliminary inquiry to probe cash for query allegations against Mahua Moitra. India Alliance divided over Savarkar remark. Uddhav Sena hits out at Congress. Mega cash haul by Income Tax Department in 3 states. Congress MP under agency scanner. Prime Minister hits out at opposition over corruption. Says every single penny will have to be returned. On the floor of the House, Union Minister rejects allegations of India's involvement in any act of violence. And we have a big breaking news in as a Congress MP continues to face the heat. IT survey continues at Dheeraj Sahu's Ranchi residence. 3 bags have also been found from Dheeraj Sahu's residence, and according to the sources, this bag contains jewelry which has been recovered from his residence. The IT personals first raided on the 6th of December on allegations of tax evasion and later searched the premises of Baldev Sahu and his group of companies also, where they claim to have recovered some 156 bags filled with cash. For more on this, we have our colleague Anoop reporting from ground on the situation and as the raids continue. Anoop, could you please tell us where are the IT raids headed as of now? Around 225 crore cash has already been recovered, and as we know right now, the counting is still on. So what is expected?
निकिता, मैं आपको बता दूं, ये 3 स्टेट्स में, बिहार, माफ कीजिएगा, झारखंड, पश्चिम बंगाल और उड़ीसा में ये रेड पड़ी थी, लेकिन कहा जा रहा है कि झारखंड की रेड खत्म हो गई है। पश्चिम बंगाल में भी बहुत कुछ, लेकिन उड़ीसा में रेड अब भी जारी है, ये कहा जा रहा है। कहा यह भी जा रहा है कि 150 से ज्यादा बैग्स आए थे जिनको बोलांगीर के स्टेट बैंक में रखा गया है, और मशीनें मंगाई गई है हैदराबाद से, भुवनेश्वर से, कैश गिनने वाली मशीनें, क्योंकि छोटी मशीनें 30 मशीनें आई थी जो खराब हो गई थी, क्योंकि कहा यह जा रहा है कि 250 से ज्यादा करोड़ कैश मिले। और इतिहास में देखें तो हाल के दिनों में इतना बड़ा कैश कानूनी रूप से कहीं भी जब्त नहीं किया गया था। और एक बड़ी अपडेट आपको बता दूं कि इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट ने एक रिक्विजिशन डाला है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को और कहा है कि उन्हें और एम्प्लॉय चाहिए, इनकम टैक्स के और अधिकारी चाहिए, कर्मचारी चाहिए और सुरक्षा भी चाहिए, यानी सीआईएसएफ के जवान भी चाहिए। यानी ये रेड और भी आगे चलेगी, कंटिन्यू रेड चलेगी, क्योंकि चौथा दिन है आज। और अब यह कहा जा रहा है कि जो एम्प्लॉय हैं बौद्ध डिस्टिलरी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के, जो एम्प्लॉय जो झारखंड के रहने वाले हैं, जो बिहार के, पश्चिम बंगाल के, उड़ीसा के रहने वाले हैं, उनके घरों में भी दबिश दी जाएगी आईटी की तरफ से। और 250 करोड़ के बाद अब यह भी कहा जा रहा है कि ईडी की भी दस्तक होगी, ईडी भी यहां पहुंचेगा आज। हालांकि सेकंड सैटरडे है, बैंक बंद रहेंगे, लेकिन नोटों की गिनती जारी रहेगी। और इसी बीच अगर और कर्मचारी मिलते हैं तो ये रेड और लंबी जा सकती है। कांग्रेस का बड़ा चेहरा है धीरज साहू, 3 बार से लगातार सांसद रहे हैं। उसके अलावा कांग्रेस के फाइनेंसर भी कहे जाते हैं। रांची में करोड़ों का बंगला है, लोहरदगा में भी करोड़ों का बंगला है, अकूत संपत्ति इनकी। और उड़ीसा में सबसे बड़े शराब के कारोबारी माने जाते हैं, देशी शराब के, और बड़े नाम इनके। और पिछले चुनाव में कहें 2018 में जो इन्होंने एफिडेविट दिया था, 34 करोड़ बताया थी अपनी जो इनकम है, सोर्स है, वो बताया था कि 34 करोड़ की संपत्ति है। लेकिन इस बार देखिए 250 करोड़ से ज्यादा का ये आंकड़ा चला गया। ये पैसे कहां के हैं? हालांकि बीजेपी आरोप लगा रही कि पैसे सिर्फ धीरज साहू के नहीं हो सकते हैं, ये पैसे हेमंत सोरेन के भी हो सकते हैं, दूसरे जो नेता हैं कांग्रेस के उनके हो सकते हैं। इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। लेकिन स्टिल अभी भी आज भी रेड होने की पूरी संभावना है। निकिता।
Thank you so much, Anup, for giving these latest updates on this major IT raid that has happened in Jharkhand and Odisha and also some parts of Bengal. Let's listen into what Babulal Marandi of BJP has to say to this.
मोदी जी की गारंटी है, एक भी कोई भ्रष्टाचारी को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, और ना खाएंगे ना खाने देंगे। इससे सारे लोग बिलबिलाए हुए हैं। लेकिन नोट की गड्डी तो उन्हीं लोगों के आवास पर मिल रहा है, उन्हीं लोगों के ठिकाने पर मिल रहा है। और इसीलिए हमने ये कहा कि भैया बिना विलंब किए धीरज साहू पर एफआईआर होनी चाहिए, उनकी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए और उनकी पूछताछ होनी चाहिए, ताकि जो भी इसमें से पार्टनर है, जिन जिन लोगों का पैसा है, कहां कहां से आया और कहां कहां और उसको छुपा के रखा गया है, वो सब चीजों का पता चल सके। और इन मुद्दों को लेकर के, क्योंकि मामला झारखंड से जुड़ा हुआ है और इसलिए झारखंड प्रदेश में तो पूरे प्रदेश में पार्टी इसकी आंदोलन करेगी। अभी हम सब लोग आंदोलन की रूपरेखा के लिए थोड़ा हम लोग बैठेंगे और उसके बाद तय कर देंगे, तो बाकी आप सबको पता चल जाएगी। तो इस राज्य में भी आंदोलन हो गया। राज्य के जो मुख्यमंत्री है, जो इस प्रकार के भ्रष्ट अफसरों को, दलाल को, बिचौलियों को बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं, अब तो लगता है कि इनको मुख्यमंत्री पद से त्यागपत्र दे देना चाहिए। और त्यागपत्र नहीं देते हैं तो अब लगता है कि इनके ऊपर अब कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ईडी ने भी बार बार इनको नोटिस दिया। नोटिस देने के बाद भी आप देखते होंगे कि ये बिल्कुल कानून को ठेंगा दिखाते हैं, यानी अपने आप को भी कानून से बड़ा मानते हैं। और अब समझ में आ रहा है कि वो क्यों भाग रहे हैं।
Now, that was Babulal Marandi demanding resignation of the Jharkhand CM. In the meantime, Smriti Irani has also questioned the Gandhi family's silence on the Odisha IT raid, criticizing Congress for its involvement in scams. With over 200 crore in cash recovered and counting still going on, Irani contends that Congress is not about the shop of love, but rather it is engaged in the business of corruption. Listen in.
मोहब्बत की दुकान पर करप्शन का कारोबार चल रहा है। कांग्रेस के आला कमान को, गांधी खानदान को, देश को ये बतलाना होगा कि उनके एक सांसद के 10 ठिकानों से 200 करोड़ रुपए जो बरामद हुए और काउंटिंग अभी जारी है, ये कांग्रेस का नेता गांधी खानदान में किसका एटीएम था? अब तक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने चुप्पी साध रखी है। ये भी सुनने में आया अखबारों से कि पैसा इतना पड़ा था लूट का कांग्रेस के इस नेता के घर में कि काउंटिंग की मशीनें तक टूट गईं। जैसे कि मैंने कहा, मोहब्बत की दुकान पर करप्शन का जो कारोबार चल रहा है, ये कौन है जिसका एटीएम बनकर कांग्रेस का ये नेता उभरा है?
Major controversy has taken place as at least 225 crore in cash has been recovered from Congress leader's house, Congress Rajya Sabha MP. And also, we have our colleague Anup on ground, who is also updating us with the latest developments as the counting still continues in Odisha. Anup, could you please appraise us of what exactly is happening? Is it a case of IT's tax evasion, or a money laundering angle is also somehow involved here?
देखिए निकिता, इनकम टैक्स ने कर चोरी, जो इनकम टैक्स की चोरी थी उसे लेकर ये रेड डाली थी, लेकिन इतने पैसे होंगे शायद इनकम टैक्स के अधिकारियों को भी पता नहीं था, क्योंकि जिस तरह से तस्वीरें सामने है उसे देखकर ऐसा लग रहा था कि शायद ये कोई बैंक होगा, बैंक का लॉकर भी है, लॉकर हो सकता है, लेकिन बैंक के लॉकर में भी इतने पैसे नहीं रखे जाते कभी भी कैश। और उसके बाद इनकम टैक्स ने जब रेड डाली तो वो भी भौचक्के रह गए इतने पैसे देखकर। इसके बाद कहा जा रहा है कि ईडी की एंट्री होगी, ईडी की भी, क्योंकि पैसे अवैध तरीके से लाए गए हैं। कहां से पैसा आया, कैसे आया, तमाम बातों का पता लगाएगी। और धीरज साहू बहुत पहले से ही खानदानी रईस कहे जाते हैं और देशी शराब का बहुत बड़ा बिजनेस इन लोगों का है, छत्तीसगढ़ में, ओडिशा में और झारखंड में। इसके बाद अब देखिए आरोप भी लग रहे हैं कि ये पैसा अकेले धीरज साहू का नहीं हो सकता है। ये पैसे जो है कहीं ना कहीं दूसरे कांग्रेसियों के या फिर दूसरे जो मुख्यमंत्री झारखंड के उनके हो सकते हैं। ये खुद बीजेपी के जो प्रदेश अध्यक्ष है बाबूलाल मरांडी, वो ये आरोप लगा रहे हैं। आज भी ये रेड जारी रहेगी और कहा जा रहा है कि शायद ये रेड आगे और 1-2 दिन जारी रहेगी। निकिता,
so much for completely updating us with the situation. Major lots of cash has been recovered. Let's go to our next breaking. NIS has uncovered a larger conspiracy with the international connections and the involvement of foreign-based ISIS handlers in the ongoing case. The investigation has unveiled a complex network of individuals committed to propagating the extremist ideology of ISIS within India. This network took an oath of allegiance to the self-styled Khalifa of the ISIS and were found to be involved in the fabrication of improvised explosive devices. Their intentions were to carry out acts of terrorism on Indian soil. For more on this, we have our colleague Sandeep, who is reporting live on the situation. Sandeep, could you please tell us that NIA is carrying out raids, at least it has carried out raids across 41 places as of now and detained 13 in this ISIS conspiracy case. Please tell us more about it.
Yes, the National Investigating Agency is already working on the ISIS case, and in fact had earlier made multiple arrests in the past as well. Now in the same sequence, the NIA has carried a raid across 40 locations in Mumbai, Maharashtra, and in fact not only Maharashtra but also in Karnataka as well. As far as this case is concerned, the ISIS sleeper cells in fact were supposed to carry out multiple, they were doing a conspiracy in fact for blast, and they were planning a blast in the state of Maharashtra and several key locations in which NIA had made a few arrests in the past as well. And in fact in the same sequence now it is being said that multiple locations in Maharashtra including Thane, Pune, and Nashik, the raids are underway. And apart from that, as far as Thane is concerned, Padga area is somewhere the raids is underway. In fact, Shakib Nachan, his son Shamil Nachan was already under the arrest of NIA, and now it is being said that Shakib Nachan, who was also convicted in 2002 and 2003 train blast, is also being detained. Apart from that, 15 people have also been detained by National Investigating Agency. It is very much crucial to understand the conspiracy that was underway. There were plannings of recruiting youths in ISIS and also carry out multiple anti-India activities in the state of Maharashtra and across the country. So definitely it will be crucial to see how many arrests would be made in coming hours.
Sandeep, could you please tell us that what could be the reason for such a massive terror plan by ISIS at this juncture, in India, as it is a very crucial point of time for us. We have just got done with the assembly elections. The general elections are on the horizon, 2024. So, conducting raid across Maharashtra, Karnataka, one place in Karnataka. So, could you please throw some light on is it a sudden development, or this was going on for quite some time? Because such a massive raid in over 41 locations and 13 have been detained. So what is the major plan, and is it something to do with the timing at this juncture that we are in, our country is in?
See, Nikita, it is very crucial to understand this is not the first operation of NIA in the ISIS module Maharashtra case. This is the second operation that is in fact underway, and it is very important to understand the fact that before 2-3 months, in fact in the month of July, massive arrests were made. Remember the people who were caught in Pune by the Pune police, in fact in this very matter, and later they were sent to ATS custody. Remember Dr. Adnan, in fact, who was involved in the ISIS terror module. Earlier, Tabish Ali was also arrested, and there were multiple people. Shamil Nachan was also arrested. So this is these raids are in the sequence of the raids that were earlier carried. And in fact, if we go through with the previous case, Al-Sufa terror module and ISIS links with it, they were planning. They had in fact tested bomb blast in the.
Sandeep, thank you so much for this update on this latest raid by the National Investigation Agency across 41 different locations. And for now, we'll move on. Stay with us as we'll be back after a very short break with next stories. Mega cash haul by Income Tax Department in 3 states. Congress MP under agency scanner. India alliance divided over Savarkar remark. Uddhav Sena hits out at Congress.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. to this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनेंगे.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है.
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे. अब आप देखो, फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023, 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग. हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ. पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग. But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding कि we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the life.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनेंगे.
On India-Sweden space collaboration and Chandrayaan-3 success at the 75 years of Sweden-India diplomatic relations, celebrations in Delhi, Swedish astronauts said that the whole world is applauding India on the mission success and that Sweden is looking forward to the next Indian mission. Let's take a look at this report.
Let me start with the Chandrayaan-3 success, the kind of landing on Vikram and the rover. I thought that was so amazing. I was really outstanding, and I think the whole world was kind of applauding for that. And I'm very exciting, looking forward to the next Indian mission like that. And well, being an astronaut, I guess I'm mainly expecting now to see the Gaganayan flight with the Indian astronauts, an Indian rocket, an Indian capsule. So I think we have a lot of possibilities to work together. Sweden is not a big country, but it really has a very high technological competence in certain areas. And by working to India, we can kind of give that to India. We can get a lot of all the experience and everything you're doing here. So we should find more ways to work together. And I'm so happy that there will be now an Indian-Swedish Space Excellence Center of Excellence. That will help.
Stay with Republic TV as we'll be back with mega cash haul by Income Tax Department in 3 states, Congress MP under agency scanner.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways. In search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments, Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram.
It's 10 a.m. viewers, and here are the headlines. Mega face-off over Mahua expulsion. India alliance defends. BJP says probe a must. CBI begins preliminary inquiry to probe cash for query allegations against Mahua Moitra. India alliance divided over Savarkar remark. Uddhav Sena hits out at the Congress. Mega cash haul by Income Tax Department in 3 states. Congress MP under agency scandal. Prime Minister hits out at the opposition over corruption, says every single penny will have to be returned. On the floor of the House, Union Minister rejects allegations of India's involvement in any act of violence. Republic TV viewers, I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking and straight away getting you all the updates of a mega cash seizure that has been done by the IT department. In fact, the links of which have been found with the Congress MP as well, to the point that the Prime Minister in fact has also spoken about this as well. Let's listen in to several voices coming in on this big story.
मोदी जी की गारंटी है, एक भी कोई भ्रष्टाचारी को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा और ना खाएंगे ना खाने देंगे। इससे सारे लोग बिलबिलाए हुए हैं। लेकिन नोट की गड्डी तो उन्हीं लोगों के आवास पर मिल रहा है, उन्हीं लोगों के ठिकाने पर मिल रहा है। और इसीलिए हमने ये कहा कि भैया बिना विलंब किए धीरज साहू पर एफआईआर होनी चाहिए, उनकी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए और उनकी पूछताछ होनी चाहिए, ताकि जो भी इसमें से पार्टनर है, जिन जिन लोगों का पैसा है, कहां कहां से आया और कहां और उसको छुपा के रखा गया है, वो सब चीजों का पता चल सके। और इन मुद्दों को लेकर के, चूंकि मामला झारखंड से जुड़ा हुआ है और इसलिए झारखंड प्रदेश में तो पूरे प्रदेश में पार्टी इसकी आंदोलन करेगी। अभी हम सब लोग आंदोलन की रूपरेखा के लिए थोड़ा हम लोग बैठेंगे और उसके बाद तय कर देंगे, तो बाकी आप सबको पता चल जाएगी। तो इस राज्य में भी आंदोलन हो गया। राज्य के जो मुख्यमंत्री है, जो इस प्रकार के भ्रष्ट अफसरों को, दलाल को, बिचौलियों को बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं, अब तो लगता है कि इनको मुख्यमंत्री पद से त्यागपत्र दे देना चाहिए। और त्यागपत्र नहीं देते हैं तो अब लगता है कि इनके ऊपर अब कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि ईडी ने भी बार बार इनको नोटिस दिया, नोटिस देने के बाद भी आप देखते होंगे कि ये बिल्कुल कानून को ठेंगा दिखाते हैं, यानी अपने आप को भी कानून से बड़ा मानते हैं। और अब समझ में आ रहा है कि वो क्यों भाग रहे हैं।
And while the BJP, of course, has hit out against this entire cash seizure scam as well against the Congress MP, this Smriti Irani, in fact, has also spoken about this and has said that there is corruption going on in the quote-unquote Mohabbat ki dukaan. Let's take a look.
मोहब्बत की दुकान पर करप्शन का कारोबार चल रहा है। कांग्रेस के आला कमान को, गांधी खानदान को देश को ये बतलाना होगा कि उनके एक सांसद के 10 ठिकानों से 200 करोड़ रुपए जो बरामद हुए और काउंटिंग अभी जारी है, ये कांग्रेस का नेता गांधी खानदान में किसका एटीएम था? अब तक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने चुप्पी साध रखी है। ये भी सुनने में आया अखबारों से कि पैसा इतना पड़ा था लूट का कांग्रेस के इस नेता के घर में कि काउंटिंग की मशीनें तक टूट गईं। जैसे कि मैंने कहा, मोहब्बत की दुकान पर करप्शन का जो कारोबार चल रहा है, ये कौन है जिसका एटीएम बनकर कांग्रेस का ये नेता उभरा है?
कांग्रेस ने तिजोरियों में छपाई, और ये छिपाई और छपाई। मेरा सीधा सवाल किसी और से नहीं, माननीय राहुल गांधी जी और सोनिया गांधी जी है। आखिर कांग्रेस ने कहां कहां काली कमाई और कहां कहां नोट की छपाई ये कर रखी है? आज बड़ा सवाल ये खड़ा होता है कि बार बार नोटबंदी के खिलाफ और काले धन के खिलाफ राहुल गांधी जी और सोनिया गांधी जी क्यों बोलते हैं? झारखंड में कांग्रेस के सांसद धीरज साहू जी के यहाँ 200 करोड़ रुपए से ज़्यादा नकद मिले और गिनती जारी है। गिनती वाली मशीनें कम पड़ गई, गर्म हो गई, गिनने वाले अधिकारी थक गए, 3 दिन हो गए, बैग कम पड़ गए, बोरियां भी कम पड़ गई, लेकिन कांग्रेस की काली कमाई की गिनती जारी अभी भी जारी है। कांग्रेस, करप्शन, कैश, ये तीनों एक साथ चलते हैं। कांग्रेस आई, करप्शन लाई और कैश की दिखाई आप सबने देखा ही है। कांग्रेस है जहां, करप्शन है वहां। ये आज की बात नहीं मैं कर रहा, आज़ादी के बाद सबसे पहला घोटाला हुआ। मैं इसलिए याद करा रहा हूँ, पिछले दिन फ्लैग डे था और कांग्रेस की काली कमाई रक्षा घोटालों से शुरू होती है। जीप घोटाला नेहरू जी के समय, उस जमाने में करोड़ों रुपए का घोटाला, फिर बोफोर्स घोटाला राजीव गांधी जी के समय, और सोनिया जी, राहुल जी के समय तो सब रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिए। ऑगस्टा वेस्टलैंड से लेके अन्य घोटाले, अगर कांग्रेस के घोटालों की बात करें तो एक के बाद अनेक घोटालों की सूची सामने आती है। और तभी तो दर्द कांग्रेस को होता है, तभी तो नोटबंदी पर बार बार सवाल खड़े करते हैं, तभी तो ईडी और सीबीआई पर कांग्रेस सवाल खड़ा करती है। लेकिन सवाल मेरे भाई और बहनों ये है कि शराब घोटाला अगर आप छत्तीसगढ़ का देखेंगे, हज़ारों करोड़ का घोटाला है। महादेव ऐप पे हज़ारों करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला, और अब इनके ही सांसद का साथ लगते झारखंड में 200 करोड़ रुपया कैश मिल भी गया, गिनती जारी है। और राहुल जी और सोनिया जी, मेरा निवेदन ये रहेगा कि आप देश को बताएं कि ये सारे के सारे तार कांग्रेस के साथ ही क्यों जुड़ते हैं।
And cutting across to some breaking updates that we're picking up, viewers, as far as the NIA raids are concerned, we had been tracking for you how there were several locations there in Maharashtra and how the raids were being conducted in the state at least 41 locations. And now, according to the NIA sources, NIA has in fact uncovered a larger conspiracy with international connections and involvement of the foreign-based ISIS handlers in the ongoing case, and the investigation has unveiled a complex network of individuals committing to the propagating the extremist ideology of ISIS within India on Indian soil as well. In fact, this network, we've been given to understand, took an oath of allegiance to the self-styled Khalifa leader of ISIS, where in fact found to be involved with the fabrication of improvised explosive devices. Now, let me also bring in my colleague Alisha, who's reporting on this story for us. Alisha, please tell us more about what your sources have also revealed over this international conspiracy angle as well that the agency is probing now.
Well, yes, Priyanka, this is the race in connection with the case that was registered earlier this year, and the case that was first registered by Delhi police and later where the NIA has also been investigating to unveil the conspiracy of ISIS to release organization and carrying out attacks. As of now, it is 41 location that is being raided by National Investigation Agency, out of which like 1 is in Karnataka, 2 in Pune, 31 locations in Thane Rural, Thane City, and 9 locations in 1 location even in Mira Bhayandar, and so far 13 has been detained. Moreover, we know that the National Investigation Agency is conducting raid at Saqib Nachan's residence, with revealing potential links to ISIS terror module. And Saqib has been detained by the NI. Not only this, but Saqib Nachan's son, Shamil Nachan, is already under arrest in connection with the ISIS Maharashtra terror module case and presently in judicial custody. We know that there are multiple raid location is being the raids that has been conducted by the National Investigation Agency, and as I mentioned that the case was registered by Delhi Police Station of National Investigation Agency to unravel conspiracy of ISIS. But the main motive of ISIS was to lure youth via various means and radicalize them to carry out activities detrimental to Union of India. And we know that there are several information that has been coming in. What we know from our sources that NI uncovered a larger conspiracy with international connections and the involvement of foreign-based ISIS handler in the ongoing case. The investigation has unveiled a complex network of individuals committed to propagating the extremist ideology of ISIS within India. This network took an oath of allegiance to self-styled Khalifa, that is leader of the ISIS, and were found to be involved in the fabrication of improvised explosive devices. So these are the information that we have gathered from NI, and there are several locations. It's still being the searches that has been carried out by the National Investigation Agency.
Well, that's right, Alisha. You're obviously rightly pointing out the locations which are also being, raided upon by the NIA. But also speak to us about this conspiracy angle and specifically what really was the conspiracy all about. Since we are looking at an international angle and the Khalifa that is also involved, any that you're also picking up from your agency sources, and apart from that, the explosives, the devices that are being talked about here, what exactly was the conspiracy to carry out on Indian soil by these ISIS workers leaders?
Well, Priyanka, according to the NI, the main motive of ISIS was to lure youth via various means and radicalize them to carry out activities detrimental to Union of India is what the information, the basic information that we have gathered. And of course, there will be a press statement that has been released, because as the raids are underway and 13 have been detained so far, they will be taken to the NI office in Mumbai, and where they are going to be interrogated, because as of now, 41 locations where the searches, the raids have been conducted and is still ongoing. One is from Karnataka, but there are other locations, including 2 locations in Pune, 31 locations in Thane Rural, 9 locations in Thane City, and 1 location in Mira Bhayandar. As of now, as we have mentioned, that even Saqib Nachan's he has also been detained, and he will be taken to the NI office, where there are more information that we are going to gather. But what we know that Saqib Nachan, as far as Saqib Nachan is concerned, his son has already been arrested in connection with the ISIS Maharashtra terror module case, and right now he is presently in judicial custody. But here is the NI was revealing the potential link to ISIS terror module. And many of them have already been detained. But as I mentioned, that NI has uncovered a larger conspiracy with international connections and the involvement of the foreign-based ISIS handler in the ongoing case. And the investigation has unveiled a complex network of individuals committed to propagating the extremist ideology of ISIS within India.
That's right. Alisha Nair getting us those details. As viewers, we keep continuing to track for you how exactly the NIA is carrying out these raids. The visuals of this are on your screens. We will keep coming back to you, Alisha. For the moment, thank you. Time now for some news in brief. Israel's missile interception systems activated on Friday over Tel Aviv, responding to a barrage of rockets fired by Palestinian militants in the Gaza Strip. At least 3 people were killed and 15 injured when an Israeli strike hit a mosque in Khan Yunis. Officials at the Nasser hospital in Gaza Strip had confirmed. Explosions and plumes of smoke were seen billowing over the northern Gaza Strip following Israeli airstrikes on the Palestinian territory. The Israel-Hamas war entered its 3rd month on Friday. The United Nations warned that its aid operations is in tatters because no place in the besieged enclave is safe. A rocket attack on the expansive US embassy in Baghdad on Friday morning resulted in minor material damage but caused no casualties, as reported by the US and Iraqi officials. The Israeli military will continue to make sweeping arrests in the Gaza Strip to determine who is Palestinian militant, an Israeli official indicated. The Israeli military on Friday released a video showing what it says are its troops operating from the Mediterranean Sea along with the coast of the Gaza Strip. The IDF said that the Navy struck Hamas targets along the coast. Turkish President maintained his strong criticism of Israel's actions in Gaza and reiterated his call for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to be prosecuted as a war criminal at the International Court of Justice in The Hague. The United Nations Security Council convened the following Secretary General Antonio Guterres' use of Article 99 in the UN Charter, indicating an impending humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. In fact, he also emphasized the critical situation, stressing the high risk of complete breakdown in the humanitarian support system for Gaza. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken declared Thursday that it remained imperative that Israel put a premium on civilian protection. Protesters gathered in downtown Ramallah in West Bank after Friday prayers in support of the Palestinians and to demonstrate against the Israeli-Hamas war. Dozens, in fact, had protested and marched holding Palestinian flags and banners calling for an end for the Israeli offensive in Gaza and supporting the Palestinians as well. Now, viewers, addressing an event, Piyush Goyal in fact had exuded confidence about how the Indian textile market and the exports of the same will reach over $40 billion by 2030 itself. Let's take a look as to what happened in that event.
The world recognizes that there is no option but to come to India for the large demand, the large marketplace that India offers. Believe me, there is no other opportunity ever in the history of mankind comparable to the India story of today. There's never been an opportunity as big, as grand, and as attractive as 1.4 billion people desirous, aspiring for a better future for themselves, for the next generation, for their children. And we are all privileged to be a part of the nation's history today. We are all privileged that we will get an opportunity to work in this Amrit Kal and take India to greater heights and ensure that every child born in this country gets a good opportunity, an adequate quality of opportunity.
Slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of how it's a mega face-off over the Mahua expulsion. India Alliance defends, BJP says a probe is a bust. And CBI begins preliminary inquiry to probe cash for query allegations against Mahua Moitra.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनने.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story.
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in
Welcome back, viewers. Tracking for you all that's happening around the Israel-Hamas war. In fact, in the UNSC, we see that the US today, in fact, had vetoed a resolution that was trying to be passed over the immediate ceasefire in this Israel-Hamas conflict as well. In fact, reasons were stated as to how this would ignore the diplomatic efforts of the US in trying to achieve peace in the region as well. Let's take a look at this report to understand further.
Supports a durable peace in which both Israelis and Palestinians can live in peace and security. We do not support calls for an immediate ceasefire. This would only plant the seeds for the next war, because Hamas has no desire to see a durable peace, to see a two-state solution. Members of this council advocating for resolutions have an obligation to explain how their proposals will break the cycle of unceasing violence and support the steps we all agree are necessary to lay the foundation for a more peaceful and secure future so that history does not keep repeating itself. Our goal should not simply be to stop the war for today. It should be to end the war forever, break the cycle of unceasing violence, and build something stronger in Gaza and across the Middle East so that history does not keep repeating itself.
Stepping into a short break, viewers, all the details on the other side of the mega face-off over the Maua expulsion. India Alliance defense, BJP says probe is a must.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट
मैम मैं बताता हूँ जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते आप इंडिया में बनाओ पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding that we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है.
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे. अब आप देखो, फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023, 6 years. नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग. हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ. पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग. But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding that we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
It's 10:30 viewers, and here are the headlines. Rupees 225 crore and counting still on as mega IT raids continue at the Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu's residence. BJP corners Congress over mega cash haul at the premises linked to the Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu. NIA raids are underway in Maharashtra and Karnataka linked to the ISIS conspiracy case. Mega face-off over Mahua expulsion. India Alliance defense. BJP says probe is a must. US vetoes UN Security Council resolution demanding immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Straight away cutting across to some breaking updates that we're picking up, viewers. Of course, the income tax survey has continued at Dheeraj Sahu's Ranchi residence, and we had been seeing how cash worth more than over 200 crores had been recovered from several locations linked to the Congress leader as well, and the Rajya Sabha MP Dheeraj Sahu in Odisha. And we have been seeing how the BJP leaders in fact have been hitting out against the leader and the Congress party leadership as well, saying that the quote-unquote Mohabbat ki dukaan has become the corruption ki dukaan. Let's first up listen in as to what Nishikant Dubey also had to say in an exclusive conversation with your channel.
लगातार धीरज साहू के यहाँ रेड चल रही है, आईटी रेड, और पैसे का अंबार निकल के सामने आ रहा है। दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस उनको बचाने की कोशिश करते जा रही है।
ये कांग्रेस भ्रष्टाचार की गंगोत्री है, और ये आज से नहीं, 1951 कल ही आपने देखा कि 1951 में कांग्रेस के एक सांसद जो है भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में निकल चुके हैं। तो उस वहाँ से जो इतिहास चल रहा है वो बदस्तूर जारी है। और ये जो पैसा है ये ईडी को अब जांच करना चाहिए इसमें, क्योंकि ये इतनी बड़ी कैश रिकवरी है कि छत्तीसगढ़ के जो पूर्व सीएम हैं भूपेश बघेल साहब, और जो झारखंड बाबूलाल मरांडी जी का बयान मैं लगातार देख रहा हूँ, आज भी अखबारों में छपा है कि उनकी आशंका है कि जो झारखंड का जो पैसा उगाही हो रहा है उन सबों का एक सिंडिकेट है, जिसका एक छोटा सा नाम मात्र जो है ये धीरज साहू कांग्रेस का सांसद है। कांग्रेस के और भी नेताओं के यहाँ और भी उनसे जो जुड़े हुए लोगों के यहाँ यदि ये जाएगा तो आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि 2-3 हज़ार करोड़ की कैश रिकवरी जो है पकड़ा सकती है। अभी तक मेरी जानकारी के हिसाब से 310 करोड़ के आसपास जो है गिनती हो चुकी है। 10 जो कमरे हैं अभी खोले जाने बाकी हैं, ये केवल 10 कमरे में इतना मिला है। अब मुझे लगता है कि उसी एक जगह पर 600-700 करोड़ रुपया मिलेगा।
धीरज साहू के तार क्योंकि उड़ीसा में भी है, कांग्रेस ये कह रही है कि बिजनेसमैन है इसलिए उनके पास इतना कैश रिजर्व में है, तो अब उसको लेके क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि उड़ीसा में भी तार उनके फैले हुए हैं।
इतने कैश होते हैं क्या, रिजर्व होते हैं क्या? मुझे जहाँ तक भारत के कानून का समझ है शायद इतना कैश रखने का जो है उनको कोई अधिकार नहीं है। यदि कांग्रेस कहती है तो यही तो मैंने कहा, उसको ना संविधान पर विश्वास है, न पार्लियामेंट पर विश्वास है, न कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर विश्वास है, न भारत के कानून पर विश्वास है। कहा जाता है ना, लिखा न पढ़ी, जो कांग्रेस कहे वही सही, तो वही बात है। आप आने दीजिए।
ऐसे नेताओं को कौन बचा रहा है कांग्रेस में?
कांग्रेस का पूरा केंद्रीय नेतृत्व बचाता है। जितने भी केंद्रीय नेतृत्व कौन होता है? गांधी परिवार को छोड़कर कांग्रेस में कौन नेतृत्व करता है? मैंने तो उस दिन कहा पार्लियामेंट के अंदर कि एकमात्र ओबीसी जो है सीताराम केसरी, जो कि ट्रेजरर वर्षों तक रहे, वो अध्यक्ष जब बनाए गए उनको किस तरह से बेइज्जत करके कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बाहर किया, किसके इशारे पर किया? इसी गांधी परिवार के कारण किया। तो इसीलिए वही बचा रहा है।
मोदी जी की गारंटी है, एक भी कोई भ्रष्टाचारी को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, और ना खाएंगे ना खाने देंगे। इससे सारे लोग बिलबिलाए हुए हैं। लेकिन नोट की गड्डी तो उन्हीं लोगों के आवास पर मिल रहा है, उन्हीं लोगों के ठिकाने पर मिल रहा है। और इसीलिए हमने ये कहा कि भैया आप बिना विलंब किए धीरज साहू पर एफआईआर होनी चाहिए, उनकी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए और उनकी पूछताछ होनी चाहिए, ताकि जो भी इसमें से पार्टनर है, जिन जिन लोगों का पैसा है, कहां कहां से आया और कहां और उसको छुपा के रखा गया है, वो सब चीजों का पता चल सके। और इन मुद्दों को लेकर के, चूंकि मामला झारखंड से जुड़ा हुआ है और इसलिए झारखंड प्रदेश में तो पूरे प्रदेश में पार्टी इसकी आंदोलन करेगी। अभी हम सब लोग आंदोलन की रूपरेखा के लिए थोड़ा हम लोग बैठेंगे और उसके बाद तय कर देंगे, तो बाकी आप सबको पता चल जाएगी। तो इस राज्य में भी आंदोलन हो गया। राज्य के जो मुख्यमंत्री है, जो इस प्रकार के भ्रष्ट अफसरों को, दलाल को, बिचौलियों को बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं, अब तो लगता है कि इनको मुख्यमंत्री पद से त्यागपत्र दे देना चाहिए, और त्यागपत्र नहीं देते हैं तो अब लगता है कि इनके ऊपर अब कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि ईडी ने भी बार बार इनको नोटिस दिया, नोटिस देने के बाद भी आप देखते होंगे कि ये बिल्कुल कानून को ठेंगा दिखाते हैं, यानी अपने आप को भी कानून से बड़ा मानते हैं। और अब समझ में आ रहा है कि वो क्यों भाग रहे।
मोहब्बत की दुकान पर करप्शन का कारोबार चल रहा है। कांग्रेस के आला कमान को, गांधी खानदान को, देश को ये बतलाना होगा कि उनके एक सांसद के 10 ठिकानों से 200 करोड़ रुपए जो बरामद हुए, और काउंटिंग अभी जारी है, ये
लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान भूपेंद्र भाई, राज्य सरकार के मंत्री, आईएफएससीए के चेयरमैन के राजारामन जी, दुनिया के सम्मानित फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस और विभिन्न संस्थाओं के लीडर्स, देवी और सज्जनों, आप सभी का इन्फिनिटी फोरम के दूसरे एडिशन में अभिनंदन है। मुझे याद है जब दिसंबर 2021 में हम पहले इन्फिनिटी फोरम के दौरान मिले थे, तो पैंडेमिक की जगह से, उसकी वजह से दुनिया में कितनी अनसर्टेनिटी थी। हर कोई ग्लोबल इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को लेकर आशंका में था और ये चिंता आज भी खत्म नहीं हुई है। जियो पॉलिटिकल टेंशन, हाई इन्फ्लेशन और डेट लेवल्स की मुश्किलें आप सभी बहुत अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। ऐसे समय में भारत रेजिलियंस और प्रोग्रेस का एक शानदार उदाहरण बनकर उभरा है। ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण कालखंड में गिफ्ट सिटी में 21वीं सदी की आर्थिक नीतियों पर मंथन होना गुजरात का गौरव बढ़ाने वाला है। वैसे मैं आज गुजरात के लोगों को एक और बात के लिए भी बधाई दूंगा। हाल ही में गुजरात के पारंपरिक डांस गरबा को यूनेस्को ने इनटेजिबल कल्चरल हेरिटेज में शामिल किया है। ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। गुजरात की सफलता देश की सफलता है। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी ने दुनिया को दिखाया है कि जब पॉलिसी को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी जाए, जब गुड गवर्नेंस के लिए पूरी ताकत लगाई जाए, जब देश और देशवासियों का हित ही आर्थिक नीतियों का आधार हो, तो क्या नतीजे मिलते हैं। भारतीय व्यवस्था ने इस फिस्कल ईयर के पहले 6 महीनों में ही 7.7% की दर से प्रगति की है। इसी साल सितंबर में आईएमएफ ने कहा था कि 2023 में 16% ग्लोबल ग्रोथ भारत की वजह से होगी। इससे पहले जुलाई 2023 में वर्ल्ड बैंक ने कहा था कि ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस के बीच भारत और उसकी अर्थव्यवस्था से बहुत ज्यादा उम्मीदें हैं। इसी साल मार्च में ऑस्ट्रेलिया के पीएम ने कहा था कि भारत ग्लोबल साउथ को लीडरशिप देने के लिए मजबूत स्थिति में है। कुछ महीने पहले वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम ने भी कहा है कि भारत में रेट टेपिज्म कम हुआ है, निवेश का बेहतर माहौल बना है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत से उम्मीदें लगाए हुए है और ये ऐसे ही नहीं हुआ है। ये भारत की मजबूत होती अर्थव्यवस्था और पिछले 10 वर्षों में किए गए ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव रिफॉर्म्स का रिफ्लेक्शन है। इन रिफॉर्म्स ने देश के इकोनॉमिक फाउंडेशन को सशक्त किया है, महामारी के दौरान जब ज्यादातर देश सिर्फ फिस्कल और मॉनेटरी रिलीफ पर फोकस कर रहे थे, हमने लॉन्ग टर्म ग्रोथ और इकोनॉमिक कैपेसिटी के विस्तार पर फोकस किया। साथियों, हमारे सुधारों का एक महत्वपूर्ण लक्ष्य ये है कि ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी के साथ इंटीग्रेशन बढ़ाया जाए। हमने कई सेक्टर्स में एफडीआई पॉलिसी को लचीला बनाया, हमने कंप्लायंसेस बर्डन को कम किया, हमने 3 FTAs पर साइन किए और आज भी हम कई अहम कदम उठा रहे हैं। एक गिफ्ट IFSCA इंडियन फाइनेंशियल मार्केट्स को ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल मार्केट से इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए हमारे लार्जर रिफॉर्म्स का हिस्सा है। गिफ्ट सिटी की परिकल्पना एक ऐसे डायनेमिक इकोसिस्टम के रूप में की गई है जो इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंस के लैंडस्केप को रीडिफाइन करेगा। ये इनोवेशन, बेंचमार्क स्थापित करेगा। 2020 में इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज सेंटर्स अथॉरिटी की एक यूनिफाइड रेगुलेटर के तौर पर स्थापना इस यात्रा का महत्वपूर्ण लैंडमार्क है। आर्थिक उथल-पुथल के इस मुश्किल कालखंड में भी IFSCA ने 27 रेगुलेशंस और 10 से अधिक फ्रेमवर्क्स बनाए हैं। इससे इन्वेस्टमेंट के भी नए रास्ते खुले हैं। आपको ये जानकर खुशी होगी कि इन्फिनिटी फोरम के पहले एडिशन में आपने जो सुझाव दिए थे, उनके आधार पर कई इनिशिएटिव शुरू हुए हैं। जैसे अप्रैल 2022 में IFSCA ने फंड मैनेजमेंट एक्टिविटीज को गवर्न करने के लिए एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव फ्रेमवर्क नोटिफाई किया। आज IFSCA के साथ 80 फंड मैनेजमेंट संस्थाएं रजिस्टर्ड है, जिन्होंने $24 बिलियन से अधिक के फंड सेटअप किए हैं। ये 2 लीडिंग इंटरनेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी ने 2024 से गिफ्ट IFSC में अपने कोर्सेज शुरू करने के लिए अप्रूवल लिए हैं। एयरक्राफ्ट लीजिंग का फ्रेमवर्क IFSCA ने मई 22 में जारी किया था। आज IFSCA के साथ 26 इकाइयों ने ऑपरेशन शुरू कर दिए हैं। साथियों, पहले एडिशन की जोरदार सफलता आपके सुझावों पर इतना काम होने के बाद अब सवाल है कि आगे क्या? क्या गिफ्ट IFSC का दायरा इतना ही रहेगा? तो मेरा जवाब होगा नहीं। सरकार गिफ्ट IFSCA को ट्रेडिशनल फाइनेंस और वेंचर से आगे ले जाना चाहती है। हम गिफ्ट सिटी को न्यू एज ग्लोबल फाइनेंशियल एंड टेक्नोलॉजी सर्विसेज का ग्लोबल नर्व सेंटर बनाना चाहते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है गिफ्ट सिटी के प्रोडक्ट्स और सर्विसेज विश्व के सामने खड़ी चुनौतियों का समाधान करने में मदद करेंगे और इसमें आप सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। साथियों, आज विश्व के सामने खड़ी सबसे बड़ी चुनौतियों में से एक है क्लाइमेट चेंज। विश्व की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक होने के कारण भारत भी इन चिंताओं को कम नहीं आंकता है, उसको लेकर के हम सचेत भी हैं। कुछ दिन पहले ही कोप समिट में भी भारत ने नए कमिटमेंट विश्व के सामने रखे हैं। भारत और दुनिया के ग्लोबल टारगेट्स को अचीव करने के लिए हमें कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव फाइनेंस की पर्याप्त उपलब्धता सुनिश्चित करनी होगी। G20 प्रेसिडेंसी के दौरान हमारी एक प्रायोरिटी ये भी थी कि ग्लोबल ग्रोथ और स्टेबिलिटी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए सभी सस्टेनेबल फाइनेंस की जरूरत को समझ सकें। इससे ग्रीनर, रेजिलिएंट और इंक्लूसिव सोसाइटीज एंड इकोनॉमीज की दिशा में ट्रांजिशन को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। कुछ एस्टिमेट्स के अनुसार भारत को भी 2070 तक नेट जीरो टारगेट हासिल करने के लिए कम से कम $10 ट्रिलियन की जरूरत होगी। इस इन्वेस्टमेंट की एक निश्चित राशि को ग्लोबल सोर्सेज के द्वारा भी फाइनेंस करना होगा।
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम, मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना, तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो, फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023, 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, but if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding कि we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. It is amazing transformation. I want you to tell people कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनने.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we?
Welcome back, viewers. At an event, we had seen how Piyush Goyal had been addressing and exuding confidence over India's apparel exports as well, which he claimed that will reach over $40 billion by 2040 as well. Let's take a look at this report to understand how he also mentioned how the government is taking steps to go in that direction via free trade agreements and much more.
The world recognizes that there is no option but to come to India for the large demand, the large marketplace that India offers. Believe me, there is no other opportunity ever in the history of mankind comparable to the India story of today. There's never been an opportunity as big, as grand and as attractive as 1.4 billion people desirous, aspiring for a better future for themselves, for the next generation, for their children. And we are all privileged to be a part of the nation's history today. We are all privileged that we will get an opportunity to work in this Amrit Kaal and take India to greater heights and ensure that every child born in this country gets a good opportunity, an adequate quality of opportunity.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. It is amazing transformation. I want you to tell people कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनने.
लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, but if you look at how the government has promoted make in India, it's amazing that now people want make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding ki we want make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments.
A very good morning to all of you. I'm Nikita Sahai on Republic TV and you're watching the 11 a.m. bulletin with me. Let's get you the top headlines at this hour. Rupees 225 crore and counting still on as mega IT raids continue at Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu.
मोहब्बत की दुकान पर करप्शन का कारोबार चल रहा है। कांग्रेस के आला कमान को गांधी खानदान को देश को ये बतलाना होगा 200 करोड़ रुपए जो बराबर काउंटिंग अभी जारी है, ये कांग्रेस का नेता गांधी खानदान में किसका एटीएम था?
BJP corners Congress over mega cash haul at premises linked to Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu. NI raids underway in Maharashtra and Karnataka linked to ISIS conspiracy case. Mega face-off over Mahua expulsion. India Alliance defends. BJP says probe a must. US vetoes UN Security Council resolution demanding immediate ceasefire in Gaza Strip. Stoking fresh controversy, BJP's T. Raja has said that he wouldn't take oath after Akruddin Owaisi was appointed Telengana pro tem speaker. A major controversy has broken out as Akruddin Owaisi has taken oath as the new chief minister of Telengana has been elected. Revant Reddy, the MLA Owaisi took oath taken as the pro tem speaker of the Telengana Legislative Assembly in Raj Bhavan on Saturday. The oath was administered by Telengana Governor Tamilisai Soundarajan. Telengana Chief Minister Revant Reddy was also present on the occasion. Now, major controversy has erupted as many don't seem to be happy with the appointment. The pro tem speaker serves as a temporary role, officiating the assembly session until the newly elected members are sworn in and a speaker is elected. 12 MLAs have already taken oaths as ministers in the fresh cabinet in Telangana, along with new Chief Minister Revant Reddy in Hyderabad. Revant Reddy also became the first Congress Chief Minister of the youngest state in India.
तेलंगाना स्टेट ने तय किया है जो प्रोटेस्ट भी करे, क्योंकि सीनियर एमएलए से उनको छोड़कर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने मजलिस पार्टी का व्यक्ति को प्रोटेम स्पीकर का अपॉइंटमेंट करना वो विधानसभा का जो नियम है, परंपरा है, ये परंपरा के खिलाफ है यह बहुत सीनियर एमएलएस को अपमान भी है। इसलिए हम चाहते हैं जो प्रेसिडेंट स्पीकर जो मजलिस पार्टी का इलीगली अपॉइंट हुआ है, परंपरा के खिलाफ अपॉइंट हुआ है, उनका समक्ष में हमारा एमएलएस ओथ नहीं लेंगे। हम रेगुलर स्पीकर आने के बाद ओथ लेंगे, क्योंकि शासन सभा में जो आज तेलंगाना असेंबली में कांग्रेस पार्टी को ज़्यादा मेजॉरिटी नहीं है, सिर्फ 5 लोगों का मेजॉरिटी है। क्या होता है पता नहीं, इसलिए इलीगली परंपरा के खिलाफ, नियमों के खिलाफ मजलिस पार्टी को नजदीक लेने के लिए, सरकार को बचाने के लिए कांग्रेस पार्टी उनको प्रोटेम स्पीकर बनाया। आपको मालूम है, मैं आप लोगों से भी पूछना चाहता हूं, कांग्रेस पार्टी जो प्रचार किया है बीजेपी एमएम में एक ही है, अभी कौन एक ही है? इतने दिन से हम बोले तो आप लोग जनता जवाब दिया है, आज जवाब भी मिल गया। बीजेपी एमआईएम एक ऐसा बहुत गलत प्रचार किया, झूठा प्रचार किया। आज कौन एमआईएम किसके साथ है? एमआईएम टीआरएस के साथ है, एमआईएम कांग्रेस के साथ है। एमआईएम बीजेपी के साथ हम आने नहीं देंगे, ऐसी पार्टी के साथ हम कभी मिलके नहीं रहेंगे। आज फिर एक बात वास्तविकता देश के सामने, दुनिया के सामने आया है। कांग्रेस पार्टी एमआईएम पार्टी एक ही है। वो लोग एमआईएम को नजदीक लेने के लिए जो नाम्स को, असेंबली नाम्स को वायलेट करते हुए जो प्रोटेम स्पीकर अपॉइंट करके आज जो वोटिंग और स्पीकर इलेक्शन किया है, उसको हम बहिष्कार कर रहे हैं। हम अभी गवर्नर को भी जा रहे, गवर्नर को भी पूरा प्रोटेस्ट करेंगे और मेमोरेंडम भी देंगे और स्पीकर का इलेक्शन रोकने के लिए भी डिमांड करेंगे गवर्नर को।
तो सर, मगर अभी ये जो अपॉइंटमेंट तो गवर्नर की तरफ से हुआ था,
यही इसलिए गवर्नर के पास जा रहे हैं हम।
तो फिर कांग्रेस का इसमें क्या हाथ है?
जो प्रपोज करते हैं, कांग्रेस पार्टी सरकार ने प्रपोज किया है, उसी व्यक्ति को अपॉइंटमेंट करते हैं, गवर्नर का अधिकार अलग नहीं।
हाँ, वो तो है सर। अभी हमें तो इन्फॉर्मेशन है कि कांग्रेस ही किया है, तो आप इसको कैसे देखते हैं? मतलब आप
बिल्कुल, मैं ये बताए
के साथ काम किया बोल के इससे पहले बोले,
तो अभी भी आपको वास्तविकता मालूम है। टीआरएस पार्टी, कांग्रेस पार्टी, एमआईएम पार्टी तीनों एक ही है, तीनों का डीएनए एक ही है, तीनों का मिलके काम करते हैं, तीनों का आज एक ही रास्ते में चलने वाले पार्टी है। ये फिर एक बात सबूत हो गया।
थैंक यू। चलो।
Now, BJP leaders have registered their protest against the appointment of Akruddin Owaisi as the pro tem speaker of Telengana Assembly. In fact, we just heard G. Kishan Reddy of BJP say that BJP leaders are to submit a memorandum to governor over the same. BJP's T. Raja also has said that he will not take oath after Owaisi Jr. was appointed as Telangana's pro tem speaker. BJP has already very strongly objected to the same. For more on this, we have our colleague Aneri who is reporting live from ground. Aneri, could you please tell us that BJP has taken a very strong stand against the appointment of Akruddin Owaisi as the pro tem speaker of Telangana Assembly. So what are the causes, what are the reasons behind such a strong stand? As G. Kishan Reddy just said that BJP and MIM can never be together. But if we really look into it, what exactly is the complaint of the leaders, BJP leaders?
Well, what we are seeing right now is that as Akbaruddin Owaisi is being made as the pro tem speaker for the Telangana State Legislative Assembly until the time then full term speaker is being appointed, we see that Akbaruddin Owaisi had taken oath as the pro tem speaker this morning at Raj Bhavan, and later followed by which we are seeing that how Akbaruddin Owaisi, BJP has opposed to Akbaruddin Owaisi's being appointed as the pro tem speaker, and also following that we are seeing that now just some time back the BJP state President G. Kishan Reddy had very clearly stated that BJP is going to boycott the oath-taking ceremony, and they will not take oath if Akbaruddin Owaisi is the pro tem speaker, and they will only, all the BJP MLAs will only take oath after the full-term speaker is being appointed, and also they are going to give a representation to the governor over the same. They will be submitting a memorandum to the governor, and also what the BJP state leaders have been stating is that this once again shows that how MIM, Congress and BRS are one and the same, because remember how during the election campaigning also the Congress party used to come and state that BJP, BRS and MIM are one and the same, and now citing that same reason we see that Kishan Reddy has now stated that Congress, BRS and MIM are one and the same, and based on the recommendations given by the Congress party, the state government itself, the governor has now appointed Akbaruddin Owaisi as the pro tem speaker, whereas it should be the senior most MLA who should be appointed as the pro tem speaker, and that is the reason why the BJP has decided to boycott the oath taking, and they will only take oath after the full term speaker is appointed, and also at the same time we are seeing that they will be now going and giving a memorandum to the governor over the same, over the objecting of Akbaruddin Owaisi being made as the pro tem speaker.
Anjali, so what exactly are the BJP leaders expecting from the memorandum that they are going to present to the governor of Telengana, because the ceremony has already taken place? So what are the expectations of BJP leader? For more on this, we have Rachana Reddy with us. Could you please tell us now, with this stand of BJP, what are the leaders expecting? They have also said that they will also go to the governor with this MOU and will also put their complaint officially against the appointment of Owaisi Jr.
Yes, ma'am. Here, the issue is not just about the AIMIM and Akbaruddin Owaisi. It is the deliberate nexus that the Congress, BRS and the AIMIM have cultivated over the last 30 years. And the Congress has lied to the voters in Telengana and come to power, claiming that it is the BRS, BJP and very surprisingly the AIMIM that is together. Here the issue also is constitutional. Why did Revanth Reddy have to feel compelled or forced to appoint Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi as a pro tem speaker when there are several more qualified senior, and seniority is the key here, senior opposition leaders who have been elected as MLAs 8 times, 7 times and more, compared to Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi in the House as we speak, who could have been the pro tem speaker as long as a speaker is elected. But that did not happen. The BRS had several leaders who have been elected more times than Akbaruddin Owaisi. Other parties had leaders who had been elected more times and are senior to Akbaruddin Owaisi. But Revanth Reddy conveniently goes and hands over the baton of the pro tem speaker to Akbaruddin Owaisi. What exactly is cooking between them, and why? Why this minority appeasement? During the elections, they abused each other left, right and center. Who? The Congress and the AIMIM. Now, very conveniently, after the elections, without following the due process, he conveniently appoints Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi as the pro tem speaker. What is going on, and why did you have to dupe and defraud the voters and get a mandate by lying to the voters, and at the same time you are hand in glove and in alliance with the AIMIM for your appeasement vote, including continuing with the unconstitutional, irregular and illegal minority reservation. The Congress said that it will continue. So it is not just a constitutional issue. It is a statutory issue. It is an issue where the Constitution itself says that the pro tem speaker has to be the senior most leader. And here Mr. Akbaruddin Owaisi is clearly not the senior most leader and clearly not equipped to carry out the speaker election as well as take on the oath of the rest of the newly elected MLAs of the House.
Thank you so much, Rachna, for throwing light on the situation that has developed in Telangana as of now as the oath ceremony is taking place. We'll go back to our colleague Aneri for more on this. Aneri, could you please tell us that what could be the understanding, as BJP is saying, we just spoke to Rachna also, they are saying that there is a tacit understanding between Congress and MIM and not between BJP and MIM, as earlier Revanth Reddy had said the same thing. So what could be the reason for this kind of allegation? Because Congress has clearly already won and formed the government over there.
Well, definitely we have been seeing how after Congress party turned victorious here in the state of Telangana and formed the government, well, now we see that the BJP has been alleging that the Congress party is not following the due procedure, and that is the reason why they have elected Akbaruddin Owaisi as the pro tem speaker. And objecting to that, they have been stating that on the basis of the recommendation from the government, that the government has recommended Akbaruddin Owaisi as the pro tem speaker, and that is the reason why governor has appointed him as the pro tem speaker. The BJP has decided that all its 8 MLAs who have been elected in the state assembly elections will not be taking oath today at the state assembly, whereas they will be taking oath only after the full term speaker is being appointed. And also following which we see that the BJP has now levelled an allegation on the Congress party, stating that it's the BRS Congress and MIM who are one and the same, whereas remember during the election time, during the campaigning, it was the Congress party who had levelled allegations against the BJP, stating that BJP, MIM and the BRS are one and the same. So definitely the face-off between the Congress and the BJP is now continuing over this, but now this time we see that it's over the appointment of Akbaruddin Owaisi as the pro tem speaker, and that is why BJP has decided to boycott the oath taking of the MLAs at the assembly, and they will only take oath. All the 8 MLAs who have won from the Bharatiya Janata Party have decided that they will not take oath under Akbaruddin Owaisi, who is the pro tem speaker, and they will be only taking oath after the full-time speaker is being appointed. So we'll have to wait and watch, because Akbaruddin Owaisi has already taken oath as the pro tem speaker this morning at Raj Bhavan. The governor had administrated the oath to Akbaruddin Owaisi for the pro tem speaker. So now we'll have to wait and watch how it turns out to be, because BJP has also decided that they will be submitting a memorandum to the governor objecting to making Akbaruddin Owaisi as the pro tem speaker. They say that there are many more senior leaders, senior MLAs who could be made as the pro tem speaker, but then why only Akbaruddin Owaisi is what the BJP now questions.
Thank you so much, Aneri, for sharing the details of the situation that has developed in Telangana as of now. For more on this, we have with us Krishna Sagar, BJP leader from Telangana. Could you please tell us that first of all, what was the need for a pro tem speaker, and why in one go the final speaker has not been appointed? And secondly, as we also heard G. Kishan Reddy saying that there is some kind of understanding between MIM and Congress. What could it be? Because Congress has already formed its government. So could it be appeasement politics?
See, we stand vindicated of the charge that MIM, TRS and Congress were together and they were never separated. Now it establishes the fact that despite the fact the BRS has lost and gone back home, now we have MIM and Congress party getting together. Now, the second point is that the Congress party has a wafer-thin majority, and they would certainly want to have MIM as their partner for the seat support in the assembly and to be stable. So they are a natural alliance, and this is what we have been saying throughout. They try to act as if they are fighting each other, but that is not true. The third point, which is very important to understand, is that the pro tem speaker can be somebody from a very senior ranking ruling party or even an opposition party if he is that respected. But Akbaruddin Owaisi is a chronic hate monger, and he has cases against him in several police stations against in the state, and he has been very recently caught clearly warning and threatening an officer in duty during the election period. Now, Congress' choice of pro tem speaker clearly establishes the fact how low they can go to minority appeasement politics and then try to embarrass and try to insinuate our party, BJP, in the assembly while we have 8 seats this point in time. And we have taken a right decision not to take oath under this almost criminal Akbaruddin Owaisi, who doesn't deserve any respect despite the fact he has become a pro tem speaker.
Thank you so much for sharing the details in the case that has developed in Telengana as of now, with Owaisi Jr. being appointed as the pro tem speaker of the assembly. Let's move on to our next story at this hour. IT raids continue at several locations linked to Jharkhand Congress leader and Rajya Sabha MP Dheeraj Sahu in Odisha. Cash worth more than 200 crore rupees has been recovered from several locations linked to the Congress leader Dheeraj Sahu.
मोदी जी की गारंटी है, एक भी कोई भ्रष्टाचारी को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा और ना खाएंगे ना खाने देंगे। इससे सारे लोग बिलबिलाए हुए हैं। लेकिन नोट की गड्डी तो उन्हीं लोगों के आवास पर मिल रहा है, उन्हीं लोगों के ठिकाने पर मिल रहा है। और इसलिए हमने ये कहा कि भैया बिना विलंब किए धीरज साहू पर एफआईआर होनी चाहिए, उनकी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए और उनकी पूछताछ होनी चाहिए, ताकि जो भी इसमें से पार्टनर है, जिन जिन लोगों का पैसा है, कहां कहां से आया और कहां और उसको छुपा के रखा गया है, वो सब चीजों का पता चल सके। और इन मुद्दों को लेकर के, चूंकि मामला झारखंड से जुड़ा हुआ है और इसलिए झारखंड प्रदेश में तो पूरे प्रदेश में पार्टी इसकी आंदोलन करेगी। अभी हम सब लोग आंदोलन की रूपरेखा के लिए थोड़ा हम लोग बैठेंगे और उसके बाद तय कर देंगे, तो बाकी आप सबको पता चल जाएगी। तो इस राज्य में भी आंदोलन हो गया। राज्य के जो मुख्यमंत्री है, जो इस प्रकार के भ्रष्ट अफसरों को, दलाल को, बिचौलियों को बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं, अब तो लगता है कि इनको मुख्यमंत्री पद से त्यागपत्र दे देना चाहिए, और त्यागपत्र नहीं देते हैं तो अब लगता है कि इनके ऊपर अब कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि ईडी ने भी बार बार इनको नोटिस दिया, नोटिस देने के बाद भी आप देखते होंगे कि ये बिल्कुल कानून को ठेंगा दिखाते हैं, यानी अपने आप को भी कानून से बड़ा मानते हैं। और अब समझ में आ रहा है कि वो क्यों भाग रहे हैं।
कांग्रेस की करप्शन की दुकान से भ्रष्टाचार का सामान का एक और प्रमाण। दिस इज कांग्रेस गारंटी, घोटाले की गारंटी। वी जस्ट सॉ द मैनर इन विच दे हैड डन घोटाला इन राजस्थान एंड छत्तीसगढ़, फॉर विच दे वर बूटेड आउट, एंड नाउ येट अगेन one more MP of the Congress party found in corruption scandal. And if 300 crores have been recovered till now, the full counting is not over. 9 almiras full of cash. Some rooms yet have to be counted. Counting machines had broken down. 157 bags were required, and more bags will be required to collect the entire cash that has been stashed up by this person. Imagine if one MP is doing corruption worth 300 crores, 400 crores, then how much money does 52 MPs have? This means Congress is corruption ki guarantee. INC means not Indian National Congress, but I need cash. Cash for query or cash in almari. This is the methodology. And today the question is, where is Rahul Gandhi? He talks so much about imandari, naitikta, corruption, etc. Why is he quiet? He was seen in Bharat Jodo Yatra along with Dheeraj Sahu. Is this Bharat Jodo or is this corrupt ko jodo or cash ko jodo? Today, Congress party must tell us why they are so reluctant in taking a stand on Dheeraj Sahu. Why are they not taking any action on him? Is it because there is some commission or cut or some kind of stake or interest they also have in this money? Or is it because Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi are themselves accused of corruption.
कांग्रेस के राज्यसभा सांसद श्री धीरज साहू के पास अगाध अवैध संपत्ति का मिलना और कांग्रेस के नेताओं की चुप्पी, जनता जानना चाहती है कि कांग्रेस के लोग धीरज साहू की अवैध संपत्ति के साथ खड़े हैं या विरोध में खड़े हैं। और एक बात और जनता जानना चाहती है कि आदरणीय राहुल गांधी जी की मोहब्बत की दुकान के लिए ये नोट है या उस दुकान पर जो सामान बिका है उससे इकट्ठा नोट है, ये जनता जानना चाहती है। एक बात जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, चुनाव में जब कांग्रेस के प्रत्याशी जाएंगे तो जनता 300 करोड़ का हिसाब पूछेगी। चुनाव में जब कांग्रेस के नेता जाएंगे तो ये अपेक्षा करेगी जनता कि वो ये बताएं कि ये पैसे कहां से आए, और कांग्रेस के नेता तत्काल तो ये बताएं कि वो धीरज साहू जी के साथ खड़े हैं या विरोध में, और धीरज साहू के विरोध में खड़े होंगे तो कांग्रेस के नेताओं को बेनकाब करेगा।
मोहब्बत की दुकान पर करप्शन का कारोबार चल रहा है। कांग्रेस के आला कमान को, गांधी खानदान को, देश को ये बतलाना होगा कि उनके एक सांसद के 10 ठिकानों से 200 करोड़ रुपए जो बरामद हुए और काउंटिंग अभी जारी है, ये कांग्रेस का नेता गांधी खानदान में किसका एटीएम था? अब तक कांग्रेस पार्टी ने चुप्पी साध रखी है। ये भी सुनने में आया अखबारों से कि पैसा इतना पड़ा था लूट का कांग्रेस के इस नेता के घर में कि काउंटिंग की मशीनें तक टूट गईं। जैसे कि मैंने कहा, मोहब्बत की दुकान पर करप्शन का जो कारोबार चल रहा है, ये कौन है जिसका एटीएम बनकर कांग्रेस का ये नेता उभरा है?
Stay with us as we'll be back after a very short break. Mega face-off over Mahua expulsion in the alliance defense. BJP says probe a must. US vetoes UN Security Council resolution demanding immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to to $1 trillion by 2026.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 इयर्स नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, but if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding कि we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has
Rupees 225 crore and counting still on as mega IT raids continue at Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu's residence.
मोहब्बत की दुकान पर करप्शन का कारोबार चल रहा है। कांग्रेस के आला कमान को गांधी खानदान को देश को ये बतलाना होगा 200 करोड़ रुपए जो बरामद हुए और काउंटिंग अभी जारी है, ये कांग्रेस का नेता गांधी खानदान में किसका एटीएम था?
BJP corners Congress over mega cash haul at premises linked to Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu. NIA raids underway in Maharashtra and Karnataka linked to ISIS conspiracy case. Mega face-off over Mahua expulsion. India Alliance defends. BJP says probe a must. US vetoes UN Security Council resolution demanding immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. The NIA raids underway in 41 locations in Maharashtra and Karnataka linked to ISIS conspiracy case. NIA uncovered a larger conspiracy with international connections and the involvement of foreign-based ISIS handlers in the ongoing case. The investigation has also unveiled a complex network of individuals committed to propagating the extremist ideology of ISIS within India. This network took an oath of allegiance to the self-styled Khalifa of the ISIS and were also found to be involved in the fabrication of improvised explosive devices. Their intentions were to carry out acts of terrorism and violence on Indian soil. At least 13 have been detained in this case, in this raid which was carried out by NIA over 41 locations in Maharashtra and Karnataka, more so in Maharashtra and one location in Karnataka. A massive plan was exposed to create terror and violence all over India. This plot was exposed by NIA as it went on raiding on 41 different locations in Maharashtra and Karnataka linked to the ISIS conspiracy case. Earlier in July also, ISIS was planning something like this, and the NIA has been continuously keeping an eye for such ploys and plans of the ISIS. This investigation, the latest investigation, has unveiled a complex network of individuals who were committed to propagating the extremist ideology of ISIS within India. This network took an oath of allegiance, locally called Bayat, to the self-styled Khalifa, meaning leader of the ISIS, and were found to be involved in the fabrication of improvised explosive devices. The idea was to carry out such attacks all over India in different parts and spread terror on the Indian soil. We'll keep you updated with latest developments. But the probe is underway as the National Investigation Agency has carried out this raid on different locations. Moving on to our next story. At this hour, IT raids continue at several locations linked to Jharkhand Congress leader and Rajya Sabha MP Dheeraj Sahu in Odisha. Cash worth more than 200 crores has been recovered from several locations linked to the Congress leader. Protests are underway in Jammu over the corruption case.
मोदी जी की गारंटी है, एक भी कोई भ्रष्टाचारी को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा और ना खाएंगे ना खाने देंगे। इससे सारे लोग बिलबिलाए हुए हैं। लेकिन नोट की गड्डी तो उन्हीं लोगों के आवास पर मिल रहा है, उन्हीं लोगों के ठिकाने पर मिल रहा है। और इसीलिए हमने ये कहा कि भैया बिना विलंब किए धीरज साहू पर एफआईआर होनी चाहिए, उनकी गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए और उनकी पूछताछ होनी चाहिए, ताकि जो भी इसमें से पार्टनर है, जिन जिन लोगों का पैसा है, कहां कहां से आया और कहां कहां और उसको छुपा के रखा गया है, वो सब चीजों का पता चल सके। और इन मुद्दों को लेकर के, चूंकि मामला झारखंड से जुड़ा हुआ है और इसलिए झारखंड प्रदेश में तो पूरे प्रदेश में पार्टी इसकी आंदोलन करेगी। अभी हम सब लोग आंदोलन की रूपरेखा के लिए थोड़ा हम लोग बैठेंगे और उसके बाद तय कर देंगे, तो बाकी आप सबको पता चल जाएगी। तो इस राज्य में भी आंदोलन हो गया। राज्य के जो मुख्यमंत्री है, जो इस प्रकार के भ्रष्ट अफसरों को, दलाल को, बिचौलियों को बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं, अब तो लगता है कि इनको मुख्यमंत्री पद से त्यागपत्र दे देना चाहिए। और त्यागपत्र नहीं देते हैं तो अब लगता है कि इनके ऊपर अब कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ईडी ने भी बार बार इनको नोटिस दिया। नोटिस देने के बाद भी आप देखते होंगे कि ये बिल्कुल कानून को ठेंगा दिखाते हैं, यानी अपने आप को भी कानून से बड़ा मानते हैं। और अब समझ में आ रहा है कि वो क्यों भाग रहे हैं।
While the Prime Minister has said that every penny taken from the public of India will be returned after this massive exposure has taken place. For more on this, we also have our colleague Arawat, as BJP leaders have started protesting in Jammu. So Arawat, could you please tell us, the BJP is staging protests in Jammu over this major seizure of cash amounting to 300 crores as of now, as the counting is still on in parts. So could you please tell us about these protests and what are the leaders saying?
Yeah, absolutely. The Bharatiya Janata Party is protesting here in Jammu. In my vision, can show you the effigy of Dheeraj Kumar have burned some time while ago here in the Jammus. You can see here the huge gathering of BJP leaders is here. In fact, the protest is still going on at Jammu. My vision can show you with the 360-degree pan. The massive protest is going on in the Jammu after the Dheeraj Gupta's scam. The counting of the after income tax recovered money from the Dheeraj Gupta. In fact, we will try to speak with some BJP लीडर्स। आप मुझे बताइए क्या किस चीजों को लेकर आप प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं?
जी, हम देख रहे हैं कि पिछले 2-3 दिन से लगातार जो है गिनती की जा रही है कि एक अलमारियां जो है कितने 9-10 अलमारियों की गिनती हो, कितने बैग भरे जा चुके हैं, मशीनें खराब हो गई हैं, 250 करोड़ से अधिक की राशि अभी तक जो है काउंट की गई है, लेकिन और कितनी रेडें पड़ेंगी, कितनी इनकी राशि है ये अभी तक पता नहीं है। अभी तो ये एक सांसद है और इनके 52 सांसद है वहां पे, उन्होंने क्या करतूत किया ये तो अभी आगे आगे पता चलेगा। और कांग्रेस जो हमेशा से सिर्फ भ्रष्टाचार करती है, कांग्रेस मतलब कैश, कांग्रेस मतलब भ्रष्टाचार, कांग्रेस मतलब करप्शन, तो कांग्रेस सिर्फ करप्शन ही कर सकती है। उन्होंने देश को 2014 में जो देश की स्थिति थी जब कांग्रेस को सिर्फ भ्रष्टाचार और स्कैंडल्स की पार्टी कहा जाता था, और आज भी जहां जहां उनकी सरकारें हैं वो लगातार इस तरह का काम कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है। लेकिन आज ये नहीं चलेगा। वो कांग्रेस जो भारत जोड़ो की बात करती है, और मुझे लगता है कि भारत जो हमेशा से जुड़ा हुआ है, प्रधानमंत्री जी एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की बात करते हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने लोगों के गलत मैसेज देके मुझे लगता है कि जो यात्रा चलाई गई कि जितने भी हमारे भ्रष्ट सांसद हैं सब मिलकर एक यात्रा करेंगे, और आज हमारे सामने स्थिति देखने को है। शर्म आती है ऐसी भ्रष्ट पार्टी को कि देश की जनता, गरीब जनता का पैसा लूटते हुए।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा है जिन्होंने भी ऐसा कुछ करप्शन वगैरह किया है उनसे पैसे वापस लिए जाएंगे।
बिल्कुल पैसे वापस लिए जाएंगे, क्योंकि हमें विश्वास है हमारी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी की सरकार पे। लगातार प्रधानमंत्री जी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि गरीबों के हित की बात की जाए, गरीबों तक योजनाएं पहुंचाई जाए, गरीबों तक घर पहुंचाए जाए, गरीबों तक पानी पहुंचाया जाए, गरीबों तक शौचालय पहुंचाया जाए। लेकिन इनको इस चीज की चिंता ना रह के सिर्फ अपने घर बनने की चिंता है। एक मुख्यमंत्री है जो शीश महल बनाते हैं, एक मुख्यमंत्री जो कहते हैं कि मैं कभी गाड़ी नहीं लूंगा, लेकिन आज बड़े बड़े बंगलों में ऐश करते हैं। और ये लोग इनके सांसद, एक नहीं कई सांसद इनके ऐसे मिलेंगे। एक बार आप आगे आगे देखिए होता है क्या।
आपको लगता है और भी कांग्रेस के कुछ MLCs या MLAs हैं जो ऐसे करप्शन में?
बिल्कुल, ये कांग्रेस का आचरण है, ये कांग्रेस का व्यवहार है। वो लोग रह ही नहीं सकते ना, क्योंकि उनकी लीडरशिप वैसी है। ये कोई हमारी लीडरशिप नहीं है। जब प्रधानमंत्री जी अपने सांसद गणों से मिलते हैं तो उनको कहते हैं कि आप जनता की वजह से हो, आपको जनता की सेवा करनी है, लेकिन ये लोग अपने सांसदों को कहते हैं कि सिर्फ पैसा कमाना है, भ्रष्टाचार करना है, देश को लूटना है।
कांग्रेस का चीफ अगर हम बात करें राहुल गांधी जो विदेश जाके देश के खिलाफ बोलता है, अभी वो क्या कहेंगे इसके बारे में?
देखिए, ये सब चीजें आज से नहीं, हमेशा से हमारे सामने, आज का नहीं है। राहुल गांधी जी का यही चरित्र है। उन्होंने हमेशा देश के बाहर जाकर देश का जो है इमेज खराब करने की कोशिश की है, और जब ये चीज प्रूफ हमारे सामने आते हैं तो मुझे लगता है आज जनता समझती है कांग्रेस को, जनता को जवाब देना पड़ेगा। गरीब का पैसा है, खून पसीने की कमाई है, उसका जवाब कांग्रेस को देना पड़ेगा, पैसा वापस देना पड़ेगा।
Thanks very much for speaking to Republic TV. In fact, the massive protest is going on here in Jammu's press club. You can see here how the BJP leaders are here and they are protesting against. आप मुझे बताइए आपका प्रोटेस्ट किन चीजों को लेकर?
देखिए, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो देश का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने एक ही नारा दिया है कि ना खाएंगे ना खाने देंगे। और कांग्रेस का अगर आप परिप्रेक्ष्य देखिए तो कांग्रेस के हर एक व्यक्ति जो है कहीं ना कहीं इसमें लिप्त माना गया है, और लिप्त और प्रूफ्स आते हैं। ईडी का सबसे बड़ा छापा आपने देखा कि सबसे बड़ा छापा जो है बड़ा है, और मुझे लगता है हिस्ट्री गिनीज बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड में लिखा जाएगा कि मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट ऑफ कांग्रेस पार्टी, राज्यसभा मेंबर, बिकॉज ही इज बीन नॉमिनेटेड अगेन एंड अगेन अगेन एंड अगेन। ये ऐसा क्या रीजन है कि ऐसा तंत्र चलाने वाले करप्ट लोगों को बार बार आपकी राज्यसभा में भेजा जाता है? और कहीं ना कहीं ये दर्शाता है कि कांग्रेस ऊपर से लेकर नीचे तक लिप्त है, लोगों के हितों के बारे में इसको कोई चिंता नहीं है। अगर कोई सोचने वाला व्यक्ति है, अगर कोई चीज संचय से जो जमीनी स्तर पर लागू कराने वाली कोई चीज है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा है न खाएंगे न खाने देंगे, और ऐसे लोगों को जेल के पीछे भेजेंगे।
आपको लगता है और भी इसमें कांग्रेस के MLCs वगैरह होंगे जो ऐसे करप्शन में इन्वॉल्व हो?
बिल्कुल, आपने देखा अभी सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी का हेडल केस जो आया, उसके अंदर क्या था कि वो पूरा का पूरा उनकी संपत्ति जो है वो कर गई, ईडी ने जो है उसको कर दिया है। ये मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं पूरे कांग्रेस पार्टी, उनका जो DNA है, ये वो कांग्रेस नहीं है पुरानी कांग्रेस, ये नई डेवलप कांग्रेस है जो करप्शन से भरी हुई कांग्रेस है, जिसके DNA में कहीं ना कहीं करप्शन है, इनके नेता भी ऐसे करप्ट है और आने वाले समय में आप देखेंगे, क्योंकि हड़बड़ाहट है, लोगों का इनको सहयोग मिल नहीं रहा। आपने देखा 5 राज्यों में से 3 राज्यों में बड़ी बहुमत से जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी उभर के आई है। 2024 के इलेक्शंस के अंदर बहुत आएगा, तो मनी ट्रेलरिंग का ये चक्कर है। कहीं ना कहीं आप देखेंगे आने वाले समय के अंदर और भी ऐसे लोग, कांग्रेस के लोग जो है निकल के बाहर आएंगे।
आपको क्या लगता है किन चीजों के लिए इन्होंने इतना पैसा जो है इकट्ठा किया था? और
मुझे लगता है कि देखिए, वो राज्यसभा आपने जब इसका मुआयना किया या हम लोग जब सुन रहे हैं मीडिया के सोर्सेज है, ये व्यक्ति ऐसा व्यक्ति है जो अपनी क्षेत्र से लड़ा लेकिन हारा। लोगों ने तो इसको निकाल दिया, लेकिन कांग्रेस ने इसको अपने साथ जोड़ के रखा। क्या कारण है? पूछना चाहिए कि ऐसा व्यक्ति जो बार बार हारा, क्या कारण है कि वो पैसों के जोर पर तो है राज्यसभा पहुंचता था।
थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर स्पीकिंग टू अस। विल कंटिन्यू मोर ऑन दिस स्टोरी आफ्टर द ब्रेक।
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनने.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी वोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, बट इफ यू लुक एट हाउ द गवर्नमेंट हैज प्रमोटेड मेक इन इंडिया, इट्स अमेजिंग दैट नाउ पीपल वांट मेक इन इंडिया। इमेजिन that people actually are demanding ki we want make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
Of the total 44 locations being raided by the NIA since this morning, the agency's sleuths have reached one place in Karnataka, 2 in Pune, 31 in Thane rural, 9 in Thane city and 1 in Bhayandar. Akbaruddin Owaisi took oath as pro tem speaker of the Telengana Legislative Assembly in Raj Bhavan on Saturday morning. Delhi air quality returns back to very poor category after falling in poor range for several days, as the AQI in the national capital stood at 316 as per Central Pollution Control Board. Stay with us as we'll be back after a very short break with NIA raids linked to ISIS case underway in Karnataka and Maharashtra. Mega face-off over Mawa expulsion in the alliance defense. BJP says probe a must.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments, Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and
on India-Sweden space collaboration and Chandrayaan-3 success at the 75 years of Sweden-India diplomatic relations celebrations in Delhi, Swedish astronauts said that the whole world is applauding India on the mission success and that Sweden is looking forward to the next Indian mission.
Let me start with the Chandrayaan-3 success, the kind of landing on Vikram and the rover. I thought that was so amazing. I was really outstanding, and I think the whole world was kind of applauding for that. And I'm very excited, looking forward to the next Indian mission like that. And well, being an astronaut, I guess I'm mainly expecting now to see the Gaganyaan flight with the Indian astronauts, an Indian rocket, an Indian capsule. So I think we have a lot of possibilities to work together. Sweden is not a big country, but it really has a very high technological competence in certain areas. And by working to India, we can kind of give that to India. We can get a lot of all the experience and everything you're doing here. So we should find more ways to work together. And I'm so happy that it will be now an Indian-Swedish Space Excellence Center of Excellence. That will help.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. It is amazing transformation. I want you to tell people कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी?
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है, छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है। आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर हैं, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की। अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी। अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा, अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा। पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनने।
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just if you look.
Day 4 of the operations on premises linked to Congress parliamentarian in Jharkhand and Orissa. 225 crore rupees cash counted so far. Protests erupt over Congress-linked corruption case. BJP workers demonstrate across India. NIA raids underway at 41 locations in Karnataka and Maharashtra in connection with ISIS net. BJP objects to Akbaruddin Owaisi appointed as pro tem speaker, will submit memorandum to governor. BJP sends observers to Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Chief Minister to be picked soon. US vetoes UN Security Council resolution demanding immediate ceasefire in Gaza Strip. Started this edition with some breaking news now coming in as the National Investigation Agency begins investigation on the petrol bomb bomb attack at Raj Bhavan case, a history sheeter, Karuka Vinod, hurled petrol bombs at the governor's residence in October, who was immediately arrested by the Tamil Nadu police. Later, the case was handed over to the National Investigation Agency a few weeks ago. Have now begun the investigation. What you see right now on your screens, these are the latest images coming in from Chennai, where the investigation has begun. The NIA team has reached Chennai, and the probe with regards to the Raj Bhavan case has started. Remember, the Tamil Nadu police was initially investigating this entire matter. They had also shortlisted a few suspects with this particular case. As of now, what we are being told is that the National Investigation Team from the national capital has reached Chennai along with the local unit which is carrying out this investigation. Important to point out is the fact that questions were essentially asked about whether at all there was any local group that was behind the attack that actually took place outside the Raj Bhavan. What you see right now, this is the recce that is being done by the National Investigation Team. We'll try and go across to my colleague Varshini in a short while from now, getting us the latest details. Varshini is joining us live right now, getting us the latest details. Varshini, first, with regards to the case that was first being probed by the Tamil Nadu police, which is now being handed over to the National Investigation Agency, what is it that the Tamil Nadu police found out during their investigation?
Well, if you know, Shravan, this happened in the month of October when one single person ran towards the Raj Bhavan's entrance gate and he hurled petrol bombs at the governor's residence. And the Tamil Nadu police stated that he was immediately arrested, and he was a history sheeter who was, already serving prison time because he hurled petrol bombs at the Bharatiya Janata Party's head.
We'll try and reconnect with Varshini once again just to get you the latest details, but just a quick recap of what we know so far with regards to the National Investigation Agency now stepping in with regards to this probe. As Varshini was also pointing out, that this was an isolated case. There was a suspicion whether at all this was a lone wolf attack and whether at all the person concerned was linked to any terrorist group. The matter was being first investigated by the Tamil Nadu police and has now been handed over to the National Investigation Agency. We'll try and see if we can go back to Varshini in a short while from now and perhaps get you the latest details with regards to this petrol bomb attack that took place. Questions were also asked at that point in time by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Remember, they've largely focused on the fact that multiple attacks have actually taken place in the state of Tamil Nadu, also with regards to what happened in Coimbatore. Let me just quickly go back to my colleague Varshini getting us the latest details. Varshini, you were pointing out about the investigation that was carried out by the Tamil Nadu police. There was a suspicion that this could be a lone wolf attack. What is it that they have found so far? Whether at all there has been any association with any particular terror group?
Well, Shravan, if you see, when the Tamil Nadu police was investigating this case, they in fact showed evidences of the CCTV footages of this particular person, Karuka Vinod, who is a history sheeter, walking from the entire Anna Salai road, reaching the governor's residence and hurling the petrol bombs in front of the Raj Bhavan. And they also said that it was a lone wolf attack because he did not even have a mobile phone or he did not make any calls to anybody, is what the Tamil Nadu police essentially stated. But the governor's residence, the Raj Bhavan, did want a fair investigation. They wanted NIA to investigate this matter, and that's why this case was handed over to the National Investigation Agency a few weeks ago. And today early in the morning, the NIA officials arrived at the Raj Bhavan and they in fact started their investigation today. The Tamil Nadu police in fact submitted all the records, all the evidences and all the documents that they had gathered in this case so far to the National Investigation Agency, and that is why today's investigation has begun. And Karuka Vinod, as we know, is already is in the jail after being arrested by the Tamil Nadu police. But what we are given to understand now is that if at all the NIA is going to prove that Karuka Vinod was the only person involved in this, then he might be charge sheeted and he might be taken into under their custody, as well as what we are also expecting to happen in the next. But for the next few days, investigation is going to be continuing to happen at the Tamil Nadu Raj Bhavan, and the NIA is also expected to conduct few inquiries with the Raj Bhavan personnel and the police who are at the security deployed right in front of the Raj Bhavan's main entrance. Therefore, after today's investigation, it is very evident that though there are a lot of risk involved and terror involved in this case, but for now we do not have a very confirmed establishment between Karuka Vinod and any terror group. But the later days when the investigation is continuing, we'll get to know whether there is any connection between Karuka Vinod. But as of now, we know that it was a lone wolf attack according to the Tamil Nadu police. And what else we have to note about this is because Tamil Nadu police stated that during their interrogation with Karuka Vinod, he in fact stated that he did this wanting to abolish NEET, and he wanted his children and other children to have a fair chance at medical education. Therefore, these kind of things were revealed from the Tamil Nadu police. We'll have to wait and watch what the NIA is able to find out from their investigation to have more accurate details about this, Shravan.
Well, thank you very much, Varshini, for getting us the latest details, as the National Investigation Team is currently in Chennai carrying out the probe, looking at whether at all there is any role of terror group behind the attack that took place outside Raj Bhavan in the month of October. Shifting focus now to the other big story that we are tracking through the day. In fact, these are major raids that have been carried out by the National Investigation Agency, but focusing in the state of Maharashtra as well as Karnataka. As we speak, the National Investigation is carrying out raids in a total of 44 locations. Earlier we were told it's 41, which has now gone up to 44 locations in Maharashtra and Karnataka that have been linked to the ISIS conspiracies case. On your screens, these are the latest images now coming in, sent by our reporters in Maharashtra, where large number of places are now being raided by the National Investigation Agency. In fact, the NIA has uncovered a larger conspiracy with international connections and the involvement of foreign-based ISIS handlers in the ongoing case. The investigation, in fact, has unveiled a complex network of individuals committed to propagating and the extremist ideology of ISIS within India. Now, this network took an oath of allegiance to the self-styled Khalifa leader of the ISIS and were found to be involved in the fabrication of IEDs. Their intentions were essentially to carry out acts of terrorism on Indian soil. On your screens right now, these are images coming in from Maharashtra, particularly in Bhiwandi as well as in Pune. These are the two places where the focus is right now. Our reporters are on the ground. Sandeep is joining us from Thane, where the searches are being carried out in Bhiwandi, where on your screens, these are the latest images now coming in. Also, the other place where these searches are being carried out is in Karnataka. We're given to understand that it is in Bengaluru where the searches are being carried out. Akhil is going to join us from the NIA headquarters here in the national capital. First to you, Sandeep, where the major focus, the fulcrum of this entire investigation lies right now. Sandeep, give us a sense of the 13 people who have been detained so far. What are the connections that they are essentially looking at? And more importantly, were they actually planning to carry out any attacks in the country?
Shravan, to be very specific, I would like to show you the visuals first. At this point of time, I'm right out here at the Padga, wherein the raids are underway. You see massive security has been in fact deployed, and the NIA team is here. This is a very densely populated area, and in fact, the raids are underway at the locations where Shakib Nachan, remember Shakib Nachan's son, Shamil Nachan, is already under the custody of National Investigating Agency, and at this point of time, Shakib Nachan custody has been taken by NIA. Now, who is Shakib Nachan? Shakib Nachan was in fact convicted in the train blast in 2002 and 2003, and in fact, remember the ISIS Maharashtra module. Remember, we had also been to the locations in Pune in the Maharashtra module case. In that very at that very point of time, remember how the stories unfolded when Zulfikar Ali Barodawala and Yunus Saki, these are the accused who are planning some major blast like 26/11 in the state of Maharashtra, and in fact in the same sequence these are the people who were involved. As far as Shamil Nachan is concerned, Shravan, Shamil Nachan was the person who had assembled the explosives, and he took those chemicals and the material required for to make IEDs from this very Padga area to Pune's Kondwa, and then the blasts were in fact what we called as bomb blast test was in fact done in the forest of Pune. That is what happened. Now, as far as these detentions are concerned, Shravan, it is important to be noted that they were planning to recruit people in ISIS to spread the ideology of ISIS, and in fact what we are getting the information as far as the raids are concerned, it is being said that many of the terrorists or the suspect had started doing relations or getting into matrimonial relations with each other and spread the ideology of ISIS. That is what we've been told, that they were in fact getting married to the people who were involved in spreading the ideology of ISIS. That is what being told. But at this point of time, it is important to notice that at this point of time, the raids are underway at multiple locations. 15 people, that is the updated number, 15 people, including Shakib Nachan, who was convicted in 2002 and 2003 blasts, whose son is already in the custody of NIA. Including him, the 15 people have been in fact detained by NIA, and most probably these people will be arrested, and it will be the remand copy if they will be in fact produced in the court as well. So the remand copy will in fact definitely shed some more light onto the investigation that is underway.
I'll just request you to stay on with us, Sandeep, as we're getting at those live visuals. Republic, the only network currently at the very spot where the National Investigation Agency is carrying out those searches. Let me also bring in my colleague Prajwal, who's joining us right now from Belgavi. Prajwal, walk us through the details that you're picking up with regards to the searches that are being carried out in Karnataka. What exactly are the links with those who have been detained in Maharashtra?
Shravan, as of now, we are going ahead and getting information that a person by the name of Ali Abbas is a close aide of Shakib Nachan as well, and he is mainly considered with financing Shakib Nachan for the terror plots, is what sources within the NIA are stating. Apart from which, it is also now being learnt that he was a data scientist too, and he was also mainly tasked with going ahead and collecting money mainly from the Middle East and then transferring it to Nachan as well as his associates from ISIS sympathizers as well, and he is said to be someone who is a link between the handlers to the ISIS operatives or to the accused suspects who have already been arrested in Mumbai. Apart from which, we are also getting to learn that he had settled here in Bengaluru in 2018, and he also runs an Urdu school in Bengaluru. Apart from which, he is also a data scientist, and his wife also works as a doctor too, and he settled here in 2018 in an apartment in Fraser Town, after which in the raids which the National Investigation Agency has conducted today, it is being learned that 16 lakh rupees in cash has also been seized. There is also several electric gadgets in the form of hard drives, form of laptops, as well as mobile phones too, which has been seized by the NIA sleuths, and they are going through all of this, and they're also looking into these bank transactions, online bank transactions, mainly international, mainly foreign, which they are stating at this point of time is in the purview of the NIA, and they have already detained him and have taken him into custody.
Prajwal, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let me bring in my colleague Akhil, who's joining us from the headquarters here in the national capital. Akhil, as I understand, this case was registered here in the national capital looking at the ISIS module. It does appear that the focus largely is on what's really happening in Pune, because where the arrests were also made earlier this year. What are you picking up from the headquarters here in terms of the modus operandi first, and secondly, with regards to the overall pan-India connections that are emerging?
From our sources that two states in Maharashtra and in Karnataka, the raids are going on at different locations. There are 44 different locations on which the raids are continuously going on. Right now, we are just standing outside the NIA headquarters, and what we have been told by the sources that in Maharashtra only there are 43 locations where the raids are going on right now, and those raids are 9 raids are basically taking place at Thane rural, and 31 raids are basically taking place at Thane city. And apart from that, what we know so far that at Bhayandar there is also one raid is going on in Bhayandar. There are 2 places where raids are going on in Pune, and apart from that in Karnataka also at one place the raid is right now going on. But the larger question is what we know so far, that 15 people have been detained so far by the NIA. So the larger perspective in this, that the ISIS recruiters have been trying to just radicalize the youths and to lure them into the nefarious activities to carry out attacks on Indian soil. So that have been their major modus operandi. So what we know so far, that the NIA team will share the more details once the raids will be completed so far. But out of all those 15 detained individuals, what we know so far, that Ali Abbas has played a significant connection with Salim, who is from Mumbai. So Ali Abbas and Salim has got a good relation between both of them, and through which they have been trying to lure youths and radicalize youth into such kind of nefarious activities, Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Akhil, Prajwal, as well as Sandeep, for getting us the latest details. Trust you to keep us ahead on the story which is developing. Hoping to get more information coming in from here in the national capital, from the headquarters, as the investigation progresses. Slipping to a short break. On the other side, news and updates continue. Getting you that big story coming in as protests are taking place in various cities. This is in connection to the 225 crore rupees and counting, as the mega income tax raid continues at Congress parliamentarian Dheeraj Sahu's residence.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है.
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम, मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना, तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे. अब आप देखो, फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023, 6 years. नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग. हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ. पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग. But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding that we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments, Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 इयर्स नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, but if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding कि we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे। इट इज़ अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन। आई वॉन्ट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी।
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है, छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है। आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की। अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी। अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा, अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा। पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनेंगे।
We are now contributing about 5.
Day 4th year operations on premises linked to Congress parliamentarian in Jharkhand and Orissa. 225 crore rupees cash counted so far. Protests erupt over Congress-linked corruption case. BJP workers demonstrate across India. NI raids underway at 41 locations in Karnataka and Maharashtra in connection with ISIS network. BJP objects to Akbaruddin Owaisi appointed as pro tem speaker. Will submit memorandum to governor. BJP sends observers to Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Chief Minister to be picked up soon. US vetoes UN Security Council resolution demanding immediate ceasefire in Gaza Strip. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. This is linked to the raids that were carried out by the Income Tax Department. On your screens, the images now coming in of the protests that are taking place in several cities that are being carried out by BJP workers. In fact, the protest that has erupted across India is over the Congress-linked corruption case. This comes after the Income Tax Department found over 225 crore rupees cash in premises that have been linked to Congress MP. Protests are underway in Lucknow, Jammu and Ranchi. Starting on Wednesday is when the Income Tax Department began the searches in 3 states. The focus was primarily in the state of Odisha as well as in the state of Jharkhand and West Bengal. It is in connection with the distillery where they've essentially come across a case of tax evasion. Remember, at least 9 almirahs were seized by the Income Tax Department. Counting actually began on Thursday. We're given to understand till about late last evening, the Income Tax Department was still carrying on with the counting. So far, it has already crossed 225 crore rupees. The reason why the Bharatiya Janata Party has now stepped in, rather you've had multiple press conferences being conducted here in the national capital. In fact, the Prime Minister has also taken on the Congress party, saying that each penny will be returned. Remember, they're referring to the large-scale corruption allegedly indulged by Congress parliamentarian Dheeraj Sahu. Premises that have been linked to the parliamentarian were searched by the Income Tax Department. At least on 2 days subsequently, there were searches that were carried out, resulting in the seizure that was made. On your screens now, these are protests taking place in 3 cities, Jammu, Jaipur and Lucknow, where the protests are being carried out.
गोपाल जी, कितना पैसा मानते हैं आप, क्योंकि अशोक गहलोत के इर्द गिर्द रहने वाले अधिकारियों की एसीबी भी जांच करना चाहती है?
ऐसा है कि एक अधिकारी के यहाँ करोड़ों मिल रहा है सरकारी ऑफिस में, तो जोड़ लीजिए क्या स्थिति बनने वाली है।
आप भी मांग करेंगे कि राजस्थान में जो अशोक गहलोत की सरकार के इर्द गिर्द वाले अधिकारी और आसपास के जुड़े लोग थे, उनकी जांच होनी चाहिए?
देखिए, माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कहा है पाई पाई का हिसाब लिया जाएगा, और पाई पाई का हिसाब लिया जाएगा और इनको जेल में बैठाया जाएगा। तो करते रहेंगे हिसाब किताब होगा। बीजेपी के विधायक और कार्यकर्ता कह रहे हैं कि प्रोटेस्ट जो है ये कांग्रेस के उन लोगों के खिलाफ है जो कह रहे थे कि किस तरीके से लगातार भ्रष्टाचार का जो नाम ले रही थी कांग्रेस की, भ्रष्टाचार जो है बीजेपी राज में होता है, ये सारी चीजें होती हैं, लेकिन उनके घरों से, उनके ठिकानों से करोड़ों रुपए मिल रहे हैं और ये पहली बार हो रहा है। आप यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं कि बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो है वो लगातार प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। जर्नलिस्ट महेश के साथ अमरदीप शर्मा, रिपब्लिक टीवी।
These are images now coming in from Jaipur, 2 other cities where the protests are still taking place. On your screens, Lucknow, where the searches were being carried out. BJP, in fact, is now demanding that a thorough probe should be carried out, and they're also looking at whether at all there have been any money laundering angle or not. Let's listen in to some of the reactions that are coming in.
देखिए, हमारा मकसद है देश की विकास और देश की प्रगति प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में। प्रधानमंत्री जी की आंखें सीधे जैसे मछली के प्रति बाण और तीर लेकर हमारे योद्धा लगे थे, वैसे ही प्रधानमंत्री की आंखें उसी लक्ष्य पे है कि भारत को विकास कराने की, और उसमें आप हम एक एक भारतीय केवल एक व्यक्ति के साथ हैं और उनका नाम है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Well, in fact, senior BJP leaders have been saying that one of the main objective of these raids is essentially to free India from corruption. They believe that the Congress party has largely been responsible for the corruption that has taken place, referring to multiple cases that have been registered against Congress leaders and several other opposition members who are under the radar of the central agencies. In fact, the Prime Minister has backed the central agencies, simply saying that the central agencies are doing their job. In fact, he says that every penny will be returned. Money that has been stolen from the public. Now, remember, the BJP has trained its gun towards the Congress party. The recent incident taking place in the state of Orissa, where we are now given to understand a Congress parliamentarian has come under the scanner. Backing the Congress parliamentarian is MLAs from Jharkhand, who say that large part of the money that was recovered was essentially money that was used for the development of the people of Jharkhand. But the fact of the matter is this, that the central agency here is essentially looking at whether at all this is a matter of tax evasion or not. And if at all it turns out that they can actually prove the fact that there has been tax evasion and there is an aspect of money laundering, that there is a high possibility that other central agencies would also step in. You would have the Enforcement Directorate 2 coming in. We're getting in some more reactions. Let's play them out.
लगातार धीरज साहू के यहाँ रेट चल रही है, आईटी रेट, और पैसे का अंबार निकल के सामने आ रहा है। दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस उनको बचाने की कोशिश करते जा रही है।
ये कांग्रेस भ्रष्टाचार की गंगोत्री है और ये आज से नहीं, 1951 कल ही आपने देखा कि 1951 में कांग्रेस के एक सांसद जो है भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप में निकल चुके हैं। तो उस वहाँ से जो इतिहास चल रहा है वो बदस्तूर जारी है। और ये जो पैसा है ये ईडी को अब जांच करना चाहिए इसमें, क्योंकि इतनी बड़ी कैश रिकवरी है कि छत्तीसगढ़ के जो पूर्व सीएम हैं भूपेश बघेल साहब और जो झारखंड बाबूलाल मरांडी जी का बयान मैं लगातार देख रहा हूँ, आज भी अखबारों में छपा है कि उनकी आशंका है कि जो झारखंड का जो पैसा उगाही हो रहा है उन सबों का एक सिंडिकेट है, जिसका एक छोटा सा नाम मात्र जो है ये धीरज साहू कांग्रेस का सांसद है। कांग्रेस के और भी नेताओं के यहाँ और भी उनसे जो जुड़े हुए लोगों के यहाँ यदि ये जाएगा तो आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि 2-3 हज़ार करोड़ की कैश रिकवरी जो है पकड़ा सकती है। अभी तक मेरी जानकारी के हिसाब से 310 करोड़ के आसपास जो है गिनती हो चुकी है। 10 जो कमरे हैं अभी खोले जाने बाकी हैं, ये केवल 10 कमरे में इतना मिला है। अब मुझे लगता है कि उसी एक जगह पर 600-700 करोड़ रुपया मिलेगा।
धीरज साहू की तार क्योंकि उड़ीसा में भी है, कांग्रेस ये कह रही है कि बिजनेसमैन है इसलिए उनके पास इतना कैश रिजर्व में है, तो अब उसको लेके क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि उड़ीसा में भी तार उनके फैले हुए हैं।
इतने कैश होते हैं क्या, रिजर्व होते हैं क्या? मुझे जहाँ तक भारत के कानून का समझ है शायद इतना कैश रखने का जो है उनको कोई अधिकार नहीं है। यदि कांग्रेस कहती है तो यही तो मैंने कहा, उसको ना संविधान पर विश्वास है, न पार्लियामेंट पर विश्वास है, न कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर विश्वास है, न भारत के कानून पर विश्वास है। कहा जाता है ना, लिखा न पढ़ी, जो कांग्रेस कहे वही सही, तो वही बात है। आप आने दीजिए।
ऐसे नेताओं को कौन बचा रहा है कांग्रेस में?
कांग्रेस का पूरा केंद्रीय नेतृत्व बचाता है। जितने भी केंद्रीय नेतृत्व कौन होता है? गांधी परिवार को छोड़कर कांग्रेस में कौन नेतृत्व करता है? मैंने तो उस दिन कहा पार्लियामेंट के अंदर कि एकमात्र ओबीसी जो है सीताराम केसरी, जो कि ट्रेजरर वर्षों तक रहे, वो अध्यक्ष जब बनाए गए उनको किस तरह से बेइज्जत करके कांग्रेस पार्टी ने बाहर किया, किसके इशारे पर किया? इसी गांधी परिवार के कारण किया। तो इसीलिए वही बचा रहा है।
मोदी जी की गारंटी है, एक भी कोई भ्रष्टाचारी को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा और ना खाएंगे ना खाने देंगे, इससे सारे लोग बिलबिलाए हुए हैं। लेकिन नोट की गड्डी तो उन्हीं लोगों के आवास पर मिल रहा है, उन्हीं लोगों के ठिकाने पर मिल रहा है। और इसीलिए हमने ये कहा कि भैया बिना विलंब किए
मुक्त भारत बनाना हो या फिर आयुष्मान भारत के कार्ड बनने हो, या जो आपने कहा है कि विकसित भारत 2047 तक बनाएंगे, तो आज देश के लोग माई भारत प्लेटफॉर्म पर भी जुड़ रहे हैं। जो myBharat.gov.in इस पर ऑनलाइन रजिस्टर कर रहे हैं, स्वयं सेवक बन रहे हैं। नेतृत्व की क्षमता के उसको बढ़ाने का काम उसके माध्यम से किया जा रहा है। और आपने जो संकल्प दिलाया है वो संकल्प सब लोग ले रहे हैं विकसित भारत बनाने का। आपने पिछले 9 वर्षों में भारत को 10वें नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था से दुनिया की 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना दिया है, जिसके लिए हम आपके आभारी हैं। अब आपने कहा कि अगले 5 वर्षों में तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनेंगे, उसके लिए हम सब अपना योगदान देने के लिए तैयार हैं। आपने 10 लाख लोगों को सरकारी क्षेत्र में रोजगार देने की बात कही थी, हम आपके आभारी हैं। 8 लाख से ज्यादा लोगों को आपने रोजगार दे दिया है और अगले 3 महीनों में 10 लाख का ये आंकड़ा भी पूरा हो जाएगा। आपका बहुत बहुत आभार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। इसी तरह से ही किसानों को दुनिया में बढ़ते दामों के बावजूद सस्ती खाद, सस्ता बीज और पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि के माध्यम से 2,80,000 करोड़ रुपया अब तक आप सीधा उनके खातों में 6,000 रुपया प्रति वर्ष 11 करोड़ किसानों को दे चुके हैं। इसी तरह से ही हमारी उज्ज्वला योजना के लाभार्थियों को मात्र 603 रुपए में अब रसोई गैस का सिलेंडर मिलता है। इसके लिए भी हम आपके आभारी हैं। माननीय मोदी जी, ये मोदी की गारंटी की गाड़ी अब देश की 2,69,000 पंचायतों में और 4100 अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज में, जो हमारी शहरी निकाय हैं, उनमें भी जाएगी। करोड़ों लोग इससे जागरूक हो पाएंगे, आपकी योजनाओं का लाभ ले पाएंगे और आपने जो संकल्प दिलाया है कि विकसित भारत बनाने के लिए हर भारतीय को अपना योगदान देना है, आज मैं कह सकता हूं विकसित भारत के संकल्प के लिए ये महाअभियान जो आपने छोड़ा है, ये जन भागीदारी से जन आंदोलन बन जाएगा और 2047 से पहले ही हम विकसित भारत का निर्माण करेंगे। मैं ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगा, इतना ही कहूंगा, आज दुनिया में पिछले कई वर्षों में लगातार सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता के रूप में आप ही चुने जा रहे हैं। यह आपकी लोकप्रियता इसलिए है कि 2001 से लेकर 2023 तक आपने एक दिन की भी छुट्टी नहीं ली। आपने अपना पल पल देश के लिए जिया है, समर्पित किया है और यही आपका समर्पण भाव आज हर भारतीय को प्रेरित करता है कि वो भी विकसित भारत का एक एम्बेसडर बने। तो आइए सब लोग विकसित भारत का एम्बेसडर भी बने, अपना योगदान दें और एक बार फिर हम विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा के माध्यम से केंद्र की योजनाओं को जन जन तक पहुंचाएंगे। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आप जुड़े, मैं देशवासियों की ओर से, परिवारजनों की ओर से आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन करता हूं और एक बार फिर आपका धन्यवाद करता हूं। जय भारत, जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री महोदय। विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा के दौरान लाखों की संख्या में लाभार्थियों ने अपनी भावनाएं प्रकट की। सरकारी योजनाओं के कारण अपने जीवन में हुए बदलाव के बारे में बताया है। आइए इन्हीं अनुभवों पर आधारित एक छोटी फिल्म देखते हैं।
एक तरफ जहां मोदी सरकार ने पिछले 9-10 सालों में देशवासियों को अनेकों कल्याणकारी योजनाओं की सौगात दी, वहीं यह भी सुनिश्चित किया कि ऐसी हर योजना का लाभ 100% हकदारों को मिले। फिर चाहे उज्ज्वला योजना से धुआं मुक्त रसोई हो, हर घर नल से जल, या पीएम आवास की पक्की छत हो, या आयुष्मान भारत से मुफ्त इलाज की निश्चिंतता, आज हर योजना पूर्णता की ओर तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है और करोड़ों लोगों तक इनका फायदा भी पहुंच रहा है। इसी संकल्प के साथ 15 नवंबर 2023 को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने शुरुआत की विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा की। एक महीने से कम ही समय में आज लाखों लोग इस यात्रा से जुड़ चुके हैं। अब ये यात्रा एक महा जन आंदोलन बन चुकी है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के प्रति लोगों का ये प्यार ही है कि विकास रथ के नाम से शुरू की गई ये गाड़ियां आज मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी के नाम से जानी जा रही है।
आपने अब इसको मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी बना दिया है, तो मैं भी आपको कहता हूं, जिसको आपने मोदी की गारंटी वाली गाड़ी कहा है, वो काम मोदी हमेशा पूरा करके रहता है।
देश के युवा, महिलाएं, हमारे किसान भाई बहन बढ़ चढ़कर इस विकास यात्रा में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं। युवा तो एक प्रकार से विकसित भारत के एम्बेसडर बन चुके हैं। इस उत्साह का कारण है देशवासियों का सरकार के प्रयासों पर अटूट अपार विश्वास।
छोटे छोटे बच्चे थे, पति मर गए थे मेरे। मोदी सरकार ने मुझे मकान दिया प्रधानमंत्री योजना में, और फिर मुझे पेंशन भी मेरी लग गई, मिलती है पेंशन भी मुझे। फिर मुझे सिलेंडर भी मिला फ्री, राशन भी फ्री मिलता है, गेहूं भी मिलते हैं, चावल भी मिलते हैं। पीएमजी घर मिला था, वो घर पा करके हम अच्छा लगा है, कोयल भी अच्छा लगा है। हम एक ठो खुशागर लेटिन मिला था, वो कायन भी मिला था। हम घर को बहुत खुशी है, हमको सरकार को धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
मेरे स्वयं सहायता समूह का नाम संत सेवालाल महाराज संस्थान है। मैं यहाँ बतौर लिपिका काम करती हूँ। हमें अपना उद्योग शुरू करने के लिए 3 लाख की मदद सरकार से मिली।
बड़ी संख्या में यात्रा से जुड़ते लोग और उनका उत्साह विकसित भारत के रोड मैप को सुदृढ़ कर रहा है। इस अटूट संकल्प की सिद्धि ही नए भारत की पहचान है।
30 नवंबर को आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 1500 से अधिक ठिकानों से जुड़े हुए नागरिकों के साथ वार्तालाप किया था। इसी श्रृंखला में आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा में विभिन्न हिस्सों से जुड़े कुछ लाभार्थियों से संवाद करेंगे। सबसे पहले तुमकुर कर्नाटक चलते हैं, जहां श्री मुकेश जुड़े हुए हैं।
मुकेश जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार सर जी।
मुकेश जी पहले अपने बारे में कुछ बताइए, आप क्या काम करते हैं, सरकार की किस योजना का आपको लाभ मिला है?
सर जी हमारा होम अप्लायंस का शॉप है तुमको डिस्ट्रिक्ट में चेरू विलेज में, और हमको प्रधानमंत्री मुद्रा योजना का तहत 4.5 लाख का लोन मिला था। हमने शॉप ओपन किया था, बिजनेस अच्छा चल रहा है अभी।
कितना पैसा मिला आपको?
4.5 लाख सर।
और उसको अभी कितना लोगों को काम देते हैं आप?
सर 3 लोगों को काम दे रहे हैं सर।
3 लोगों को काम देते हैं?
यस सर।
तो आप नौकरी मांगने वाले के बजाय नौकरी देने वाले बन गए।
सर हमने भी बहुत सारी नौकरी की थी, हमको भी फिर प्रधानमंत्री मुद्रा योजना के बारे में पता चला था, फिर हमने भी छोटा सा बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया था, फिर उसमें से बड़ा है। और हमको बैंक वाले ने बोले थे आप 5 से 10 लाख तक आप लोन करा सकते हो, तो हमको 4 लाख की चाहिए था, तो हमने इतने किया।
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे। इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन। आई वॉन्ट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रेवल कर रहे हैं, और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी?
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है, छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है। आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर हैं, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की। अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी। अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा, अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा। पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं, और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनेंगे।
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, ये और भी
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना, तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो, फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023, 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, but if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding कि we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to...
ब्याज भी आपका जीरो हो गया होगा।
हाँ जी, सब आपकी कृपया है सर।
अच्छा, आप बताइए, जब आपकी दुकान पर इतने सारे लोग आते हैं तो किन्नर समाज के लोग आते होते, वो पैसे देकर के चाय लेते हैं कि वो तो आपको दोस्ताना मुफ्त दे ले देते?
नहीं सर, वो भी पैसे देती हैं, वो भी बहुत खुशी होती है कि मोना आप काम करियो, बहुत अच्छी बात है। हाँ जी। तो
आप में से प्रेरणा लेकर के और हमारे किन्नर जो लोग हैं वो कोई से रोजी रोटी कमाने की दिशा में आगे आए हैं क्या?
हाँ जी, बहुत कोई आ गए हैं जी। अभी बहुत कोई एल&टी मॉल के अंदर ब्यूटी पार्लर का काम कर रही हैं जी।
तो उनको भी स्वनिधि का पैसा मिला है?
नहीं जी, उनको तो नहीं मिला है, वो तो मॉल में जॉब करती हैं। बाकी हमारी दो और हैं, विजेता जी है और एक डिम्पल जी हैं, वो भी अपना चाय का ही स्टॉल लगा रखे हैं, उनको भी मिला है जी। हाँ जी।
तो मोना जी, आपकी पढ़ाई कितनी हुई?
पढ़ाई सर 8वीं की हूँ।
अच्छा, और मूल आप झारखंड से हैं?
हाँ जी सर, रांची।
अच्छा मोना जी, पिछले 9 वर्षों में हमारी सरकार ने सबका साथ सबका विकास किया है।
हाँ जी।
हमारी हर उस वर्ग तक पहुंच रही है जो अब तक हाशिए पर थे। आपके काम और आत्मविश्वास ने एक बार फिर साबित किया है कि हमारे प्रयास सही दिशा में हो रहे हैं। शायद आपको मालूम होगा कि हम लोगों ने जो आसाम का रेलवे स्टेशन है, उस रेलवे स्टेशन पे जितनी दुकानें हैं वो सारे किन्नर समाज के लोग चलाते हैं। रेलवे ने उनको दिया है और उनका कारोबार बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है।
बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा है।
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट
मैम मैं बताता हूं जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 इयर्स नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते आप इंडिया में बनाओ पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding that we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways. In search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should.
So this is about sustaining the dream run. We've had a dream result for the BJP. Third term for Mr. Modi seems certain, absolutely certain. I said that on my show. Firstly, impact of this stupendous victory that almost nobody completely predicted on politics in the country, on the run-up to the general election, and what it will do to our economy and our business.
Let's look at the immediate short term, then the medium term. The last quarter showed 7.6%. The third quarter, by all accounts, is expected to be even better. I don't think that this is isolated. I think the kind of events that have preceded this, I think the Honorable Prime Minister has demonstrated at the very least that good governance is good politics. Let me draw your attention to a small but significant aspect of this. Some of our poorest districts in the country, poorest both in relative and in absolute terms, and I know a little about this because one such district I have adopted, Sonbhadra. 112 of these aspirational districts were identified, and with the help of my friend and collaborator who drove the program from the Niti Aayog, these 112 districts witnessed not only a dramatic, transformational, developmental change in terms of grassroots level development, what happened to the health sector, what happened to education there, what happened to other, you name anything. The district I had, Sonbhadra, used to be at around 100, 110, and they revised these, I think, every quarter, these rankings, and ended up at number 1 and 2. Why am I telling you this? One of the interesting small stories, and I say small within quotes, but a very significant story, that if you look at how these aspirational districts in these 4 states voted, they voted overwhelmingly for development. And that explains the overwhelming victory of the Bharatiya Janata Party. That's the first submission I make, that the Prime Minister has taken development from the drawing board of exalted government ministries and platforms. He has taken it to the grassroots. The delivery of goods and services has reached there, number 1. Number 2, in terms of positioning of India, that positioning does not take place in a political or a diplomatic vacuum. People will come to you because they sense in this whole exercise an opportunity to make productive investments, to engage you, the kind of heavy lifting you've been able to do. So I think both in terms of taking the developmental narrative, those goods and services, to the farthest first. That was the philosophy of the 2030 agenda. But the Honorable Prime Minister has done this even prior to the 2030 agenda being launched by the UN, point 1. Point 2, today I think global turbulence, and by global turbulence you were kind, you admitted to, you referred to one of them, but that's only the one thing, that Russia, Ukraine, and our energy diplomacy. We are buying oil and energy from more sources than ever before. I think 39 countries. We are willing to enter into agreement when the chips were down and you needed to ensure availability, affordability, and sustainability, the trilemma on energy. As good corporate citizens, the OMCs did not let us down. They incurred losses, but India is the only country in the world where the price of petrol came down 11%. All countries in the world, otherwise, it went up 30-40% on an average, 70-80% in our neighborhood. But what does this mean? It means good politics. If instead of concentrating on ostensibly divisive things, I want a caste census, I want this, look at the narrative the opposition was trying to generate. Entire new lining, and I'm not surprised that they were trying to have a meeting of this, what is it called, the Ghamandiya Alliance, and they don't have any participants.
Indie Alliance.
Ghamandiya Alliance. They don't have any participants. Mamta Didi doesn't want to go there. Now I read Samajwadi Party doesn't want to go there. I read somebody else doesn't want to go there. Look, you can't have people, and I like the way you introduced this, Arnab. You're much younger, but like me, you went to the right college. This gentleman here went to the wrong college. You went to the wrong college. So you said, you've always believed in putting the country first. And I think this is the kind of politics that the Indian voter, because the voter wants development, you deliver development. When the Prime Minister reduced excise duty on 2 occasions, November 21 and May 2022, brought the price of petrol down by 13 rupees, petrol in 13 and 16 rupees. BJP states reduced their VAT. The non-BJP states didn't. They kept talking, they kept spreading false narratives. And I think today they've been caught in a web of their own distortions. And I'm being very mild in my characterization.
No, I agree with you. Though you haven't completely answered my question yet about what this political continuity will mean for the Indian economy. You got a free run for the next 5.5 years.
I said, let me take with the immediate short term. I haven't come to the medium term. Medium term, for me is the next 5 years. I think the results in these state assembly elections demonstrate again, at the very least, that 2024, the electorate, the voter is overwhelmingly looking to the BJP to continue its development-anchored policies. That's one. What will that do? I am confident that that $5 trillion economy is round the corner, but by the time you are into 2029, you will be looking at the trappings, the coordinates of India moving towards a $10 trillion economy. And I'll tell you what happens. I mean, whether you buy the Ernst & Young, whether you buy the Ernst & Young story about India being a $26 trillion economy in the 40s, in 2040, the fact of the matter is your per capita income is set to grow 5 times, 6 times. And if this is the kind of growth you are getting on a low per capita base, I think this is just the beginning of good things to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, along with this comes a different situation that we have in the world. And I have had this view, Mr. Kant, that till we are a 5 trillion economy, the world is curious about us. Between 5 and 10 trillion, which could happen in 5 years as Mr. Puri is predicting, there will be a little concern about us. But I believe that once we cross 10 trillion, which is post-2030, there will be no friendly relations anymore. There will be levers put on us. Other aspects will come. We'll become part of global conflict. We will be asked to take sides. Now, Mr. Puri very deftly managed, Mr. Kant, to navigate the waters after Ukraine. But isn't that going to be more and more difficult? I mean, what you achieved with the consensus in G20 was admirable. But on hard issues concerning only India, won't we get pushed into a corner? Won't we get into conflict? How will we manage our quote-unquote non-alignment? What's in the context of your experience of G20?
So, Arnab, my view is that political leadership is very critical for the country, and you need consistency and predictability of policy, and similarly, you need continuity in leadership for a long time. And this is important if India has to raise its per capita income. It's important that we are now growing at about 7.7% in the first half of this year. I think we'll accelerate it even further. We'll take it higher to about 9% later. But what this will demonstrate is that our reforms carried out earlier, that goods and services tax, IBC, RERA, digitization, look at the extent of digitization. We have technologically pole vaulted. We are doing about 46% of the real-time payment in the world. We are doing 11x of what USA and Europe do. We do 4x of what China does. Unlike giving large packages which the US and Europe gave, we put money straight into the bank accounts of 800 million Indians. And today we are putting money of 700 different schemes straight into the bank accounts. Now, our digital model is being copied by both USA and Europe because they've taken a different approach where big tech had driven innovation. In Europe, in America, it was Meta, Google, Apple, and in China it was Tencent and Alibaba, whereas in India we created a public interest layer on top of which private sector innovated. My experience of G20 is that India is the only country which has demonstrated both political leadership and technological leadership and was therefore straddled the world of G7, all emerging markets, Russia, China, all together. We had in the New Delhi Leaders Declaration of G20, we had 83 paras, but we had 205 outcomes. Not a single reservation, not a single footnote, not a single negative statement, 100% consensus by all the leaders all together. This was unparalleled and only India could have done it. And therefore, in the future, in the coming years, if the world has to accelerate its pace, it's important to understand that almost this year, 80% of the growth is coming from emerging markets led by India. In the next 2 decades, 2/3 of the growth will come from emerging markets, according to IMF. 6 of the fastest growing countries in the world are African countries. And what India demonstrated by making AU, what Prime Minister Modi demonstrated by making AU a permanent member of G20 was that this will be a more inclusive world where the emerging markets will drive growth and prosperity, and India will be the leader as far as driving growth is concerned.
I want to come in very briefly on that. I think Amitabh makes several very important points. I just want to pick on 2 of them. One is, no matter which way you look at it, at the time that the Honorable Prime Minister presided over and hosted G20, the world was deeply divided. It still is deeply divided. But we played unifier, and I think those 205 outcomes and those 83 paragraphs in the leaders' declaration, they will provide the template for both multilateral and plurilateral discussion across a wide canvas. So that is the first point. But there's a more important point out there. There's no other show in town. The Security Council is deeply divided. That is the agency entrusted with the task of determining whether there is a threat to peace and security, and then authorize countermeasures. Security Council is paralyzed. Today, the Prime Minister has taken the Indian leadership of the G20 and shown that when the multilateral system has got bogged down, the Security Council is paralyzed, India can deliver on the international diplomatic horizon through the G20. And I think it's going to be a very hard act to follow. I'm an admirer of Brazil. I think Brazil will work on it. Brazil and India share much. But as I said, it's going to be a tough act to follow. And I think today, the world needs India more than India needs the multilateral system.
No, but there is a worry that we can get into this self-congratulatory mood.
There's no congratulations.
No, with 2 very eloquent people, government doing well, you won an election, mood is good, you're going to sweep 2024. The danger is you might get into a self-congratulatory mood. That both of you,
unlikely.
Pardon me?
Unlikely. All I was saying is your business channel is born under very positive planetary configurations. India is doing well, Indian business is doing well, and more than that, you bring a good business channel onto the market which has the right kind of narrative, India first, business support. Look, wealth is not going to be created by everyone. You need to create the wealth so that it percolates down to the villages and to those who have been marginalized and deprived.
But that's my concern point. My concern point is, you're doing very well despite some worrying numbers. 1 minute, sir. If you're doing very well when there are worrying numbers on the other side, there is a concern we have that you're not going to address those issues. You know, for example, let me take the issue of unemployment. Now, if you had done badly in the state elections, you would have worked harder on unemployment. For example, today you would say we are sweeping the elections when, as per CMIE estimates, and I know you may disagree with CMIE estimates, the unemployment rate in November was 9.16%. You mentioned a 7.5% quarterly growth number, which is superb, up from 6.9% estimations. But 9.16%, I know it fell from 10.05. It fell from 10.05 in October. Now, this is a decline, but the worry is it is piggybacking on unemployment going down in rural areas in a Rabi sowing season. So it may also be seasonal decline of unemployment. Allow me to complete, sir. My point is, so many young people here, sir. 40% of this country is below the age of 25. We want stellar growth, but we want unemployment to come to tolerable levels below 6%, 5%. I'm sure you'll agree with me, and we need something like a delivery mechanism on that. People are very restless.
I agree with all the objectives you're outlining, But I'm also requesting you to have a look at what the perspective is. Where are we going? Unemployment is coming down. Number one, my bigger worry, I'll tell you very frankly, even at the risk of being misunderstood, my bigger worry is that we are producing jobs, but the skill sets required to manage those jobs. I travel relentlessly around the country, and so does Amitabh. So do many of you. Wherever I go, as if people have got the jobs, there are job opportunities available. I'll give you a small example. I happen to be also Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs for the last 6.5 years. When we give an advertisement, and one of my organizations and I are working on a plan, you give an advertisement for unskilled labor, you get a lot of people. You give an advertisement for skilled levels of plumbers, carpenters, mason, very few. Now the point is, at this rate of economic growth, where the benefits of employment are available, rural, semi-rural, demographic shifts from rural areas to urban areas, we are doing a lot on the skills front, but it takes time for this to adjust. My own view is that...
But you run the education system. You provide the manpower. You have the Skill India mission.
So I think,
Arnab, I agree with your problem, but it's for you to get the solution.
On that, let's put the issue in a proper perspective. Okay. See, jobs get created when you accelerate the pace of growth. It's important to understand that this country in the last 8 years has created 40 million houses. It has provided 120 million toilets to its citizens. It has provided 253 million piped water connections to the citizens. I mean, no country in the world has been able to do this. It has built 88,000 kilometers of road in the last 8 years. The Bank of International Settlement has said that what India has achieved in the last 8 years would normally have taken India 50 years to achieve. 50 years to achieve, one. Number two, the capital expenditure in the last 3.5-4 years of India has increased from less than 1% capex spend through budget. Correct. Has increased actually from 1% to close to about 4%. There has been a 592% increase in capex over the last 5 years. It has never happened in the history of India.
And 30% increase every year to 10 lakh crore.
33%. So when you do this kind of capex spend, and let me tell you, the quality of our infrastructure, our roads, our airports, etc., are today better than Europe. So my view is, if you are providing growth, if you are doing capex expenditure, and if you are taking care of providing equity through housing, water, through sanitary, through toilets, you're taking care of everything at the grassroots level. Correct. There is no way India will not grow with equity in the future. Therefore, I'm not denying that. What India has, and this growth rate with capex now, private capex now increasing, the latest figures show that private capex has kicked in and is showing a huge growth. What I foresee is, unlike many other economists who may say many things, but my view is that with this reforms continuing, capex expenditure continuing, expenditure at grassroots level continuing, you will see the growth rate accelerating to 8.5 to 9%.
I welcome that, and I think that's amazing, and we are all very, very happy about that. However,
that's why you have selected your launch of Republic Business, as Mr. Puri said, is the best possible. Stars are aligned in favor of Republic Business.
This is the second time you say thank you very much for that, sir. My point is, I'm completely with you, but I'm just asking a question a broader way. Give me a minute to explain it. 5 years back, and you were such a seasoned diplomat, Mr. Puri, if in geostrategic terms anybody would have asked a professor in any global Ivy League university, how do you rate or place India in the global comity of nations, we would have been called a middle power. Today, I genuinely believe that within a few years from now, or even potentially now as the way we are moving, we will be called a great power. Question is, in economic terms, if we can move so fast geostrategically, in economic terms, two factors are matter of concern to me. Our GDP per capita is still 1/4 that of China. Point number one, sir. Point number two, reality. The amount of imports we have from China in terms of manufacturing and manufactured items, which we can fully do in India with the Made in India scheme, with so many PLIs, Indian businesses are still heavily dependent on Chinese imports. Our per capita is still 1/4 that of China. So while we are seeing the visible growth when we go to an airport, when we go to an infrastructure, the fact of the matter is that we are not outrunning China. And when I said let's not get into a self-congratulatory mode, so we are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30%. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
First of all, I would, Arnab, encourage you not to flatter yourself and me and all of us with retrospective effect. 5 years or 8 years ago, nobody would have called you a middle par or this thing. Let me be very clear. References to you in 2013-14 would have been you are part of the fragile five. And fragility is something which is very easily defined in terms of this discourse. Today, you have demonstrated, and this I think is a very great quality of the Honorable Prime Minister, and I have to be very careful with my words. He knows how to convert a challenge into an opportunity. When Amitabh was giving you the figures of 4 crore homes being built, I know something about it in the urban sector. Look at the amount of steel, the cement. We've done calculation for 100 units of Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, how much of steel and cement comes. I don't want to bore you with those statistics, but they are mind-boggling. Today, your capital expenditure goes up for 7.5 lakh crores to 10 lakh crores, etc. I know my oil companies, they produce about 20-23% of the country's revenue. They've already done 62% of their capital expenditure spending, and we're only in the month of beginning of December. I'm saying something else. It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well on account of the opening measures, I believe, Amitabh can correct me, they started opening up 12 years before we did, number one. Number two, please look at the Chinese statistics today. I'm a member of I'm a union cabinet minister, so I have to be choosing my words carefully. Today, there are very few people who will bet on that rise story because there is a certain challenge there. Our challenges we've embraced, and those challenges on every front have been converted into opportunities. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story. Today, businesses always look for places to locate. And I think that the location or relocation, and India being a manufacturing destination, the fact there are entrepreneurial forces here which are being unleashed. And employment, please, let's take a bigger look at it. If the unemployment factor were what it were, you would not get these political results. Point one. Point two, today you have employment generation by this younger lot of people. I mean, look at the number of startups. I am so impressed when I go to any of these sectoral meetings, what they're doing in the energy sector, what they're doing elsewhere. There is that spirit of achievement. And today they are competing. I'm not talking about digital and financial inclusion. All those are well known. Believe me, 5 years from now, when we will be, I would encourage my friends in the opposition either to join in this or start worrying about the 2029 election. But today we are in a situation where India is the story around.
But when global growth will fall to 2%, which is predicted in a year,
I'll tell you
impact on India?
No, see, I'll tell you, we have to be careful what happens to the global growth. Because if you analyze your GDP today, whatever $4 trillion, 50% is in the external sector. The value of goods imported and exported, the value of remittance. But today you are able to revitalize and re-energize the domestic market if you see what is happening. But what will continue to happen? I mean, I'll give you a small thing. The millet thing started. I'm just giving you a small example. Today there's so much demand for millet, the millet prices have shot up. There are things we are doing. I think that the major economies in the world, now major economies, where is the real growth? It's not going to take place in one country that you've been describing. Europe also has signs of worry, but the United States, Africa, Latin America, I don't think the global situation will impact. We'll just have to find new markets and new opportunities as we go along.
So Arnab, just a few points. One is, I don't think India should get into this business of comparing itself with China because we are two different political systems. China doesn't have a lively, vibrant, argumentative republic channel which India has. Secondly, I think it's important to understand that our story has just begun. In the next 5 decades, India will see 500 million people getting into the process of urbanization. And the latest figures of growth story really now show that India's manufacturing sector is growing at about 11%. The story is that India is firing on all cylinders. It's firing on services, firing on manufacturing. It is now moving with smart urbanization, focusing on sustainability. There's a huge energy transition taking place. And I think more than anything else, there's a massive focus on enhancing agricultural productivity in the years to come. So if you keep firing on all 4 cylinders, your share of global growth will keep going up. And that's what IMF and World Bank are
Do pockets of the country may be ruled by other state governments which have huge debt, huge joblessness, a lot of chaos, worry you? For example, in Bengal, there was a business summit recently where Mamata Banerjee went on record and she's told foreign investors, you see, the central government is not giving me my share of GST. They take money from me, they deny me my share. There is a different approach there. And while the BJP after these state elections rules 17 states of the country, out of them 12 directly and 5 in coalition, I am concerned sometimes, Mr. Puri, at this gap that's building up in the difference in policy approach. You may not be, but levels of debt, freebie schemes, fundamentals of the economy, economic thinking can't be so disparate.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. I had a conversation with the Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi, and he says, "Ke metro ko free kar do." So I said, you make up your mind. Do you want the metro to become like the Delhi Transport Undertaking bus, or do you want DTC to become like metro? So this debate on freebies, this debate on let me incur a debt and let the center pay for it, it's not going to work. I started by saying that the Prime Minister has demonstrated today that clearly good governance, which means the kind of things that Amitabh and I have been talking about, these produce results in terms of the development and also good politics. You've been rewarded for that. And if you deviate from that, I think we'll have to take the consequences. So I see this freebie politics is now reaching a point where the public understanding and public impatience will let it go. You cannot sustain. There were 2 states, one which just lost an election. They had about a 5 lakh crore debt. Yeah. Punjab, when I was there some time ago, they had a 3 lakh crore. I believe they will take it up to 5 lakh crore. And then they will collapse. And let me tell you, this narrative, agar center takes away GST, so अरे भाई वो जो finance commission भी देते हैं, उसको भी देख लीजिए अच्छी तरह. But there's another issue, which I can tell you. People are fed up with this whole victim card. Nobody gives. I had 2 young leaders of a party which is in dire straits turning around and telling me us कि ये center GST पे बहुत collect करा petrol and diesel पे. अरे भाई वो है ही नहीं GST. So ये false narrative is becoming a kind of open season, and I'm quite confident it's not going to work. And you see the results of these state elections going in that direction and providing hope. Look, there is a complete umbilical link
You
between
made
politics.
headlines when in Rajasthan, you said that if BJP comes to power in Rajasthan, you will ensure that petrol is cheaper by some 11 rupees.
No, 12 rupees I said.
About 11 rupees 80 paisa.
Anna, we sell in BJP.
Why did you say that, Mr. Puri?
Because it's very clear. In a BJP-ruled state, petrol sells at 96 rupees a litre. In Rajasthan, it was selling at 108.
So I'm asking you, give me a breaking news story. People in Rajasthan are watching.
Well,
when is the price falling by 12 rupees?
I am not in running for the chief minister's job, but the 3 or 4 people who are in the running for the job or who are being considered,
No, but
I'm sure they would want to ensure.
But wasn't that populism, like absolute populism?
This is not populism. This is the kind of VAT that you charge. Look, if you make energy, petrol or diesel expensive, doesn't benefit you in the long run. Because today, if the economy is growing 7.6% last quarter, you have a situation, Arnab, where that economic growth means more energy consumption means more growth. So if you make, like aviation turbine fuel, when I was civil aviation minister, some states were charging fantastic amounts of tax. I said, nobody will come to fill up here. They will go to states like Gujarat, which charge only 1%. So they brought their ATF rates down.
Okay, so I have one question here, and I'm going to wrap this up in a couple of minutes, but this is important for both of you. Amitabh, you go first, and then, you see, Mr. Puri deflects some questions. I will put this to you so he doesn't get a chance to deflect, and then you deflect it to him. You see, there are things which happen, They play hockey, they play ice hockey with me right now. You see, there are things which happen which cannot be predicted. For example, the coming of the Israel-Hamas war, right? Which triggered the oil prices. I'm putting this to him deliberately. And then which triggered the oil prices to spike by 4 or 5%. Now, we are importing 75-80% of our oil consumption. Now, inflation is still 9% plus. Right? Unemployment is still 9% plus. Inflation is still high. Unemployment is high. There is a possibility. We always say that if this emerges into a bigger conflict, and we are asked to take sides. See, we did not take sides. We looked at national interest, and it worked very well. Will we be able to do it every time? And if we can't, then what is the impact on our economy? Will we get a blow?
So let me put it in...
How long can we stay away from pledging to an economic bloc?
So, 2 things. Arnab, since you're a business channel now, it's very important to tell you that we are now producing 185 gigawatt of renewables. Secondly, the green hydrogen mission. The Prime Minister has said that we are an importer of fossil fuel, about 160 billion. But by 2047, we'll be an exporter of energy. We will use renewable to crack water, produce green hydrogen, become the biggest producer of green hydrogen, and we'll be exporting green hydrogen in its liquid form, ammonia. And that is what all his oil companies are doing now. They are the drivers. So that is on the positive side of what we are doing. Secondly, when the oil crisis arose because of the Russia-Ukraine war, or when we've looked only at our national interest, no other country has been able to do what India has done in its oil procurement. And this government, Mr. Hardeep Puri, was able to negotiate and get the best deal for India.
Will we be able to do it again?
Yeah.
Especially when the Chinese yuan comes in between. Will we be able to do it for a longer period?
First of all, Arnab, I think some things need to be stated up front. There is no shortage of oil in the world. An oil producing cartel, OPEC Plus, decides how much oil it wants to release. They cut 1.5 million barrels a day earlier, and they did another 1 million barrel cut now. But the price didn't go up, it came down, which means there is a mismatch between OPEC action and the markets factoring in on them. I don't anticipate any difficulty on the availability front. Insofar as the affordability front is concerned, I think what Amitabh is saying is very important. We've gone biofuels blending 10%, we've reached 12%. In 2014, we've done 1.4%. We had a target for 2030 of 20%. We are bringing it 25%. We are moving breakneck speed ahead. Even the war there, I have to be very careful on what I say. As the Prime Minister says, this is a time for peace. I hope that is what works. But in the coming months, our ability, you see, if supply chain gets disrupted somewhere, obviously, you talked about the Chinese supply chain, but we recovered very quickly.
True.
But we've also learned our lesson. Don't be overly dependent on one supply chain. Diversify your supply. I think with all these energy measures we are taking, and I know we don't have too much time, we will have a situation where the India story gains in strength rather than gets overcome by perceptions of global turbulence.
Well, I've loved this conversation. We've discussed China, we've discussed GDP, per capita GDP, oil, global uncertainty and geopolitics. I find in both of you a lot of pragmatism, and I find you both extremely positive about the role ahead. You're going to play a big role in the Indian economy in the next 5 to 10 years. Thank you very much. Mr. Kant, I know you have a flight to catch, and Mr. Puri for launching Republic Business ever in your debt. And you came on a day when Parliament is on. So I'm so happy about that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, we'll see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े
see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, we'll see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed? And what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर हैं, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनेंगे.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
how do you view where our digital economy is placed? And what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive?
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर हैं, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनने.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है.
Where do you want to see port?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे. अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग. हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ. पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग. But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding that we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways. In search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the need.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to do Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है.
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे. अब आप देखो, फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023, 6 years. नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग. हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ. पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग. But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding that we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
Now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
Day 4 of the operations on premises linked to Congress parliamentarian in Jharkhand and Orissa. 225 crore rupees cash counted so far. Protests erupt over Congress-linked corruption case. BJP workers demonstrate across India. NIA raids underway at 44 locations in Karnataka and Maharashtra in connection with ISIS network. BJP objects to Akbaruddin Owaisi as pro tem speaker, boycotts swearing in. BJP sends observers to Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh chief minister to be picked soon. Prime Minister interacts with beneficiaries of Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra. Union ministers flag off drive. Starting this edition of Live and Breaking with developing news coming in. The suspense over who will become the next Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh is likely to end on Monday when the BJP's 163 newly elected legislators meet and select their leader in the presence of central observers. Remember, the list of observers for all three states have already been announced by the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, the process has already begun. We're given to understand that the legislative meet is going to take place sometime tomorrow, and by Monday it is expected that the name of the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh and also the other two states are likely to be announced on Monday. This is after the observers for all three states have already been announced. In fact, Rajnath Singh would be one of the observers as far as the state of Rajasthan is concerned. Similarly, for the state of Madhya Pradesh, we're given to understand that 3 observers have been appointed by the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, what we are also given to understand is the fact that they are going to meet the legislators and elect the leader. In fact, remember, there have been hectic parleys here in the national capital. Whether at all it's going to be Shivraj Singh Chauhan or not, that is going to be decided by the party and, of course, in consultation with the legislators. We'll also try and go across to Shrishti from Republic Bharat, joining us from the Bharat newsroom, getting us more details as the meeting is likely to take place sometime tomorrow. We'll try and connect with her in a short while from now. But before we do that, just a quick recap of what we know so far. Remember, this has been an unprecedented victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party too, given the fact that they've been able to bring back about 163 legislators, bucking the anti-incumbency trend. In fact, on 17th of November, Madhya Pradesh had gone to elections and it was largely perceived that it would be Congress coming to power. But remember, what has essentially happened is that they've been able to pick up seats in the very areas which were once considered to be Congress strongholds. Let me also bring in my colleague Satya Vijay, who's joining us on this broadcast. Satya Vijay, तीनों सेंट्रल ऑब्जर्वर्स को मध्य प्रदेश भेजा जा रहा है. ये कहा जा रहा है कि मीटिंग कल हो सकती है. इस दौरान कई सारे नेता मध्य प्रदेश से उन्होंने बयान दिए. कैलाश विजयवर्गीय ने पहले बयान ये दिया कि लाडली बहना की स्कीम से नहीं, पर ये अमित शाह, जेपी नड्डा और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी के नेतृत्व में ये इलेक्शन वो जीते हैं. कई सारे अटकलें लगाए जा रहे हैं. क्या बताया जा रहा है कि कौन बन सकता है आखिरकार मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री?
देखिए सेवर जी, मध्य प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरे को लेकर जो सस्पेंस है वो सोमवार शाम 4:15 के बाद कह सकते हैं खत्म हो जाएगा, क्योंकि सोमवार शाम 4 बजे विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई गई है और सोमवार सुबह ही यानी कि 11 तारीख को जितने भी तीनों ऑब्जर्वर हैं वो भोपाल पहुंचेंगे और यहाँ पर विधायकों से रायशुमारी की जाएगी. अगर सीएम फेस के सबसे प्रबल दावेदारों की बात करें तो एक बार फिर शिवराज सिंह चौहान का तो नाम है ही. इसके अलावा नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर, प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल, बीडी शर्मा, ये भी वो नाम है जो रेस में लगातार बने हुए हैं. कई सारे फैक्टर्स हैं जिनको देखकर ये पर्यवेक्षकों को तय करना है कि अगला मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा. अगर ओबीसी कार्ड चलता है या ओबीसी को कंसीडर किया जाता है तो शिवराज सिंह चौहान और प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल सबसे प्रबल दावेदार हैं. लेकिन चूंकि 2024 का लोकसभा चुनाव भी है, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर बात की जाए तो सत्ता और संगठन में नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर की अच्छी पकड़ है. 2 बार मध्य प्रदेश के वो प्रदेश अध्यक्ष रह चुके हैं. ग्वालियर संभल से अभी भाजपा को और मजबूत करने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि 29 सीटें हैं लोकसभा की, जिनमें से पिछली बार 28 जरूर जीती थी, लेकिन इस बार पूरी कोशिश की 29 की 29 सीटें भाजपा यहाँ से जीते. तो नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर भी प्रबल दावेदार है. तो कह सकते हैं कि अभी सिर्फ कयास लगाए जा रहे हैं, सब अपनी अपनी भूमिका में है. कैलाश विजयवर्गीय ने ये जरूर कहा था, उनसे सवाल किया कि क्या लाडली बहना का जादू चला मध्य प्रदेश में, तो उनका कहना था कि नहीं, ये मोदी मैजिक है. लाडली बहना छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान में नहीं थी. मतलब कहीं ना कहीं एक कह सकते हैं कि उनका जो प्रदेश भाजपा के जो नेता है तमाम, जो ये कह रहे थे कि एक यहाँ पर बहस चल रही थी कि पीएम मोदी मैजिक या लाडली बहना का मैजिक, तो उसका उन्होंने साफ तौर पर स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि ये पीएम का मैजिक है, क्योंकि लाडली बहना छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान में नहीं थी. तो कुछ इस तरह के बयान भी आ रहे हैं. इंदौर से ही रमेश अंदोला विधायक है, उन्होंने कैलाश जी को सीएम बनाने की इच्छा जता दी थी. तो इस तरह के कयास है जिस पर कि सोमवार शाम 4:15 का कह सकते हैं कि सस्पेंस जो है वो खत्म हो जाएगा.
Well, thank you very much, Satya Vijay, for getting us the latest details. Remember, there are already multiple claimants for the Chief Minister's post, but it would be finally the legislators and, of course, the High Command of Bharatiya Janata Party finally deciding who exactly would be the Chief Minister. Will it be a case where all the incumbent chief ministers would be removed, given the fact that Shivraj Singh Chauhan was largely being credited for the victory that took place in the state of Madhya Pradesh. But if that actually happens, would it also mean for Vasundhara Raje in Rajasthan as well as Dr. Raman Singh in Chhattisgarh, or all three would be replaced with new faces? Should we focus now to the other state where we're given to understand that BJP President JP Nadda would be speaking to Rajasthan BJP legislators around 7:30 this evening through video conferencing. Remember, in Rajasthan, 2 central observers would be sent, and in all likelihood the meeting is going to take place sometime tomorrow is what we are picking up. We'll try and go across to Amardeep in a short while from now to get us the latest details, as the central observers would be reaching in Jaipur sometime later today, and thereafter the meeting that is going to take place between BJP President JP Nadda with the elected legislators, and finally the name of the chief minister would be decided. Vasundhara Raje, who also spoke to the media soon after her victory, essentially credited the victory of Rajasthan to Prime Minister Modi along with Amit Shah and JP Nadda. A lot of speculations also doing the rounds, given the fact that you have several sitting union ministers who had to resign, and finally they contested the legislative assembly elections in the state of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh as well as in Chhattisgarh. In fact, after being elected as their legislator, we're given to understand that they have already resigned. 12 of them have already resigned after becoming a legislator. Would it be a new face altogether also in the state of Rajasthan, or would it be once again Vasundhara Raje? These are certain aspects that are going to be taken into consideration. Remember, what really goes in favor of Vasundhara Raje is the fact that there are several legislators who have come in full support of Vasundhara Raje. We'll try and see if we can go across to Vishal, who's joining us on this broadcast. Vishal, ये बताइए कि सबसे पहले राजस्थान को लेकर भी कई सारे अटकलें लगाए जा रहे थे कि क्या वसुंधरा राजे कमबैक कर सकती हैं, या आखिरकार बीजेपी चाहेंगी कि एक नए दौर से नए फेस को लाया जाए एज मुख्यमंत्री? लोमस, अगर आपको सुनाई दे रहा है, जो सवाल मैं करना चाह रहा था आपसे राजस्थान को लेकर, कई सारे अटकलें लगाए जा रहे थे कि आखिरकार राजस्थान के मुख्यमंत्री कौन बनेगा। वसुंधरा राजे खुद कहती हैं कि ये पूरे श्रेय प्रधानमंत्री और साथ ही साथ अमित शाह और जेपी नड्डा को जाता है। मीटिंग लेजिस्लेटिव पार्टी की कब होने वाली है, और आखिरकार ये मध्य प्रदेश जैसा क्या ये एक्सपेक्ट किया जा सकता है कि सोमवार तक वो नाम डिक्लेयर किया जाए?
बिल्कुल साफ तौर पे आप देख सकते हैं जिस तरीके से दिल्ली में जहां बैठकों का दौर जारी था, आपने खुद देखा कि किस तरीके से जो वसुंधरा राजे थी वो जेपी नड्डा से उन्होंने मुलाकात की, और ये मुलाकात लगभग 1 घंटे तक चली थी, और ये परसों की बात है। हालांकि कई लगातार ही जो मंत्री हो, सांसद हो, वो जेपी नड्डा से मिलते हुए दिखे, और ये भी एक जानकारी निकल के सामने आ रही है कि जेपी नड्डा 7:30 बजे के करीब कई राजस्थान के जो एमपी है या फिर विधायक, उनसे वीसी के द्वारा बात कर सकते हैं। ये अभी जानकारी निकल के सामने आ रही है, और ये कहा जा रहा है कि उसके बाद ये तस्वीर साफ हो जाएगी कि राजस्थान का सीएम कौन होगा, क्योंकि लगातार ही कई दिनों से ये अटकलें चल रही थी। और आपको याद होगा कि 2024 का इलेक्शन काफ़ी करीब है, उसको भी ध्यान में रखते हुए सीएम का पद उस व्यक्ति को देंगे जो कि 2024 की तस्वीर पूरी तरीके से बीजेपी की पार्टी के लिए साफ करता हुआ दिख रहा हो। हालांकि ये काफ़ी गंभीर मुद्दा है, और ये कहीं ना कहीं जो ऑब्जर्वर बनाए गए हैं उनके ऊपर भी काफ़ी बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। अब देखने वाली बात होगी कि जब ऑब्जर्वर उस स्टेट में जाएंगे, उनके द्वारा जो केंद्रीय नेतृत्व है उसको क्या जानकारी उनके द्वारा दी जाती है, क्योंकि काफ़ी ये बड़ा आकलन है, और ये आकलन ही तय करेगा कि अगला सीएम राजस्थान का हो या फिर छत्तीसगढ़ का हो या फिर मध्य प्रदेश का कौन होगा।
Well, thank you very much, Lomas, for getting us the latest details from both the states. Breaking news now coming in as far as Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan are concerned. In all likelihood, the Chief Minister announcement is going to take place sometime on Monday. Remember, the process has already begun with central observers leaving for their respective states where they're going to meet the legislators, and the name is going to be finally decided. A quick recap of what we know so far. As far as Rajasthan is concerned, JP Nadda would be meeting the BJP legislators around 7:30 this evening. As far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, in all likelihood, the legislative party meet is going to take place sometime tomorrow, is what we are being told, and in all likelihood by Monday the names are likely to be announced. Shifting focus now to the other story coming in from the state of West Bengal. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has said that she would be going to New Delhi to meet Prime Minister Modi on 17th. Remember, there's been a big tussle between the West Bengal government and the centre with regards to the releasing of the Manrega funds. In fact, the governor had also had to intervene. In all likelihood, we're now being told that Mamata Banerjee is going to perhaps leave for the national capital on 17th. She's hoping that there would be a meeting in all likelihood with the Prime Minister between the 17th and 20th. Remember, several protests have been conducted by the Trinamool Congress here at the national capital. Earlier, it was senior Trinamool Congress leader Abhishek Banerjee who was camping here in the national capital. Let's first listen in to what Chief Minister of West Bengal Mamata Banerjee had to say a short while back.
मैं दिल्ली जा रहा हूँ इसी के लिए कि 18th, 19th और 20th के मैं एनी डे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को लेटर लिख के टाइम मांगा कि हम हमारा साथ फ्यू एमपीज़ को लेके हम मीट करने चाहती हूँ कि हमारा 100 दिन का काम का रुपया नहीं दिया है और 100 दिन का काम पे जो काम किया है उसका रुपया भी नहीं दिया गया है और हमारा 1,15,000 मनी हमारा रुक के रखा है। हेल्थ में भी टाका रुपया देना, हमारा शेयर देना बंद कर दिया है। हमारा बांग्ला बाड़ी करने के लिए जो शेयर था हमारा वो भी बंद कर दिया। हमारा ग्रामीण रास्ता का भी शेयर बंद कर दिया। हॉस्पिटल का शेयर जो हेल्थ का भी मिलता है हमारा जो हमारा शेयर से मेरे को उसका रुपया नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन हमारा जो शेयर है हॉट स्टेट का अगर मिलता है तो हमारा क्यों नहीं मिलेगा। इसी के लिए हमने टाइम मांगा। अगर टाइम देते हैं तो ठीक है, लेकिन हम तो जरूर जाएंगे। हम 17 को इवनिंग में दिल्ली जाएंगे और हम 18, 19, 20 हम देखेंगे। अगर टाइम मिलेगा तो ठीक है, नहीं तो हमारा जो करना है हम तो करेंगे।
Well, the tussle between the West Bengal government and the centre has only intensified over the Manrega funds, with the West Bengal government alleging that the funds for Manrega has not been released by the centre, resulting in the governor of West Bengal also intervening. Now, Mamata Banerjee once again giving ultimatum to the centre with regards to releasing of the funds. She says that she would be camping here in the national capital. Remember, earlier it was senior Trinamool Congress leader Abhishek Banerjee who was camping here in the national capital. In fact, also made that dramatic entry at the office premises of one of the ministers, leading to a situation, a scuffle between the Trinamool Congress leaders and the Delhi police. It remains to be seen whether at all there would be an appointment granted to the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee by the Prime Minister on this entire matter. In fact, the centre says that these were... We're getting the latest visuals right now from Kolkata of the Chief Minister. We'll try and see if we can go across once again to that soundbite of the Chief Minister. Before we do that, let's also get you some more news that are now coming in. Shifting focus now to an event that has been addressed by the Commerce Industry Minister.
Recognizes that there is no option but to come to India for the large demand, the large marketplace that India offers. Believe me, there is no other opportunity ever in the history of mankind comparable to the India story of today. There's never been an opportunity as big, as grand, as attractive as 1.4 billion people desirous, aspiring for a better future for themselves, for the next generation, for their children. And we are all privileged to be a part of the nation's history today. We are all privileged that we will get an opportunity to to work in this Amrit Kaal and take India to greater heights and ensure that every child born in this country gets a good opportunity, an adequate quality of opportunity.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है.
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूं, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ बनाते थे. अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग. हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ. पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग. But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding that we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways. In search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा। पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनेंगे।
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments, to this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना, तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो, फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023, 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग. But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding, we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनेंगे.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to do Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to the people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
The National Investigation Agency began investigation today early morning on the petrol bomb attack on the Raj Bhavan in Chennai in the month of October. The Tamil Nadu police, which was initially investigating this case, even arrested a history sheeter, who was seen hurling these petrol bombs at the main entrance of the governor's residence in Chennai in the month of October. Later on, CCTV footage was also revealed by the Tamil Nadu police, where Karuka Vinod was seen walking towards the entrance of the Raj Bhavan and also hurling these petrol bombs. Later on, these evidences, documents and the investigation case was handed over to the National Investigation Agency, which took over this case as the governor's residence was persisting upon it. And later on today morning, we saw the National Investigation Agency officials landing at the governor's residence Raj Bhavan in Gindi, Chennai, and beginning their investigation today. And later on, we expect in the next few days, inquiry is also about to happen with the police officials who were deployed at the entrance, as well as the governor's residence personnel very soon. This is Vashni Ramu along with Vijay Nandakumar from Chennai TV.
Prime Minister has already released almost 1,000 crore rupees He has released it immediately. He is very concerned about the people of Chennai and the city of Chennai. And he has sent me here today to meet with state administrations, district administration, to see if there is any other support that is required from Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government. And whatever I am hearing here, whatever I am seeing here, I will communicate to Prime Minister today evening. And he is sending a message to all that he will stand by, he will do everything necessary to help Chennai recover, help all the people of Chennai to recover from this very, very unfortunate cyclonic incident. But I want to tell people of Chennai, I want to tell people of Tamil Nadu, whatever Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has been very 24/7 following this tragic cyclone accident, and he is determined to support in any way possible the state government and the district administration and the people of Tamil Nadu who are affected by this cyclone.
आप सभी का इन्फिनिटी फोरम के दूसरे एडिशन में अभिनंदन है। मुझे याद है जब दिसंबर 2021 में हम पहले इन्फिनिटी फोरम के दौरान मिले थे, तो पैंडेमिक की वजह से दुनिया में कितनी अनसर्टेनिटी थी। हर कोई ग्लोबल इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को लेकर आशंका में था और ये चिंता आज भी खत्म नहीं हुई है। जियो पॉलिटिकल टेंशन, हाई इन्फ्लेशन और डेट लेवल्स की मुश्किलें आप सभी बहुत अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। ऐसे समय में भारत रेजिलियंस और प्रोग्रेस का एक शानदार उदाहरण बनकर उभरा है। ऐसे महत्वपूर्ण कालखंड में गिफ्ट सिटी में 21वीं सदी की आर्थिक नीतियों पर मंथन होना गुजरात का गौरव बढ़ाने वाला है। वैसे मैं आज गुजरात के लोगों को एक और बात के लिए भी बधाई दूंगा। गरबा को यूनेस्को ने इनटेजिबल कल्चरल हेरिटेज में शामिल किया है। ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है।
And exactly 1 week ago, on Friday, our two Prime Ministers, Honorable Prime Minister Modi and the Swedish Prime Minister Kristersson, met in Dubai. And they met to launch the leadership group for industry transition at COP28 and the new great initiative by India on green credits. So this is the freshest example of our samband, actually. Together, India and Sweden want to do things smarter and more sustainable. We co-create. And our motto has been for this year, Swedish innovation made in India.
Give him a round of applause for the sweep in Madhya Pradesh. Incredible political performance. लगता है सबने ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी को अंडर एस्टिमेट कर दिया था इस बार. It is a complete sweep. Nobody expected, nobody thought, nobody actually, got it completely right. There were differences. So I want to start with the numbers and what the message this election conveys at a broad level in the context of an economic conference. Mr. Scindia, do you find a correlation between the economics and the politics and the victory in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan with the economics on the ground?
I think there definitely now is a correlation in the new paradigm that India is transformed into between politics and economics. And for someone like me with the economic background, it pleases me to an umpteenth end that today good economics is making for good politics. And states where you have seen a new development paradigm and where lives have been transformed through economic policies, policies based on infrastructure, policies based on raising quality of life of people across the state, those states have been continuously rewarded. A case in point for you is a state like Madhya Pradesh, a state that was considered as a Bimaru state in 2003. You visited Arnab many times and we had many conversations about it, a state that had no roads, no electricity, no irrigation sources. That state, in a period of 18 years, you had 44,000 kilometers of roads. Today you have 5 lakh kilometers of roads. You have 5,000 megawatts of electricity. Today you have 29,000 megawatts of electricity. You had 7.6 lakh hectares of land under irrigation. Today you have 48 lakh hectares of land under irrigation. You've transformed people's lives. And therefore, for the 5th time, the Bharatiya Janata Party has awarded with an overwhelming mandate. And I thank the people of Madhya Pradesh. I bow down to the people of Madhya Pradesh for entrusting them, us with their future for the next 5 years. And we are committed to continually transform lives and take Madhya Pradesh to the heights of development in the country from a state perspective.
Well, that's, more power to you on that, for what you're doing on the ground. I'm a political journalist.
And it's the Prime Minister's vision, the Prime Minister's directive. And that's why you've seen a transformation across all 3 states. Chhattisgarh, where no one gave us a chance. Rajasthan, where people said that it looks very difficult. Madhya Pradesh, where you've had 4 terms and you've seen an overwhelming response. 54 out of 90 seats in Chhattisgarh, 170 seats in Rajasthan, 163 seats in Madhya Pradesh. An overwhelming response because of the trust and belief in the Prime Minister's capability to be able to transform lives.
Okay. So I will skip the question which everyone wants me to ask about the chief ministerial prospects in Madhya Pradesh and the fact that you're very much seen to be one of the key contenders, because I know you'll deflect it. You have 5 set answers for it.
No, I never deflect. You've known me long enough. You also happen to have known my father.
Yes.
Whether it was my grandmother, my father, me, our lives are not about chairs and positions. It's about Janaseva, it's about development, it's about progress, it's about the ability to change lives. And therefore, for me, what's important is getting up in the morning and thinking of new ways of doing things, bringing in new processes and techniques, and thinking in out-of-the-box ways to be able to change the way things are into the way things should be.
You know, someone said, why did the Congress lose so badly in Madhya Pradesh? कांग्रेस की इतनी बुरी तरह से सफाया कैसे हो गया? क्योंकि उनका पूरा फोकस था, their whole focus was your belt, कि चंबल ग्वालियर बेल्ट में ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया को हराना है, तो पूरी फोकस उनकी आप पे थी. और कई मीडिया वालों ने भी कहा कि 28 में से 4 सीट, 3 सीट, 2 सीट आपको मिलेंगे. दिस टाइम, पिछली बार शायद 5 सीटें मिली थी आपको, 7 मिली थी. इस बार आपको 18 सीट मिली है उसी चंबल ग्वालियर बेल्ट में. तो मैं बिफोर आई गो टू अदर क्वेश्चंस मैं जानना चाहूंगा, इतनी डायरेक्ट अटैक आप पर कि आप गद्दार हैं, आपके कद को लेकर बात की, आपके फैमिली को लेकर बातचीत की गई, मतलब कि मुझे लगा कि पूरा कैंपेन जो था कि आपको नीचा दिखाने के लिए था. So what was the reason for that? And because of that, did you get more involved in the campaign? Was it also a personal fight between you and the Congress party, which you were a part of for so long?
देखिए, मैं तो मानता हूं अर्नब कि मैं अध्यात्म में थोड़ा विश्वास रखता हूं। इस पृथ्वी पर हम सबको, आपको, हमें बड़ा सीमित समय दिया जाता है। कब बुलावा आएगा आपका या हमारा, हमें नहीं मालूम। जो समय दिया गया है उसका सदुपयोग किया करो, सकारात्मक सोच रखो, लोगों के विकास और प्रगति में, लोगों के दिल में एक स्थान पाने की कोशिश करो। नकारात्मकता के लिए ना मेरे पास समय है, ना मेरे दिमाग में वो विचारधारा और ना वो सोच है। और जब मेरे प्रति गालियां दी गईं, आरोप लगाए गए, श्राप दिए गए, सबसे, मैं शब्द इस्तेमाल कर रहा हूं, नीच से नीच शब्दों का इस्तेमाल किया गया। मैंने एक ही बात कहा था कि इन सब को जवाब मैं नहीं, लेकिन क्षेत्र और प्रदेश की जनता देगी। और 2020 के उपचुनाव में 28 सीट कांग्रेस की थी। जो 28 उपचुनाव हुए, कांग्रेस की 28 सीटें थी, और उन 28 सीटों में से 9 सीट भी कांग्रेस रिटेन नहीं कर पाई। 19 सीट भाजपा के पक्ष में गई। उसके बाद भी उनका मुंह बंद नहीं हुआ, ये सिलसिला चलता रहा। और इस चुनाव में भी मैंने कहा था कि ग्वालियर चंबल की जनता, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता जवाब देगी। 34 में से 19 सीट हम लोग जीते हैं। और एक खास नेत्री ने मेरे परिवार पर कलंक लगाने की कोशिश की, मेरे कद की बात की, तो मैंने कहा ग्वालियर चंबल और प्रदेश की जनता ने उनको अपना कद बता दिया है।
See ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, we'll see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
Firstly, I think we should all congratulate the Honorable Minister, who has been in charge of the superlative campaign in Madhya Pradesh. And that was, what a terrific victory that was for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. So many congratulations.
Thank you.
It was just amazing, just amazing. And you made a very strong remark after the BJP emerged victorious. You said something which, it put the Congress into history books. Very unlike you, actually, because you're very understated. You said Digvijay Singh and Kamal Nath are now history. We must forget them and move on the path of development. and people thought, oh my God, this is a person who was described as a technocrat. But that's a very aggressive political line. So tell us the backdrop of it, this victory, and what is behind that statement of yours.
If you look at Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, these elections basically clearly demonstrated the trust that people have developed in Modi ji's governance, in his policies of empowerment, and in the way he has actually taken the benefits down to the last family, down to the last person, down to the last village. This is very different from the experience people have had over decades before, where there would be announcements at the top, but nothing actually happening on the ground. Modi ji's period announcements followed by perfect execution, followed by measurement, followed by taking feedback. In that complete cycle, people have shown the trust.
Now let's go straight into the issue. I mean, the subject and the theme of today's deliberations, which we've had since this morning. You work very closely with the Prime Minister. You have very, very important economic portfolios that you have with you. We are predicted to grow between 6.5 and 8%. Last GDP Q2 growth was above 7.5%. How far can this grow? One, if the global economy begins to taper off, which it is predicted to go around 2% in some time, what will be the impact on us? Will our expectations and numbers also come down? Mr. Vaishnav.
See, when COVID came, that period was a very difficult period. The entire world had a couple of choices to be made in how they handle the economy. We also had certain choices to be made. That was, if you ask me, that was a turning point in our economic strategy. The way our Prime Minister has managed the economy right from 2014 onwards, his focus initially was on making sure that the banking sector, the financial services sector, the overall economic structure comes to a proper shape. Because without having a strong foundation, the policies of growth, they actually require a very strong foundation. So the first 5 years were practically a period in which he laid out the foundation, cleaned up the balance sheets, cleaned up the corporate balance sheets, cleaned up the banking balance sheets, cleaned up the country's budget balance sheet, and then he started the growth journey. And that was a very major landmark thing which Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, he started. What was that? That was a decision in which he put investment as the central focus of our economic management, right? If you would have followed the budgets of the past many years, our country, our budgets used to be primarily focused on how much your revenue expenditure is, what kind of welfare schemes are coming. But if you look at 2021 budget, that budget was a landmark budget. That budget was kind of a game changer budget in which Prime Minister came out and very categorically said that we need capital investment in our country. We need to improve our productivity. We need to improve our logistics. We need to improve our infrastructure. We have to improve all the factors of growth which can lead to a continuous growth momentum for many years together. With that thought process, he increased the capital expenditure from 3.5 lakh crore to 5 lakh crore. In the subsequent budget, he increased it to 7.5 lakh crore. And in the previous budget, it was 10 lakh crore. Now, understand the importance of this. 10 lakh crore investment from the government means in the overall economy, it has an impact of 36 lakh crore. 36 lakh crore getting into the economy has a significant positive impact on the economic growth. It has also huge implication for employment. If you look at pre-COVID formal employment, it used to be about 6 lakh per month formal net job additions, net employment opportunities, formal. Informal would obviously be more. Today it is 15 lakh per month net employment opportunities.
In the larger context of the narrative that goes, you know, majoritarian government in India trying to hack the phones of helpless opposition leaders who are pleading to the government and the government's not listening. Now, that kind of a narrative gets regurgitated in sections of the Western media. Does it matter to you?
Listen, there is a section of people who think in that way. But that's, see, the fabricated, the forged ways in which many of these people think. People have understood that negativity. People have rejected that negativity. People have understood every parliament session, just before a parliament session, they'll come up with something like this. Is that a coincidence? No, that's not a coincidence. That's a proper design. Let them do this. This has no significance. People want development. People want improvement in their lives. People want a developed country. People want a change in their lives. People want better living conditions.
Surely.
There's a small section of people who are entitlement politicians. Let them go, let them do what they're doing.
Now, on a more serious note, I'll follow up and then you can take off from this, Abhishek. I want to take the example of Bihar and Bengal. And the point that Mr. Mohandas Pai just made earlier today, he said, see, Arnab, the country is growing at 7.5%. Just imagine if all states were to go and double digit, we would be growing at what, 12%? And Karnataka is growing at 13%. So it's possible for India to grow at 12 to 13%, right? So, and I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. The Prime Minister came and for a moment, he was looking upset, even during his victory speech where he said, state governments, he said, I want to warn state governments, Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed? And what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. It is amazing transformation. I want you to tell people कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनेंगे.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, ये और भी
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है.
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना, तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे. अब आप देखो, फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023, 6 years. नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग. हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ. पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग. But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding that we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments, Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but
Welcome to the third edition. And the highlight of this edition, and I've thought about this for a while, I've deliberated about this myself, always wanted to do it, but I think the time has come. It gives me immense pride to announce at this platform today the launch of the 5th mega news brand from the Republic Media Network, Republic Business.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, we'll see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 इयर्स नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, but if you look at how the government has promoted make in India, it's amazing that now people want make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding ki we want make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility,
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 इयर्स नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, but if you look at how the government has promoted make in India, it's amazing that now people want make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding ki we want make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
Said to be the highest ever with 290 crore rupees. More counting machines called in.
Well, as far as this gas test has been recovered from Odisha, it goes to show that the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's statement that his fight against corruption is on, and his famous saying that "Na khaunga na khane dunga" exemplifies the fact that how Congress leaders are hand in glove in a deep nexus of corruption, with more than 250 crore cash recovered from Odisha, and Dheeraj Sahu, the Congress MP who owns a liquor distillery, and various other businessmen. Now we are told that raids are being conducted at three different locations, in 3 states, which includes Odisha, Bengal, as well as Jharkhand. Today the IT team started raiding the premises of Dheeraj Sahu in Ranchi in the Radium Road opposite Kachari Road, and more than 50 officers are involved in the raid, and 3 bags have already been recovered, as well as some suitcases have been recovered which contain several documents. And now the main bone of contention is the links has to be established, because Dheeraj Sahu, all of us know that he's a businessman, and a businessman becoming a Rajya Sabha member all of a sudden is known in the political circle that how they become a Rajya Sabha member. Second, the links with the top Congress leadership will also have to be established, because this kind of cash recovery has not taken place in the state of Odisha yet. That's what sources tell us. And the counting machines have also failed and they have been blocked. Now manual counting is also being done. And as far as Jharkhand is concerned, several political links are also being established, because Jharkhand is already infamous for such scams, right from the Madhukoda scam to the recent mining scam, in which the names of Jharkhand Chief Minister
This is a picture that has been right now shared, and this is the sanctum sanctorum of Ram Temple in Ayodhya. That is the first pictures you can see live and breaking exclusively on Republic TV on your screens. Champat Rai, who's the General Secretary of Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra, has shared this picture. These are the very first pictures of the sanctum sanctorum of the Ram Temple. Now, this is, of course, the place that is of the utmost importance. And remember, this picture has been released in the run-up to the consecration that will be taking place in January in 2024, just next month, this coming month. And this is the first glimpse, the very first glimpse of the sanctum sanctorum of the Ram Temple right now. It is the most important and the most important area of activity as far as any temple is concerned right now. It's the holiest place of any temple. And this is the Ram Janmabhoomi Temple. That is the sanctum sanctorum you can see right now. You can see a flag there also. My colleague Ajay Dubey is joining us on the phone line for more. Ajay, these are the very, very first pictures of the sanctum sanctorum. Tell us more about this and the significance of this.
Definitely, this sanctum looks so beautifully created, and I've been to that place when it was under construction, when it was totally open. The place looks so pretty, and the decoration we can see, it looks so pretty, and all around the work is about to be completed. Yesterday only I was in Ayodhya. I was visiting various parts. Construction of temple, things are undermade, and now Champat Rai has shooted this photo, and this picture looks so beautiful. And the part of the temple, the different part of the temple construction is continuously happening. The big event which is about to be done, the preparation is continuously happening. Chief Minister and other important leaders of government, they are continuously going to Ayodhya and looking after the preparation, looking after the construction work. And this picture tweeted by the Champat Rai is showing how beautifully this part of temple is being created.
जी बिल्कुल अजय, हम देख रहे हैं इस तरह से चंपत राय ने भी ट्वीट किया है। वो कह रहे हैं कि ये जो सैंक्टम सेक्टोरम है ये बिल्कुल तकरीबन ये रेडी हो चुका है, ऑलमोस्ट रेडी, एंड रिसेंटली द लाइटिंग फिटिंग वर्क हैज़ आल्सो बीन कंप्लीटेड, यानी कि जो भी कसर है वो सब खत्म हो गई है। जितनी बात है लाइटिंग की और तमाम जो वहाँ पर लाइटें लगी हम देख रहे हैं, तमाम जो भी और स्ट्रक्चर की बात है वो सब जो है पूरा हो चुका है। और उसके तहत उन्होंने कुछ फ़ोटोज़ जो है वो शेयर करी हैं। और ये जो है सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट एक जगह, सबसे पवित्र स्थान जो होता है किसी भी टेम्पल का, ये वो माना जाता है। और यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं कि वो पिक्चर आई है जो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होने वाली है अगले महीने, उससे पहले ये गर्भगृह जो है ऑलमोस्ट रेडी हो चुका है। क्या कुछ तैयारियां और जो है वो चल रही हैं और यहाँ पर क्या कुछ होगा सेरेमनी की अगर हम बात करें जो अगले महीने जनवरी में होने वाली है, यहाँ पर इस पर्टिकुलर जगह पर हम क्या कुछ देखेंगे?
देखिए भव्य तैयारियां हैं और ये भव्य तैयारियां इस पूरे पुण्य काज को लेकर है। इस समय जो सबसे प्राथमिक काम है वो तो है, पहला काम जो मंदिर का रह गया काम है उसे पूरा करना, और दूसरा आमंत्रण और तैयारियां। आमंत्रण के पक्ष में अगर बात करें तो लगातार विश्व हिंदू परिषद आमंत्रण का जो रूपरेखा है वो तय कर रहा है। पूरे देश से अलग अलग जगहों से साधु संतों को आमंत्रण दिया जा रहा है। वो लोग जो राम मंदिर आंदोलन के भागीदार थे उनके परिजनों को आमंत्रण दिया जा रहा है। इसके साथ ही जो सरकार है, उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार है, वो भी आमंत्रण की रूपरेखा का भागीदारी कर रही है। वो भी अपनी तरफ से लोगों को कड़ी में ये तस्वीरें हैं।
All right, my colleague and senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the phone line. From Abhishek, these are very first pictures of the Sanctum Sanctorum, that is the Garbhagriha of the temple, the most important, pristine, pious and the purest place in the very center of the temple. This is the Ram temple, and ahead of the consecration, remember, this was promised that by the end of the year this will be completed, and now we see that this is only in the final stages, that Ram temple is going to be completed. The entire construction work and the lighting fitting work of the Sanctum Sanctorum is almost done.
Well, yes, since you're mentioning about the lighting, it's going to be first of its kind for premise of this scale, 4,000 kilowatt power load arrangement and being made with the kind of infrastructure that has been put in. There would be a 220 kilowatt ampere substation dedicated for the Sri Ram temple complex in Ayodhya, and that really gives you an idea of the kind of infrastructure work that's being put in. I'm told Mr. Vinod Bansal of the विश्व हिंदू परिषद is joining us over the phone. बंसल जी, ये जिस तरह का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का इंतजाम अरेंजमेंट आप देख रहे हैं, एक अद्भुत और अभूतपूर्व सुविधाएं वहाँ राम भक्तों के लिए की जा रही हैं।
निस्संदेह सभी राम भक्तों को और देश के सभी शुद्धी नागरिकों को बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं अग्रिम कि राम मंदिर की जो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का काल जो है बिल्कुल निकट आता जा रहा है। वैसे वैसे तैयारियां भी अपने चरम पर हैं। आप देखिए कि श्री राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ ट्रस्ट ने कल ही एक पत्थर का झूमर जो है वो लगते हुए उसने अपना वीडियो शेयर किया। वो वीडियो अपने आप में अद्भुत है कि किस तरह से झूमर को उन्होंने घुमा करके उसको कसा है। वो भी पत्थर का झूमर इतना सुंदर और मतलब मनोरम है कि लोग देखते ही नहीं बन रहा उनसे। और आप देखिए कि लगातार अभी माननीय चंपत जी ने एक और वीडियो गर्भगृह का भी शेयर किया है। तो आप देखिए जिस तरह से तीव्र गति के साथ तैयारियां चल रही हैं और जिस तरीके से जो है ना वो एक अद्भुत कार्य हो रहा है धीरे धीरे करके। मैं ऋणी रहूंगा राम जन्मभूमि तीर्थ ट्रस्ट का भी कि लगातार राम भक्तों को अपडेट भी कर रहे हैं। वो लगातार बता भी रहे हैं कि किस तरह से निर्माण कार्य चल रहा है, कहाँ पर क्या क्या चीज बन रही है। तो मुझे लगता है कि अब समय बहुत तेज गति के साथ जैसे जैसे नजदीक आ रहा है वैसे वैसे लोगों की जो मन की धड़कन है वो भी बढ़ती चली जा रही हैं और लोग चाह रहे हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी हम कब अपने रामलला के दर्शन कर पाएंगे। तो सबकी तैयारियों के बीच जो है जिस तरह से फोटो वीडियो शेयर हो रहे हैं वो बहुत ही अच्छे लग रहे हैं, अद्भुत लग रहे हैं। और जिस तरह से लोगों के राम जन्मभूमि की तैयारी है कि उस दिन जो है 22 जनवरी को लगभग 10 करोड़ परिवार विश्व भर में लाइव उस कार्यक्रम के साक्षी बनेंगे। ये दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा एक प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का कार्यक्रम होगा। अब तक के इतिहास का एक अद्भुत मनोरम और इतिहास बनाने वाला एक कार्यक्रम होगा जिसको के टकटकी लगा करके संपूर्ण विश्व निहारेगा। अभी कुछ देर बाद ही यहाँ पर दिल्ली के इंडिया इंटरनेशनल डॉक्टर अम्बेडकर इंटरनेशनल सेंटर में शाम को 5 बजे से एक पुस्तक का भी विमोचन हो रहा है श्री राम जन्मभूमि और राम मंदिर को लेकर के, फिर लौटे राम। तो ये जो पुस्तक है राम फिर लौटे नामक की पुस्तक है। इस पुस्तक में भी राम जन्मभूमि और भगवान श्री राम के बारे में बड़ा विस्तृत वर्णन किया गया है, अद्भुत वर्णन है। इसका भी 5 बजे लोकार्पण होना है। पूजनीय सरकार राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ और माननीय आलोक कुमार जी जो विश्व हिंदू परिषद के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कार्याध्यक्ष हैं वो और साथ में एक जस्टिस रिटायर्ड हैं, वो सब मिलकर के उसका प्रभात प्रकाशन द्वारा प्रकाशित पुस्तक का जो अभी विमोचन होने वाला है। मैं कहूंगा कि इस पुस्तक को भी सब लोग पढ़ें, राम जन्मभूमि से जुड़ें, राम मंदिर से जुड़ें और राम जी के लिए अनुपम कार्यक्रम अनेक जगह से हो रहे हैं पूरे देश भर में। कोई देसी गाय का घी इकट्ठा करके और अयोध्या पहुंच रहा है, तो कोई दीपक लेके पहुंच रहा है। अलग अलग तरह के लोग अपने अपने ढंग से आस्था और विश्वास के साथ में और वो राम जन्मभूमि की ओर प्रस्थान कर रहे हैं या राम जन्मभूमि के कार्यक्रम में जो बढ़ चढ़ के भाग ले रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए. थैंक यू सो मच मिस्टर बांसल फॉर जॉइनिंग अस. एंड दैट इज द लेटेस्ट पिक्चर वी हैव फर्स्ट एंड एक्सक्लूसिव रिपब्लिक टीवी व्यूअर्स. दैट इज द sanctum sanctorum, that is the garbhagriha of the Ram temple. It's almost complete and we will see consecration of that much awaited Ram temple just next month, that is in January 2024 next year. Flagging the Viksit Bharat Yatra, Prime Minister Modi called out divisive politics by certain opposition leaders, saying that there is an attempt to create a divide, that the women community, divide within the women community in the country. Here's a report.
सवाल ये भी है कि जो हमारे विरोध में खड़े हैं, उन पर देश को भरोसा क्यों नहीं है? दरअसल कुछ राजनीतिक दलों को ये सीधी बात समझ नहीं आ रही है कि झूठी घोषणाएं करके वो कुछ हासिल नहीं कर पाएंगे. चुनाव सोशल मीडिया पर नहीं, जनता के बीच जाकर जीतना होता है. चुनाव जीतने से पहले जनता का दिल जीतना आवश्यक होता है. जनता के विवेक को कम आंकना ठीक नहीं है. अगर कुछ विपक्षी दलों ने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के बजाय सेवा भाव को सर्वोपरि रखा होता, सेवा भाव को ही अपना काम समझा होता, तो देश की बहुत बड़ी आबादी अभाव में, मुसीबतों में, तकलीफों में न रहती. दशकों तक सरकारें चलाने वालों ने अगर ईमानदारी से काम किया होता तो जो गारंटी मोदी को आज देनी पड़ रही है वो 50 साल पहले ही पूरी हो गई होती. मेरे परिवारजनों, विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा चल रही है. इसमें भी बहुत बड़ी संख्या में हमारी नारी शक्ति ही शामिल हो रही है. हमारी माताएं बहनें जुड़ रही हैं. मोदी की गारंटी की गाड़ी के साथ फोटो खिंचाने की भी उनमें होड़ मची है. आप देखिए, गरीबों के जो 4 करोड़ से अधिक घर बने हैं ना, कोई कल्पना कर सकता है हमारे देश में 4 करोड़ घर इतने कम समय में गरीबों को मिले. और सबसे मेरी खुशी तो इसमें है कि जो 4 करोड़ घर मिले ना, उसमें 70% लाभार्थी महिलाएं हैं.
Time for a short break. On the other side, BJP sends observers to Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Chief Minister to be picked soon. United States vetoes UN Security Council resolution demanding immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. We'll get you the details on the other side. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, we'll see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented, and we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments, to this month in I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वॉन्ट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बन चुके हैं.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, ये और भी
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है.
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना, तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे. अब आप देखो, फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023, 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग. हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ. पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग. But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding कि we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी तेलंगाना स्टेट ने तय किया है जो प्रोटेंस स्पीकर का अपॉइंटमेंट जो अकबरुद्दीन को नियुक्त किया गया, हम उसको खिलाफ कर रहे, प्रोटेस्ट भी कर रहे, क्योंकि सीनियर्स एमएलए है उनको छोड़कर कांग्रेस पार्टी ने मजलिस पार्टी का व्यक्ति को प्रोटेस्ट स्पीकर का अपॉइंटमेंट करना, वो विधानसभा का जो नियम है, परंपरा है, ये परंपरा के खिलाफ है. ये बहुत सीनियर एमएलएस को अपमान भी है. इसलिए हम चाहते हैं जो प्रोटेस्ट स्पीकर जो मजलिस पार्टी का इलीगली अपॉइंट हुआ है, परंपरा के खिलाफ अपॉइंट हुआ है, उनका समक्ष में हमारा एमएलएस ओथ नहीं लेंगे. हम रेगुलर स्पीकर आने के बाद ओथ लेंगे.
The Bharatiya Janata Party leaders are protesting against the Congress party right now. I am reporting from the Akbar Road. This is the Congress headquarters where the Bharatiya Janata Party is protesting against the Congress party, and the Prime Minister himself has came out with a tweet that this is the money of the Indian citizen and every single penny is going to go back to their account. So the protests continue at the Congress headquarters of Bharatiya Janata Party. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, released recently, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments, Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world.
Very good afternoon. We're live on Breaking Republic TV and RepublicWorld.com. Let's get started with all the top stories making headlines at this hour. Congress-linked cash seizure set to be the highest ever with 290 crore rupees. More counting machines called in. From Jammu to Jaipur to Lucknow, nationwide protest over alleged Congress-linked corruption. Union Home Minister Amit Shah raises cash haul, says the corrupt won't be spared. NIA raids underway at 41 locations in Karnataka and Maharashtra in connection with ISIS network. TMC MLA issues violent threats to BJP leaders in Bengal. Will Mamata Banerjee take action? MP Chief Minister decision on Monday. Key Rajasthan meeting today. 3 Chief Minister decision to be taken very soon. All right, we start with breaking news coming in. It's the latest updates on the IT raids in Jharkhand and Odisha. Now, SBI officials have been brought in for counting as some cash machines just broke down, counting all of that cash that has been seized. Protests have erupted across India, remember viewers, over the corruption. And Anuj, my colleague, is at the protest site in New Delhi, cutting across live to where the action is taking place. Anuj, if you could hear me, we can see massive protests now breaking out across India. You are at the protest site, it's site of action right there in New Delhi. Tell us more about it.
Well, this is the mega protest of the Bharatiya Janata Party. I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense that what's happening. And this is happening right outside the Congress headquarters in the national capital. This is happening right outside the 24 Akbar Road, which is the Congress headquarters, the AICC. And yes, we do know that these are the Karyakartas of Bharatiya Janata Party, the Delhi BJP unit, who are protesting against the Congress party, who are protesting against the Congress MP, who is under the radar of IT. We do know that the raid is still on in Jharkhand, and the amount which has been received or has been like surge there, this is that much big, even the machines are not able to count that. So that is something what we are seeing. This is the recovery of almost around 200 crores. That's something what we have been told. That there you can see the people having placards in their hand, Congress ka haath bhrashtachar ke saath. They are chanting Rahul Gandhi chor hai. This is something which has been the mood here of the people is Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas being marching from the India Gate Goal Circle toward the Akbar Road where the Congress headquarters is. At this point in time, you can clearly see the anger among the people. And let me also remind you that this is none other but the Prime Minister himself who has tweeted about the same, that this is the money of the Indian citizen and even a single penny is going to go back to their account. We'll try and talk to some of the people. आज आप लोगों के अंदर ये गुस्सा देखने को मिल रहा है. वीरेंद्र सचदेवा, I can see वीरेंद्र सचदेवा there, the Delhi BJP president who is on the barricades. They're trying to cross the barricade there. So we'll stay with the picture and I'll talk to some of the people also. क्या कहेंगे ये जो प्रदर्शन है यहाँ पे, क्या कहेंगे?
ये कांग्रेस के खिलाफ, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ ये बड़ी साजिश करके देश को बर्बाद करने लिए हर इनके सांसद, हर इनके एमएलए भ्रष्टाचार करके 500 1000 नोट इकट्ठे करके इनके हालात देखो ना. एक परिवार के अंदर, एक कमरे के अंदर 300 करोड़ की गिनती जा चुकी है अब तक. इतने गंदे इन लोगों की भ्रष्टाचार देश को बर्बाद करने के लिए इन पैसे इकट्ठे कर रहे हैं हर सांसद.
This is the anger among the people on the ground. I'm talking to the people there. I can see the Delhi BJP president वीरेंद्र सचदेवा. He is trying to cross the barricade, and there on the other side, let me also show you the bandobast which has been done by the administration here. I can see the deployment of the force over here. There I'll ask my video journalist to give you a sense from that side if we can get it, because this is the bus where the number of Karyakartas has been already detained. I believe that वीरेंद्र सचदेवा, if is on that side, then he is also being detained. Yes, I can see there वीरेंद्र सचदेवा sitting there on the ground, and he is going to be detained any moment from now. That's something what we are seeing. That's something what we are understanding. The Bharatiya Janata Party Delhi president is there. He has crossed the barricade. Number of buses, number of arrangement could be clearly seen. The bandobast which has been done by the administration here, by the Delhi police, as well as the deployment of the forces could be clearly seen. But this is anger among the people. Anger against the Congress party, anger against the Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu, who is under the radar, and the raid is still on. The recovery is, if we talk about, is almost around 200 crores. That's something what we are seeing on the ground. And there the raid continue. And this is none other, as I was telling it earlier also, Prime Minister himself, who tweeted about the same, that this is the money of the Indian citizen. Every single penny is going to go back. Every single penny will be back to the citizens' account. That is something what has been stated categorically by none other but the Prime Minister. There I can see the action. I'll ask my video journalist to zoom a bit. I can see the action where Viren Sachdeva is now being detained. He's been detained. That's something what we are seeing. That is the situation on the ground, is where Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas are in anger. There after this barricades where Viren Sachdeva crossed the barricade toward the Congress headquarters, and he has been detained now. He is going to be taken to the nearby police station, and he has been detained. That's something what we are seeing on the ground. Viren Sachdeva, the Bharatiya Janata Party Delhi president, is detained now by the Delhi police. This is the protest. Let me again remind you of Bharatiya Janata Party against the Congress party, against the raid which is going on, where the Congress MP is under the radar, Dheeraj Sahu is under the radar, and IT is doing multiple searches. The Income Tax Department is doing multiple searches. And the after effect of the same could be clearly there. There I can see Viren Sachdeva, who has been now, he's inside the bus now. He has been detained now. Viren Sachdeva is detained now. Other leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party could also be clearly seen on the ground. What is happening? The leaders, the Karyakartas has been detained. The bus is moving now. These are the protesters. These are the Karyakartas of Bharatiya Janata Party, where the police is trying to control the situation, the administration is trying to control the situation. This is happening right outside the Congress headquarters, against the Congress party, against the Congress leader, the Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu, and they are chanting against Rahul Gandhi as well as Sonia Gandhi. So this is the mood of the people, the mood of Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas on the ground, where they are in anger. They are in anger and is protesting against the Congress party. This is happening right outside the Congress headquarters. There I can see the leadership who is still here, but Viren Sachdeva has been detained. Viren Sachdeva, the Delhi Bharatiya Janata Party president, has been already detained. I can see some of the people over here who are still waiting, but numbers of Karyakartas has been already detained. They are going to be taken to the concerned police station now. We'll try and get a word from the people also, but I'll ask my video journalist to show you the bandobast also, that what exactly the situation on the ground is. And there, yes, Viren Sachdeva has been detained, as I was telling it to our viewers. Now the bus is moving. The barricading was done right outside the Congress headquarters. This is none other but the Prime Minister himself, who came out with a tweet and categorically stated that no money will be left. Nobody will be left unsearched. Whosoever is involved in this is going to be on the radar. This is the IT raid which is going on in Jharkhand, where the Bharatiya Janata Party is protesting against the Congress party. Bharatiya Janata Party is continuously saying that this is the corruption which is going on. This is the corruption of the Congress party. That's something what Bharatiya Janata Party is saying. I'll try and take in word from Mr. Biduri. Sir, आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी फिर एक बार सड़कों पे है. कांग्रेस मुख्यालय के बाहर दिल्ली के अंदर ये प्रदर्शन हो रहा है. प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा खुद के जनता का पैसा है, एक भी पैसा छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, उनकी जेब में, उनके अकाउंट्स में वापस जाएगा.
नहीं, इसी के लिए तो देश की जनता मोदी जी पर कुर्बान है कि मोदी जी जो कहते हैं वो करते हैं.
लेकिन इस करप्शन को आप क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, अब करप्शन को तो यही कहेंगे कि उनके सांसद की तुरंत गिरफ्तारी हो, उनकी सदस्यता समाप्त की जाए, और राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी भी नैतिक जिम्मेवारी लेते हुए अपने पद से त्यागपत्र दें. जो राहुल गांधी ये कहता था कि उनकी मोहब्बत की दुकान है, आज मोहब्बत की दुकान से लूट का माल निकल रहा है. इससे पहले जब छत्तीसगढ़ में चुनाव हो रहा था, उससे कुछ समय पहले छत्तीसगढ़ के मुख्यमंत्री के तार सट्टा घोटाला के साथ जुड़ते हुए दिखाई दिए। वहाँ भी सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपया पकड़ा गया है। तो जहाँ जहाँ कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकारें रही हैं या आज सरकार है, वहीं पर कांग्रेस के बड़े बड़े नेता, चाहे वो मंत्री हैं चाहे वो मुख्यमंत्री हैं, वो भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त हैं और एजेंसीज ने उनको पकड़ने का काम किया है। हम एजेंसीज को बहुत बहुत इसके लिए बधाई देना चाहते हैं।
एजेंसी के खिलाफ जो हमेशा हल्ला बोलती है अपोजिशन पार्टीज हो या कांग्रेस पार्टी स्पेसिफिकली हो, आज जो एजेंसी जांच कर रही है, तो क्या इस पे कांग्रेस पार्टी से आप सवाल पूछ रहे हैं?
नहीं, एजेंसीज के बारे में तो वो एक ही बात कहते हैं कि बदले की भावना से एजेंसीज काम कर रही हैं। देखिए, एजेंसीज का काम है कि यदि उनको कोई जानकारी मिली है कि कहीं ब्लैक मनी है, तो उसको उसकी ठीक से जांच पड़ताल करना और उसको बरामद करना। तो एजेंसीज तो अपना काम ईमानदारी से कर रही हैं। अब जेल भेजने का काम तो एजेंसीज कभी करती नहीं है, जेल भेजने का काम तो अदालत ही करती है। तो इसलिए एजेंसीज के ऊपर जो आरोप लगाए जाते रहे वो पूरी तरह से
आप कांग्रेस आला कमान से जवाब मांग रहे हैं, सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी से जवाब मांग रहे हैं, क्या जवाब मिलेगा?
अब देखिए, तो हमें क्या जवाब देंगे? उनको देश की पार्लियामेंट में जवाब देना पड़ेगा, मीडिया के सामने जवाब देना पड़ेगा। अब तो वो बच नहीं सकते ना, बताएं वो किसका पैसा है। और हमारा ये मानना है कि ये पैसा जो है, जो 2024 का लोकसभा का चुनाव है, जिन राज्यों में कांग्रेस की सरकार है, वहाँ से ये सारा जो पैसा है वो दिल्ली भेजा जा रहा है। उसमें से कुछ पैसा पकड़ा गया है। 300 करोड़ रुपए की अभी तक जो है गिनती हो गई है। नोटों के ट्रक भरकर बैंक ले जाए जा रहे हैं, मशीनें खराब हो गई हैं। तो राहुल गांधी को और सोनिया गांधी को, क्योंकि देश की पार्लियामेंट चल रही है, इसमें उनको जवाब तो देना ही होगा।
The big statement coming in from the Bharatiya Janata Party leadership, where they are saying that this is happening just before the election, the 2024 election, and we have recently seen the assembly election. We do not know from where this money comes from and who all is behind, but Bharatiya Janata Party is raising this question that who own this money, who all are connected. If we talk about this particular raid, and then who all are in the nexus, that's the question which has been raised by Bharatiya Janata Party. There on the ground, the protest is almost over now, because the number of Karyakartas and the leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party is already detained by the police, and there on the ground, this is happening right outside the Congress headquarters. And I'll ask my video journalist to show you one more time the kind of... Okay.
More updates, more breaking news. Now, money has been found from the alleged hideouts of Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu in Odisha. Now, that is being counted, and the counting is currently underway at 3 locations. So there's more cash. There's more cash, viewers. This is the biggest ever cash that has been seized, biggest ever cash haul in the history. And money has been now found. There are alleged hideouts now linked to Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu in Odisha. That cash is being counted. That is the latest we're getting in right now. Those alleged cash hideouts of Congress MP Dheeraj Sahu are being right now searched. More money has been found. Counting is taking place at 3 locations in Odisha. Cash counting in Sambalpur, in Balangir. You can see that cash stack. You can see the entire cash haul there. The IT sleuths, you can see them posing with that in that photograph. That is a big update we're getting in. Counting is underway, and this is the biggest ever haul, what we understand as of now. Counting is going on at 3 places, out of which counting has been completed in Titlagarh. A total of 11 crore has been found from Titlagarh, and the counting is going on in Sambalpur and Balangir. What we understand is that the counting will actually continue till tomorrow. The counting of money will be continuing till tomorrow. Sambalpur completed till tonight. That's what we are getting to know. And in Balangir, it will take another day. It will take tomorrow that the counting would be wrapped up. So over 240 crore rupees of cash, viewers, has been now found out. And what we understand is 240 crore and still counting. 240 crore and still counting. It's the biggest ever cash haul that has been seized by the ET. That's what we are getting to know. Let's take a look at all the other reactions that have been coming in as the counting is still underway in 3 locations.
कि 2 दिन पहले ही अखबारों में हमने ऐसी तस्वीरें देखी, मैं तो अचंभित रह गया। किसी पार्टी के सांसद के घर से इतने सारे नोट निकलना, मैं विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, इतने सारे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट बैठे हैं, आपने इतने नोट आपके जीवन में नहीं देखे होंगे, सिर्फ बैंक का काम करने वाले ट्रेजरी के लोगों ने ही देखे होंगे।
कांग्रेस के एक भ्रष्ट एमपी से इतना पैसा मिला है और कांग्रेस तो भ्रष्टाचार की जननी है। नेहरू जी के समय से लेकर राजीव जी, इंदिरा जी और फिर सोनिया जी और राहुल जी तक कांग्रेस के भ्रष्टाचार की चर्चा देश और दुनिया में है। अगस्ता वेस्टलैंड से लेकर एजेएल तक ये इनके भ्रष्टाचार के मामले, बोफोर्स से लेकर जीप घोटाले तक ये नेहरू गांधी परिवार और कांग्रेस पार्टी के भ्रष्टाचार के चर्चे लगातार बाहर आते हैं।
साहू जो हैं ये तीसरी बार के राज्यसभा के सांसद हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी से। 2 बार पहले चुनाव लड़ चुके हैं, दोनों बार हारे हैं। 2 बार हारे हुए व्यक्ति को 3 बार लगातार राज्यसभा का मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनाया गया और राहुल गांधी जी के काफ़ी नज़दीक हैं। और वो तो जाहिर होता है इस बात से कि सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, प्रियंका जी और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे सब ने चुप्पी साधी हुई है, मुंह में सबके दही जमा हुआ है।
तो ये कांग्रेस ने पूरे देश के अर्थतंत्र को, पूरे देश के सिस्टम को खोखला बना दिया है। और ये पैसा एक आदमी का नहीं हो, क्योंकि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा में आपको ध्यान हो कि धीरज साहू ने बड़ा बढ़ चढ़ कर हिस्सा लिया था और राहुल गांधी के साथ उनका कई एक फोटो भी वायरल हुआ है। तो उसमें ये दिखता है कि ये कांग्रेस का पैसा हो सकता है, ये भूपेश बघेल का पैसा हो सकता है, झारखंड सरकार का पैसा हो सकता है। ये पैसा 2000-3000 करोड़ तक जा सकता है।
मोहब्बत की कौन सी दुकान है? वो देश में मोहब्बत की दुकान खोज रहे थे ना, तो ये 250-300 करोड़ रुपया मिला है कैश कांग्रेस के एक एमपी के अपने और परिवार के बिजनेस प्रमाइसेस से। तो राहुल गांधी जी, ये मोहब्बत की कौन सी दुकान है? भ्रष्टाचार की मूर्ति है कांग्रेस पार्टी।
क्योंकि 300 करोड़ रुपया संभालना भी तो कौन सा आसान है साहब। उसके फफूंदी लगी उस 300 करोड़ रुपए के, क्योंकि इतनी पैसा है। मशीनें जब बेकार हो जाएं तो उसके चक्कर में वो पॉलिसी बना के इसको लीगलाइज करना चाहते थे। अभी पंजाब के अंदर जो कह रहे थे 20,000 करोड़ रुपया दारू की पॉलिसी से आम आदमी पार्टी ने निकालना था। पैसा तो आ रहा है, पर आज पता लग गया पैसा जा कहाँ रहा है।
जिन लोगों ने रिकॉर्ड कायम किया है, आज गिनीज बुक में कांग्रेस ने रिकॉर्ड कायम कर दिया। सबसे बड़ी ये रेड हुई है और आने वाले समय में ऐसे लुटेरों से एक एक पैसा लिया जाएगा। दीनदयाल भाई मोदी जी की जो पॉलिसी है, भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त भारत देकर ये पैसा लोगों के लिए लगाया जाएगा, जो 70 साल लोगों का खून चूसा गया है। और आने वाले समय में ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारी लोगों को कभी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
Prakash is joining us live on the broadcast. For more, Prakash, of course, it's now being touted as the biggest ever cash discoveries in the history of the country, and it's 240 crores still counted. And now we have another angle. There are alleged hideouts of the cash at a Congress MP, Dheeraj Sahu's house, that is being now searched. And what we understand from reports that Almiras have been also stocked with this cash.
Well, this goes to state the fact that the Congress party is deeply involved in corruption, and that too a 3-time sitting MP of the Rajya Sabha of the Congress party, whose house was searched and more than 250 crores have been searched and is still counting. Searches are underway in 3 different locations, state locations in fact, Bengal, Odisha as well as Ranchi. And Now that this person called Dheeraj Sahu is a Congress MP, is a liquor baron as well. And remember, the Aam Aadmi Party has been directly linked with the liquor scam that has taken place, and already Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh are under arrest. Now we have to wait and watch what kind of connection this particular cash recovery has with that incident that took place in Delhi. And also Dheeraj Sahu is an important member, and the BJP is alleging that he was involved in the Bharat Jodo Yatra of Rahul Gandhi as well, and there are many pictures of Dheeraj Sahu. Of course, he's a Congress Rajya Sabha member. The Congress party has to speak on that. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi's statement has gained impetus from the fact that he will uproot the corruption in the country, and his famous statement, "Na khaunga, na khane dunga." And this particular recovery of cash stash in Orissa is one of the biggest from a political person's house. Of late, we have seen that officers' premises have been raided, and certain business houses' premises were raided, where illegal money was recovered. But coming from a political person's house and is still counting is a shocking incident that has taken place, and BJP is protesting in Delhi. It goes to state the fact that this is not going to stop here, and many more nexus would be unraveled in the days to come, because the state of Jharkhand, from where this person MP Dheeraj Sahu comes from, is already infamous for many scams that has taken place in the last 1 decade, whether be it the Madhu Koda scam or the mining scam, in which Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, of which the Congress party is also an ally, is under the scanner. He is also got ED warrants against him, and various other kingpins close to Hemant Soren have been arrested as well. So we will wait and watch whether all these things, the mining scam, the liquor scam, this cash, are interlinked or not. The investigations will follow, and we'll keep a close eye on that. Back to you.
So much, Prakash, for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates, but because the cash, remember viewers, is still being counted. There are machines. We're getting to know that cash machines have also broken down, and even they were short of cash machines. That is so much of cash, 240 crores and still counting. And now we have Dheeraj Sahu's name also coming up, alleged hideouts in the Congress MP's, Congress leader's house. We'll get you more details on that, but right now, sipping to a very, very short break, viewers. On the other side, we get you more updates on the cash haul, and also on what's happening in the 3 states which are waiting for a chief minister. BJP is sending observers to MP, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. Chief Minister to be picked soon.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी. तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है
उन एयरपोर्ट्स की अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी। अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा, अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा। पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनने।
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, we'll see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented, and we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
How do you view where our digital economy
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, but if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding कि we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy
Congress-linked cash seizure set to be the highest ever, with 290 crore rupees more counting machines called in. From Jammu to Jaipur to Lucknow, a nationwide protest over alleged Congress-linked corruption.
किसी पार्टी के सांसद के घर से इतने सारे नोट निकलना, मैं विश्वास से कह रहा हूं, इतने सारे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट बैठे हैं, आपने इतने नोट आपके जीवन में नहीं देखे होंगे.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah raises cash haul, says corrupt won't be spared. NIA raids underway at 44 locations in Karnataka and Maharashtra in connection with the ISIS network. Countdown to Ram Mandir Inauguration. Temple Trust releases the first pictures of Sanctum Sanctorum. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister decision on Monday. Key Rajasthan meeting today. 3 Chief Minister decision to be taken soon. Starting this edition with the news coming in with regards to the big crackdown by the National Investigation Agency on ISIS. In fact, the National Investigation Agency on Saturday have arrested 15 operatives of the banned terror outfit during multiple and widespread raids across Maharashtra and Karnataka. Huge amounts of unaccounted cash, firearms, sharp-edged weapons, incriminating documents, smartphones and other digital devices were also seized during the raids. NIA has also summoned ISIS suspect Arif Majid to join the investigation. In fact, we're given to understand a short while back the National Investigation Agency has put out a full release on the action that was taken this morning. The arrested accused include the leader of the head of the ISIS module who was administering bayat to the new recruits. The focus essentially right now on the ISIS Maharashtra module that was operating from Padka Borivali, where they had basically hatched the conspiracy to spread terror and carry out acts of violence across India. The focus has been on Saqib Nachan, who's the main accused and the leader and the head of the ISIS module, who is administering the bayat to the persons joining the proscribed organization. What turns out and remains a major concern is that initial investigation so far revealed that Saqib who had self-declared village of Padga in rural Thane as a liberated zone, and as Al-Sham, they were motivating impressionable Muslim youth to relocate in Padga from their place of residence for strengthening what they called the Padga base. We'll try and go across to our reporters. We'll try and see if we can go across to Akhil, who's joining us from the national headquarters here in the national capital. Sandeep is joining us from Thane. First to you, Sandeep. Details now emerging with regards to Saqib. In fact, my colleague Sandeep has been tracking this over the last couple of months, even when the trial run was actually being done, looking at the jungles closer to Pune city, where large amount of focus was on. They were essentially looking at arms trading in the jungles closer to Pune city. It is quite clear, Sandeep, that Saqib has been arrested by the National Investigation Agency. Put this into perspective, the ISIS Maharashtra module, what does it entail?
See, Shravan, as far as ISIS Maharashtra module is concerned, you have to go back to Rajasthan, and remember a large number of explosives were recovered in the past in Rajasthan. There were 2 arrests that were made, and there were 3 to 4 people who were on the run. Yunus, Saki, Shahnawaz and one more accused was arrested by the Pune police 4 months back while they were on patrolling, and in fact once they were arrested, the things unfolded, and in fact it got the agencies got to know that they are terrorists and were trying to run the ISIS ideology and they were planning a conspiracy, a larger conspiracy, such as carrying out IED blast at multiple locations. So that was their plan, and apart from that, as far as Shamil Nachan and Saqib Nachan are concerned, Shamil Nachan was the person who was involved with these conspirators. He had carried explosive from Thane to Pune, and in fact they had carried out test bomb blasts in the forest areas of Maharashtra. And not only that, after that NIA in fact had taken the custody of Shamil Nachan, and following which their operations and their search were underway, Shravan. So similarly, in the same sequence, it is being said that it had a larger conspiracy, and remember, at this point of time 15 people are just picked up from same village, Padga village, which Padga's Borivali village. In fact, it is a den. It is being said that it is a den of people who were associated to anti-India activities. Now, in the same sequence, it is very important to note that Saqib Nachan is the person who was once convicted in 2002 and 2003 train blast case. So Shamil Nachan is the son of Saqib Nachan, and Saqib Nachan has a history of being associated to anti-India acts. Now, there were several raids in the past as well at Saqib Nachan's residence as well. Now, what we have got to know from our sources is that Arib Majid has been summoned by National Investigating Agency. So this is the current development that we have got to know, that Arib Majid is also associated to in fact Saqib Nachan. That is what we've been told, although there is no clarity about the connection between the both. But what we've been told is that they want to question Arib Majid. Now, who is Arib Majid? Arib Majid is a person who fled from Maharashtra to Iraq to join the ISIS in 2015. At that point of time, the Indian intelligence agencies had in fact got him back to India, rescued him in fact from Iraq to India. And at the same point of time, if Arif Majid's name is coming here in the investigation, that it will be very much crucial to see what would be the next course of actions. Although there are electronic gadgets that have been in fact seized. Not only that, arms and ammunitions have also been seized. That is what we being told by our sources. Apart from that, some sharp-edged weapons are also being seized by national investigating agencies. Now, it is very crucial to understand how important that very Padga area is. Remember, 80 vehicles at a time at around 2:30 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning. 80 vehicles of NIA had entered that village with more than 500 forces in that very village. So you can understand the intensity of this very case, Shravan. And the search operations in fact started late night yesterday, and in fact it went on to early morning at around 6 to 7 a.m. The officers had left. Only few officers were there in Mumbai to carry out the remaining work. Not only that, there was also a search carried out at Sahar International Airport's cargo as well. So that is what we being told. It will be crucial to understand the fact that what would be the next course of action. Was there larger conspiracy in order to recruit people in ISIS? That is what we need to understand. In fact, it will be the course of investigation that will reveal the facts in upcoming days, Shravan.
I request you to stay on, Sandeep, as you get more details from Maharashtra. The entire fulcrum of this investigation is in the state of Maharashtra. Let's also get a quick update from here in the national capital, where my colleague Akhil is tracking the NIA headquarters. Akhil, what's the latest that you're picking up from the National Investigation Agency here in the national capital? How important it is for them to crack this case, given the fact that the investigation has been going on for several months put together?
Well, Shravan, the important point over here is that NIA have conducted raids at two different estates in Karnataka as well and Maharashtra. But what we have been seeing in Karnataka, the raid has been going on since the early morning, and there have been 43 locations in Maharashtra where the raids have been conducted. It's Pune, it's Thane city, it's Thane rural. There are 9 different locations in Thane rural where the raids have been conducted. There are 13 different positions where in Thane rural the raids have been conducted. There is Bhayandar also, where at 2 locations in Bhayandar the raids have been conducted. So the raids have been continuously going on. The ISIS module which have been constantly working in those 2 estates. What we have been getting the information from our sources that in the western region and in the southern region, that is the Karnataka region, and in the western region in Maharashtra, the ISIS terror module have been operative to radicalize the Muslim youths. And this ISIS terror module is not a regional one. This is connected to the larger network of ISIL, which is Islamic States of Levant and Islamic States of Khorasan. So this has got the same linkage from where they have been getting the funds. So right now it's not clear what exactly was the modus operandi of those links. But what we know so far, that the details will come out by this evening itself on those fronts, that from where all those men who have been arrested by the NIA team were getting their fundings from. So right now 15 men have been arrested by the NIA in the recent raids at 44 different locations, which have been trying to radicalize Muslim youths and trying to mobilize and carry out anti-terror, anti-India activities across the region. Yes, Shravan.
Thank you very much, Akhil, as well as Sandeep, for getting us the latest details. A story that we're going to track very closely. And we'll also get you more details of the investigation that's been carried out by the agency. It appears that this is just the tip of the iceberg. We'll get you all the latest in a short while from now. Well, the officers of the National Investigation Agency have also begun an investigation into the petrol bomb attack case at Tamil Nadu in Raj Bhavan in Chennai. NIA officials have in fact inspected the spot where a petrol bomb was hurled by an accused Karuka Vinod on 25th of October this year. Here's a report.
The National Investigation Agency began investigation today early morning on the petrol bomb attack on the Raj Bhavan in Chennai in the month of October. The Tamil Nadu police, which was initially investigating this case, even arrested a history sheeter, Karuka Vinod, who was seen hurling these petrol bombs at the main entrance of the governor's residence in Chennai in the month of October. Later on, CCTV footage was also revealed by the Tamil Nadu police, where Karuka Vinod was seen walking towards the entrance of the Raj Bhavan and also hurling these petrol bombs. Later on, these evidences, documents and the investigation case was handed over to the National Investigation Agency, which took over this case as the governor's residence was persisting upon it. And later on, today morning, we saw the National Investigation Agency officials landing at the governor's residence, Raj Bhavan in Guindy, Chennai, and beginning their investigation today. And later on, we expect in the next few days, inquiry is also about to happen with the police officials who were deployed at the entrance, as well as the governor's residence personnel very soon. This is Vashni Ramu along with Vijay Nandakumar from Chennai for Republic TV.
On the other side, countdown to Ram Mandir inauguration. Temple Trust releases first pictures of Sanctum Sanctorum.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है.
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना, तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे. अब आप देखो, फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023, 6 years. नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग. हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ. पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग. But if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding that we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways. In search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज़ अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वॉन्ट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन दो एयरपोर्ट बनने चाहिए।
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
सवाल ये भी है कि जो हमारे विरोध में खड़े हैं उन पर देश को भरोसा क्यों नहीं है। दरअसल कुछ राजनीतिक दलों को ये सीधी बात समझ नहीं आ रही है कि झूठी घोषणाएं करके वो कुछ हासिल नहीं कर पाएंगे। चुनाव सोशल मीडिया पर नहीं, जनता के बीच जाकर जीतना होता है। चुनाव जीतने से पहले जनता का दिल जीतना आवश्यक होता है। जनता के विवेक को कम आंकना ठीक नहीं है। अगर कुछ विपक्षी दलों ने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के बजाय सेवा भाव को सर्वोपरि रखा होता, सेवा भाव को ही अपना काम समझा होता, तो देश की बहुत बड़ी आबादी अभाव में, मुसीबतों में, तकलीफों में न रहती। दशकों तक सरकारें चलाने वालों ने अगर ईमानदारी से काम किया होता तो जो गारंटी मोदी को आज देनी पड़ रही है वो 50 साल पहले ही पूरी हो गई होती। मेरे परिवारजनों, विकसित भारत संकल्प यात्रा चल रही है। इसमें भी बहुत बड़ी संख्या में हमारी नारी शक्ति ही शामिल हो रही है। हमारी माताएं बहनें जुड़ रही हैं। मोदी की गारंटी की गाड़ी के साथ फोटो खिंचाने की भी उनमें होड़ मची है। आप देखिए, गरीबों के जो 4 करोड़ से अधिक घर बने हैं ना, कोई कल्पना कर सकता है हमारे देश में 4 करोड़ घर इतने कम समय में गरीबों को मिले। और सबसे मेरी खुशी तो इसमें है कि जो 4 करोड़ घर मिले ना, उसमें 70% लाभार्थी महिलाएं हैं।
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे। इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन। आई वॉन्ट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रेवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी।
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है। छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है। आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर हैं, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की। अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी। अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा, अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा। पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनने।
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी बोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, but if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding कि we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
आपको लगता है कि अभी जो माहौल है हमारा इंडिया में बिजनेस और स्टार्टअप्स के लिए ये और भी मतलब
अभी तो टाइम शुरू हुआ है।
नेक्स्ट डेकेड आप वेयर डू यू वांट टू सी वोट?
मैम मैं बताता हूँ, जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था ना तो हम लोग इंडिया में कुछ नहीं बनाते थे। अब आप देखो फास्ट फॉरवर्ड 2023 6 years नाउ कंज्यूमर्स आर डिमांडिंग। हमारे को इतने लोग बोलते हैं कि बॉस तुम इंडिया में क्यों नहीं बनाते, आप इंडिया में बनाओ। पहले ना मेक इन इंडिया ऑल्सो वॉज नॉट अ बिग थिंग, but if you look at how the government has promoted Make in India, it's amazing that now people want Make in India. Imagine that people actually are demanding ki we want Make in India. So I was 100% importing, and today I'm proud to say we are 70% made in India.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
Congress-linked cash seizure set to be the highest ever with 290 crore rupees. More counting machines called in. From Jammu to Jaipur to Lucknow, nationwide protests over alleged Congress-linked corruption. Union Home Minister Amit Shah raises the cash haul, says the corrupt won't be spared. NIA raids underway at 41 locations in Karnataka and Maharashtra in connection with ISIS network. Countdown to Ram Mandir inauguration. Temple Trust releases the first picture of the Sanctum Sanctorum. MP Chief Minister decision on Monday. Key Rajasthan meeting today. 3 CM decision to be taken soon. All right, we're getting in. Big update coming in right now. Danish Ali, who was in question for ethical behavior, right now he has been suspended. That is the latest update we are getting in right now. A big update coming in right now. What we understand is that Danish Ali of the BSP has been suspended. BSP MP Danish Ali has been suspended from the parliament just today after Trinamool Congress leader Mahua Moitra was expelled from the parliament. His case was also under scrutiny, remember, and now Danish Ali, we know, is that he is suspended from the parliament. This is the big update we're getting in. All right, we're getting to know he's been suspended from the BSP. He's been suspended from the BSP. He's a BSP leader. He's been an MP, and after there were heated exchange with Ramesh Viduri of the BJP in Parliament. Also, there were protests held by Danish Ali just yesterday outside the Parliament as well. And right now, you can see Bahujan Samaj Party that you can see notice. You can see what is written is that Danish Ali has been suspended from the party. His own party has suspended him. And right now, if I could read out what has been written in this letter to Danish Ali. This is from National General Secretary of the BSP, Satish Chandra Mishra. Now, it's written that आपको अनेकों बार मौखिक रूप से कहा गया कि आप पार्टी की नीतियों, विचारधारा, अनुशासन के विरुद्ध जाकर कोई बयानबाजी यानी कि this means that he was warned by the party himself that verbally many times he was warned against making statements against the party's line also, and party discipline also. But despite that, we saw that's what the BSP is saying, that he is being suspended. Shahzad Poonawalla, national spokesperson of the BJP, is joining us on the phone line for more. Mr. Poonawalla, the latest update we have, Danish Ali, who has been under scrutiny for his behavior, has been suspended by his own party, the BSP.
You see, this is an internal matter of the BSP and what it does vis-a-vis its leaders. But having said that, it was quite evident that Danish Ali is perhaps searching for more fertile grounds within the Congress party or within the TNC, and the manner in which he was taking stands perhaps which are not suiting his own party's line. And to stand with an MP who has indulged in such acts of corruption and egregious breach of national security, I mean, I don't think any party which considers itself to be a follower of Babasaheb Ambedkar would ever like that. But he was standing with Mahua Moitra yesterday, and therefore that must have been the last straw that broke the camel's back, proverbially, and perhaps that's why the action has been taken. However, this is an internal party matter of theirs, so I am the last person to comment on it. But Danish Ali's actions are always suspect. He has always been one of those elements whose actions have never really been out of controversy, and therefore I think whether they've taken this decision is perhaps a little too late that they've taken the decision.
Right. All right. Right. Thanks so much, Mr. Poonawalla, for joining us with those details. But that is the big update we're getting in. If you could, this is the letter, notice that has been served to Danish Ali by the National General Secretary of the BSP, S.C. Mishra. He has written that several times verbally he was warned to not indulge in anti-party activities, to not take anti-party line, to also stay in line with what the party stands for. But despite that, he did not adhere to what was being said, what was being told to him by the top leadership of the party, and now he has been suspended from the party itself for anti-party activities. This suspension coming in, remember, he was part of the protests. He was standing with Mahua Moitra, who was yesterday, after the Ethics Committee report was tabled in the Lok Sabha, she was expelled via a voice vote. The House had voted in favor of her expulsion, and we saw Danish Ali being really vociferous in opposition and protesting against her expulsion, standing with the Congress and the TMC. And now we see what happened later on. He has been suspended from the Bahujan Samaj Party. They have shared this letter, and it's written that he has been warned several times. Despite that, he did not adhere, he did not understand what was told to him, and henceforth he is being suspended. This is the latest we have right now. You can see those. We also have this letter that there should be what's said to him, that he was told many times that he should not make any statement or any kind of action taken against the policies, ideology, or the discipline of the party. And despite that, he continued to indulge in these anti-party activities, and especially this comes after Mahua Moitra was expelled, and the impact was that he has been suspended yesterday. He stood by Mahua Moitra, even being part of the committee. Also, he was always we saw him questioning the committee itself on several occasions. He had also backed Mahua and saying and also attacking the ruling government on that. It's a question. It's a fundamental question of ethics and propriety and national security. Those were the questions that were raised yesterday in the parliament, that were discussed in a debate also in presence of the Lok Sabha Speaker. And despite her expulsion, Danish Ali continued to back Mahua Moitra in the pay-off scam, and now he has been suspended from the BSP. On to the big focus, we are tracking latest update on the IT raids in Jharkhand and Odisha. SBI officials have now been brought in for counting as some cash machines broke down. The seizure of the unaccounted cash after Income Tax Department raids against an Odisha-based distillery group and its linked entities expected to reach 290 crore rupees, making it the highest ever black money haul. I repeat, viewers, it's the highest ever black money haul by any agency in a single operation by the Income Tax Department. This is the big update we're getting in. My colleague Prakash is joining us on the broadcast for more. Prakash, the cash counting is underway, especially in Sambalpur and Balangir. We expect this counting will end tomorrow. And what we know that now it's SBI's help is being taken because they've fallen short of cash counting machines now.
The amount of the money that has been recovered after the seizure has escalated to an extent that the counting machines have also failed, and in between manual counting was also done. Now, who is this person called Dheeraj Sahu? Dheeraj Sahu has been a businessman in Jharkhand, and he operates from Odisha as well, in Bolangir as well as in Bhubaneswar. He's majorly into distillery and liquor business. And now this it will be unearthed in a day or two how this link was established, that a stash of cash was lying there in Bhubaneswar to the tune of 300 crores. Does this have any link with the liquor scam that took place in Delhi? Or does this have any link with the top party brass people in the Congress party? Because Dheeraj Sahu is a third time Rajya Sabha member, and he's been a businessman. He has contested unsuccessfully in the Lok Sabha elections as well, and getting renominated for third time in a row by the Congress party also raises questions that as to what was his credentials, whose money is it, was this money does this money belong to the Congress party, or this money belong to any particular state government? Was this money parked during the recently held Vidhan Sabha elections, having nexus in Chhattisgarh where the Congress government was in power? So all these questions are there, and these questions are being probed. Meanwhile, such operations by the IT department are still underway in the premises of Dheeraj Sahu in Ranchi, Lohardaga, Odisha, as well as in West Bengal. He's a big businessman of the eastern part of India, and he has multiple businesses from school to infrastructure sector to coal mining to liquor business. So, of course, his links would be established, whether he has some links with the present dispensation government in Jharkhand as well, because Jharkhand is always under the eye of a scanner for corruption cases, and there were multiple corruption cases that have unfolded and engulfed Jharkhand ever since this state was carved out from Bihar in 2000. So all eyes are on this particular scam, because as you rightly pointed out, that this is one of the biggest seizure of all times, and that too from a politician, because remember, Dheeraj Sahu is a Congress member of parliament, and we've all heard stories of how the crores of rupees were unearthed from an officer's residence in Madhya Pradesh as well as in different parts of India. But this is one of the biggest exposure as far as a politician is concerned, and